Although many of the second round matchups will be decided in tomorrow's tiebreak, quite a few of the tournament favourites will enjoy a rest day after dealing with their opponents. Among others, Carlsen, Caruana and Gukesh cruised comfortably to the third round with a 2-0 score, while Nakamura, Kiri and Wesley So will have to return tomorrow to secure their spot in the tiebreak. However, the shocker of the round was the unexpected elimination of seed number 17, Abdus Satorov. For many, one of the young guns ready to explode in the World Cup. His opponent, Turkish Grandmaster Vab Sanal, took advantage of an unsound exchange sacrifice to advance to the next round. Other eliminated notables include elite contenders Mamedyarov, Shankland and Gelfand. In the women's section, world champion Ju Wenjun was held to a draw for the second time in a row and will have to win the tiebreak against her opponent Repkova if she wants to stay in the cup. Lagno, Kastenyuk and Zagnitze will also return tomorrow to continue the fight, while Harika, Shuvalova and Robus were the lucky three to score 2 victories. Favourites Kadel Masharieh and Mamadzada were unable to recover from their first round losses and unfortunately will not return to the playing hall. 9 games in the women's section and none less than 30 in the open section promise a great afternoon of chess tomorrow to finish off the second round of the World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the thrilling day of tiebreak of round 2 at the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup 2023. For now, I'm alone, but don't fret because I'm sure Fishy Anand will be soon joining us in the commentary. And meanwhile, we've seen so many upsets yesterday. First from Tin Ching Yao beating the local hero Shahriar Mamedyarov, and also Sham Shankland, another rating favorite from the USA, also lost. And also another rating favorite, Abdusatorov Nodirbak, also lost yesterday against Sanal Vahab. And we see the tournament table of the top 16 in the open section. And these are all the results. We see so many draws, and these matches will be playing the tiebreak today. Hikaru Nakamura will be playing on the first board, and we also have Anish Giri, So Wesley, Maxime Vahilagrov, Grishuk Alexander, all the rating favorites. We will have 30 tiebreaks in the open section and 9 tiebreaks in the women's section. And soon we will see, yes, these are the tournament table for the women's section. 9 matches come to play for the tiebreak today and trying to decide who is going to proceed to the next round. And in the playing hall, we will see that players are starting to get ready. It's less than 5 minutes before the starting of the tiebreak, and I'm sure they'll be very, very nervous because this is a very unforgiving tournament. If you lose today, you will be sent home. But if you win today, you'll proceed to the next round. Yes, and we see already in the camera, Anish Giri just took his chair and trying to focus for the match. Also in the far end, Fartik Venkatraman taking on Hikaru. And in the women's section here, we see Kostenyuk Alexandra is about to get ready for her match against Yan Tianqi from China. Out of everyone, I think this is one of the matches that ends with 1-1 in the 1 win and 1 lose result. There are so many people at the moment because we will have many arbiters for each table, because it is very important to be supervised by one arbiter for each table, because usually in the shorter time control, things are moving very fast, and sometimes, things get out of control. And we see also now Hikaru Nakamura trying to be very focused, before his game. Wow, it's going to be a very interesting day at the office. And if the first tiebreak of round 1, we see a match that's going on up to 10 games. I don't know how many games we will have today, up to which round, because probably because there is no Armageddon, technically speaking, we can go on and on. And yeah, since there's no limited number of games, we might be staying here all night long. I suggest, dear viewers, to get your popcorn ready because we will see so many interesting battles among the top players in the world here in Baku, Azerbaijan. And we see Anis Giri as well. He's taking on Nestorov Arseny, a young player that is going to be quite a challenge for him. And in the far end, we also see Maxime Vahir-Lagrave, top French player. He's taking on Dragnev Valentin from Austria. Their match ended with 2 draws, and so they're going to battle it out now today on the tiebreak. Yes, and yesterday we see also some upsets in the women's section. Medina Wardaolia defeated the rating favorite Sarah Sadat Kademalsari, and also Bifol Alina also defeated another rating favorite from Azerbaijan, Mamadzada Gunay. So there will be, I think, there will be top 4 games again in playing on the stage, and top 2 board in the women's section also playing on the stage. It will be our reigning women's world champion Ju Wen-jun, as we see in the camera right now, taking on Eva Repkova. Their match ended with a draw, and yep, about 30 seconds left to the first move. And in the studio, we have our 5-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand, finally joining us. Hello, Fishy. How are you?
Hi, Irene. Excited.
Excited, yeah?
This should be fun for the commentators, at least.
Very
A lot
fun,
of excitement.
yes.
Interesting stat. As someone told me that only one in the open section managed a comeback yesterday, and that was Iturizaga.
Iturizaga.
Whereas in the women, we have 3. Karisa Yip came back.
Yes.
Daisy Corey came back. And
Irina Mulbaga.
Ulet Mali Jade
Ule,
also won yesterday.
also Bulmaga.
So those 3. Oh,
Also
so even
Bulmaga.
4
Yes.
of the women
Came
back from in a must-win situation.
Yes.
Whereas of the men, only 1 managed. Okay, we're off.
Yes.
And let's see what's happening with
Hikaru. Let's go for the first board in the top section, in the open section.
Okay, the move sounds coming in yet, but it should come any moment.
We will have the move very soon. Don't worry. Yes. So
Knight? Yeah, the knight is on F3. Yes.
Yep.
For 1 second, I thought it was on H3. Right. Okay. Let's bounce back and forth because
Sure.
no way to follow 39
Sure.
games. Grunfeld, Nestorov playing one of the main lines, so we're not going to get some quirky sideline. Hikaru going for the sort of Lars and Nimzowitsch,
yes.
but A6 is more popular recently.
And it gives flexibility to the white setup, yeah, in how to white want
Yes.
to continue.
Dragnev Valentin capturing with his queen. Interesting idea against thing. Now Maxime has the opportunity to play A6 if he wants, but also knight C6, bishop B5, bishop B7, and you keep the queen in the front, but you lose the 2 bishops. Grishchuk, well, too early to say very much. Caro-Kann.
Caro-Kann.
The old H6 lines again in the Catalan. So, and yes, Vidit knows the correct solution. So the thing is, they started dabbling in this scotch, and if you go bishop c5, then they go knight h5, take on f7, and
Like G5,
queen h5
queen
takes
H5,
thing,
yes.
and you get an opposite color bishop thing. But in fact, there are a couple of ways where you can play as black that are better than bishop c5, and one of them is bishop b4 check. So if you play c3, you take, and if you take with the pawn, then you make it Evans Gambit. It's a slightly funny Evans Gambit, but that's what you end up with. Where instead of the pawn hanging around on d4, it's already captured on c3, something like that. Okay, I'm looking forward to that one. Let's see.
It's going to be, I think, very interesting, especially with shorter time control when actions are required.
Yes. I was about to say this is the f3 Caro-Kann, but there's a pawn on c7. So this is the other line that Arjun is very fond of, which
The
is
Trompovsky,
but especially he likes these bishop f4 setups with knight c3, and one of his things will be to play g4, g5, or g4, h4, because you have already gained a move with f3. So I think we might have some hope of predicting at least some of his moves shouldn't come as a surprise.
Right.
That is interesting. It's I wouldn't call it a pawn sack. d5 is a thing, but a4, a5 is an unusual interpolation. Let's see what happens there. Again, standard stuff.
Yeah, still the Italian setup stuff, yes. And
Okay, against Navarra goes for this bishop f5 system, but this is against c3, which is really an attempt to switch colors. Like you sometimes say, I play black with a little extra flexibility, so I'll equalize easily. I don't know what's the problem after c6. I guess white will try to put the rook on c1 and point at the queen. Maybe provoke a second move with the queen, something like that.
And what about the bishop on f4? Probably going bishop on c1, probably go to f4, g5.
Both are okay. Let's say c6, bishop f4, I go knight bd7, bishop e7 castles. If bishop g5, do the same.
Yeah. Or you can even put the bishop on d6.
Hang on a second. Let's just, so if c6, bishop f4, knight bd7, rook c1. Actually, bishop e7 might be a bit too relaxed because you would get
Because
this
there's knight b5, yes.
I don't know if it's actually anything because knight c7, I can, first of all, I can repeat with rook b8, but also knight h5 might kill.
What about knight d6 and then getting a pair of bishop?
Okay, let's say you do that. And then I just play rook e8. Next move, I kick you out with knight e4. And the bishop
e3,
has
knight
to run
e4,
back.
bishop a3. Still quite a equalish position, yeah?
Equal, but think about it. Black can play rook e6. If the bishop goes here, I can put the queen on c7, rook e6, rook e8, knight on e4.
Right.
That's very... what would Nimzowitsch call it? Overprotection, right? Okay, he has gone bishop f4. So let's
Bishop
see.
f4.
Just to point out that it's not absolutely essential to play knight bd7. You can also play bishop e7 castle so that you have more flexibility at response. This is one of the lines that we spent our whole lives thinking you can't play, and nowadays you just play it.
Yes.
Castles, knight b6, and somehow they don't really take the pawn. I mean, in theory, you could capture the pawn like this. But I guess people have found compensation deep down in the analysis. So the unprepared man's Italian, which is when you don't have a main line to play, you just play bishop e3. But it gives you a f file and some queen e1 g3 hopes.
Yeah, some h there.
Something. That's interesting, David Howell. I would say what is noteworthy here is that bishop g5, so this is very topical to play bishop g5 in the Italian, but here black has not played d6. So instead of h6 and g5, which is very, very double-edged, he has the option to retreat bishop e7.
I see.
So white keeps making these mysterious waiting moves, and we'll see what happens there.
So probably now black will try to force white to do something with the bishop after h6 here. Let's see where the bishop goes.
Correct.
And maybe
h6, bishop h4, I might go bishop e7 back, and then I don't have to play g5.
Right.
Okay. Oh, Fedosiev is over here. Good. Um, another bishop b4 check. Knight bd2. d5. c3. Again, bishop e7, knight takes d4, knight f6. Very hard to see that black is in any trouble here. Volokitin, we're in an Arshangelsk. Once again, d3, and then because black has played bishop g4, d3 is a good setup because you want to ask the bishop a question. You're going to lose a tempo and step back. Or you're going to bishop h5, in which case I'm going to drag the knight to that square.
To g3.
And keep tapping the bishop and see what happens. That should be a nice thing for white because white just gets to transfer the bishop to d4 and you get a fairly comfortable edge. Again, sort of
QGA.
people just play these setups with a move included, a3, h3, bishop e2, rook c1, some quiet move included, and that might have a lot of subtleties and you need time to process all that.
Right.
Oh, this is interesting. They're actually going for this topical line. I think you can play queen takes a4. Recently, computers have shown that it's possible.
Is it? And
if you do this, I go here. If you take this, I take this. Then I think you can come back, and now you're threatening this, trapping my queen. But I don't know if it's knight e4 or something. Which
knight e4, bishop a3.
No, sorry, I have queen b1, and I'm getting out this way. Okay, let's see. I mean, by the time I give a summary, they will have played it. So let's save ourselves some effort. And the currently oldest participant, Vasily Ivanchuk. E4. That, yes, that should work out fine. But Vasily could just as well play bishop a6. He could play bishop b7. So let's see what's happening there. I think the problem with bishop b7 is then you get the classic French. Bishop takes e7, f4, and this dark square clamp. Also maybe h4, keeping open some queen h5 ideas. You never know. Yeah,
it looks interesting with h4. Yeah. As you said, if you don't know what to play your h move.
Yes,
play
exactly.
your pawn.
Again, doesn't look huge, but maybe white has a soft spot here to aim for, maybe knight a3 or queen b3.
To exploit something over b5,
This is going to be a sharp French, so that's nice. But the current state of theory says it's roughly playable. Queen takes e3 or f4.
Yeah, but most
f4, you get this. These pawn sacks are now very close to a draw. So, well, everything is, but anyway. Okay, let's quickly scan to the women. I mean, we have missed a few men, but we'll get back to them.
Yep, there we see Zhu Wenjun.
Zhu Wenjun, again,
Italian.
She's very relaxed, isn't she, Zhu Wenjun? She's just playing relaxed, very solid openings, and maybe just saying, "I'm confident. I won't make the last mistake." I mean, that's literally the attitude. I'm going to try to wait for my chance and see.
And this position with IQP?
Again, my hunch is that this should not be a version which troubles black, but we'll see.
Yeah, so far, 10 minutes, 11 minutes out, everyone is still in their opening stage. Nothing very
And this is a fascinating position because you get the pure queen versus two rooks. But the queen starts off with some loose pawns, so I can go queen g4, for instance. I'm attacking this pawn, but also threatening queen.
Yeah.
I could do this with queen d4, and again, same idea, attack two pawns. And if I The thing is, if black's pawns are connected, then the two rooks will reign supreme.
Yep.
But if there's stragglers stuck, Isolani is floating around, then the rooks have to defend much more. So we'll see. She has gone rook d4. But, I'm excited because it's like it's a very fundamental ending. It's a question whether the two rooks are stronger or the queens are stronger.
And
so
we can stay on this one while we are going to show the stats of Alexander Kostyanyuk of her participation in the World Cup. And there in the screen we see both of the players are thinking so hard. So, wow. So Alexander Kostyanyuk has played 10 times and she won it. She is the reigning champion of the World Cup in Sochi 2021. Yes, beating Alexander Gorechkina, very strong. And most of her previous results as well, they are not.
She's a twice winner.
They're the prize winner. Yeah.
She
She's
won
always
in 2008 and now. So
yeah, and she's always playing well in the World Cup. And in the interview, I watched that she was like saying, in the last World Cup, everything just worked out very well for her. The pairings, the games, the tiebreak and everything is just working out very well. Hence, she won it comfortably against Alexandra Gorechkina in the final. And now we will see if she's going to keep winning and take the title home again.
That would be impressive. I mean, 3 wins already is putting her into record territory.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, I don't see any problems for black. In fact, black is getting d4 much too easily. This one, could be slightly unpleasant because white has the 2 bishops and this pawn looks like it could get undermined easily.
Right.
Carissa Yip is just playing a Benoni. Okay, and
this one
that's
also
an unusual f4, leaving this weakness. But how do you put a piece there? That's not easy at all.
Usually you have this f4 if you have a knight on e5, yeah?
And this is kind of interesting. You feel that there could be a tactic somewhere.
f7 looks loose, but knight d8 is protecting it. Maybe the center is a bit awkward because the rooks are not connected, perhaps.
Well, exactly. This knight has gone to d8 and stopping the 2 rooks connecting, but this knight also has to make up its mind. Okay. All right, we have quite some interesting material. Let's go back all the way to Hikaru and I think I've not seen this particular configuration with bishops. Hikaru's looks much more natural. Then again, I don't want to quite say that that means that black is worse, but I wonder, what is black going to aim for? Knight d5, b6, or?
Yeah, black has to make up his mind, and we see that Hikaru has gotten up on his chair, and he's not currently on his chair.
Yes.
This is shorter time control, 25 minutes, but I think he's a bit relaxed.
Also, he may want to project confidence.
All right.
So it could be a bit of that. Anish has Nestorov is sort of got this pawn. He can try to swap the bishop as well. Then the knight and passed pawn combine well.
And I think
still,
two games that he did, it was drawn, and I think we can see some of his stats. We haven't seen it before, so on your screen we will soon see Anish Giri's stat of his participation in the World Cups. And
by the way, he's dropped his bishop back to c8, so he's regrouping, putting it in a different direction.
Right. Yes. So Anish Giri has played 5 times. He is the current #1 of the Netherlands, and his best was in 2015, but losing to Peter Svidler. And moving on, we are now going to see the game of Emre Can versus Wesley So, And we saw a very interesting study-like endgame yesterday with the bishops and the pawns. And now, what do you think about the position?
At least today, Wesley doesn't look in any opening trouble.
Mm-hmm. Unlike his 2 previous matches, yeah?
Yes. So how is he going to defend the knight? Or is he going to simply play e3 and say, well, you take it, I'll take it, and if you take it, I have bishop f1 with great play.
Also a7 is hanging?
Yes, but I can even do this, play bishop a6, things like that,
Right,
and say
yes.
I have good compensation. However, black has one other plan, which is to drop back and threaten a6. But now my bishop f1 might actually work, because after a6 I have a5.
a5, yes.
Of course, this rescue mission also works. Finally, should black bite the bullet and just take the bishop, because e3 has cut off its retreat.
Right. Yeah, the
Interesting
bishop and
position,
f4
but
is
it
very strong.
looks okay-ish for white. So, and indeed, he has played e3.
Indeed.
But then knight
e3.
h5 is probably nice, because it relieves the pressure on a lot of dark squares for me.
Yeah, this bishop, I think, has to be eliminated. This is way too strong. And we can see soon the stats of Wesley So, of his participations in the World Cups. So Wesley has played 6 times, and his best record is in 2017, even though he lost to Ding Liren. Yeah, well, Ding Liren, our current world champion, is unfortunately not present here in Baku, Azerbaijan. But, well, the event is still very strong even without him.
Yeah. You can hardly make it stronger. It's
Yes.
literally only Ding. But
Literally only
that's,
Ding.
yeah.
And Firuza, yeah?
Correct.
Yeah.
Firuzha as well. And one more is missing. Rapport is also
Rapport,
missing.
yeah. And yourself.
Yes. Again, black looks absolutely fine, but fe6, fe6. And then you play, because black is threatening knight b4, you just pause for a3. And
So
I don't think it's a big deal, but maybe it's slightly easier to play for white.
Yeah, I agree. But it should be holdable for black as well, yeah? Even though the pawn on a6 looks a bit weak later on.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay. Queen d2, rook d8, yeah. And Alexander Grischuk continuing with his Caro-Kann. He's going to play a4, b4 maybe. That's the usual idea of this setup. And keep some pressure.
Looking good for Shasha?
Not terribly. It's
Not
a
terribly.
very typical Caro-Kann, isn't
Right,
it?
yeah.
I can, if you put a knight on e5, I can chop it off.
Chopped
And
up.
then play rook d8,
Right.
all these kinds of useful moves and so on. So.
Would you rather... okay, it's unavoidable to have the pawn on h4 in this Caro-Kann, but in this type of position, I think it would have been better if the pawn was on h2, if you could help it. Or...
Yes, but then black would not have played h6. So h4 was to provoke h6,
yes,
and then it's a mix. It's interesting that it's usually on h5. But this option of keeping it on h4 again has advantages and disadvantages. This square is available to the knight. It's not defending a pawn there, but on the other hand, you don't have the clamp on the king side. So this looks unpleasant, but on the other hand, black is going to put a rook on c4, and it's actually quite a tight position. So, oh, with it got quite exciting.
Wow, let's take a look.
So he castled knight f6, e5, d5. Okay, so he takes f6. I'm not completely sure why not rook takes g7, but there must be some smallish advantage somewhere. So black is saying you can defend that pawn, but I can easily get it eventually. I'll play king g6 and take it or whatever. Yeah, in fact, he's
In
even
fact,
gone
he's
king
taking
g6.
it right now.
Now, if he wants, he can play c5, and if anybody is better, it's black. But it's not much.
It's not much.
And
Yeah?
that's the problem. So I think this one is very close to. Oh, in fact, he's just taken on g7 with the rook.
Then it should be equal.
Yes. I mean, rook
Rook
e1,
e1.
rook and opposite color bishops helps
Yeah.
keep some sort of balance. But let's say black has equalized comfortably. Okay, surprisingly, this liquidated fast. What do you want? Knight g4, you just go bishop e2. Knight h5?
Then h5. And bishop e3 is the threat, yeah?
Go bishop g5.
Oh, there's a one move checkmate on d8. Gotta be prepared that. Oh, f6? F6, bishop e2.
Bishop e2 kind of was my. Oh no, f6 bishop e2 doesn't work because you.
Oh, it just takes, but it's
g6 and bishop e3 at the end, and the original problem reappears.
That's right.
So what is happening after knight h5? Maybe knight a4 or something? Does that help very much? Knight a4, I go bishop a7. What, have I solved anything?
Oh, he hasn't. He didn't play knight h5, but bishop d7 instead. But yeah, knight h5 looks. What could be the answer here?
Ah, this is clever that I might have this move. And then in bishop e3, I
and knight
always play
b6.
knight b6
Yeah.
and thing. Okay, so he's gone bishop d7.
That's interesting, yeah?
And, if white does the principal stuff, I can now do knight h5. And what this means that if you do this, I happily exchange dark squared bishops and I bring my bishop to this dream square.
Right.
And this is your old rouser kind of position where you have this weak pawn on e5. I don't know why it generated.
It's okay.
You have this pawn on e5 and black can comfortably bring out his king on e7, rook to d8. So bishop d7 might be reasonable. Stops knight a4 as well. And if white does this, then you always can do that. And you solve some of your problems.
So it's easier to play as black here, in fact, yeah? You get your kind of like dream position.
This looks strange on white's part, but it might. It's hard for black to bring a rook to d6 or something and attack the second knight. So that knight is surprisingly invulnerable. But what white should do now is also tricky. Maybe white has to play h3. But then I would take on d4 and rook d8. Is that the point? Okay, let me play h3. Oh, then I could recover the pawn like this, rook c4.
Oh. I was thinking rook e2, but...
as well, sorry. Yeah, rook e2 is clear. So what should white play? Not king f1.
Yeah, white's position looks a bit awkward. I like this pair of bishops there. They look really strong. c3.
Funny thing is I can even do this. Because I think I have full compensation here. Maybe not. You have bishop d2 and...
Also, you can play rook d8, holding on to d4. No need to take it immediately. Or king f1, yeah? There's king f1 maybe.
f1, and if rook c2, then now rook d2.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what happens there as well. Arjun has gone bishop e2, so the question is after bishop c6, bishop f3. What does he want? Because now the exchange sack does work, but you have to give a pawn for it. Let's say you go here. No, e5. I also have bishop g5 if I want it, but I can also take, and I think this is an exchange sack I might even be kind of happy to do. That is a weird position that Anton Hiharu has. But this bishop is really out of it. It has no easy way to join the game.
Not easy, yep. He has to make some pawn moves, but it will be just weakening the white's position.
Navaras won the 2 bishops, but then maneuvered his knight to the strain square, so maybe he went chasing after that knight. He did it right away. And even went f6. That looks awfully committal. h3 would threaten to win a piece, but unfortunately this square has not been occupied yet. So
you can
e3 actually threatens to win the piece with h3, but
G6.
black does escape.
Looks good for black, I would say. I mean, white is of course very solid, but I don't see any trouble for both sides.
You might be right. f6 is not my...
You're not your cup of
I'm not
tea.
thrilled with f6, but I can't say that it's really wrong. Because black's... it does give black a lot of options with his bishops and so on. And these two have been... Antipov and Niels Grandelius have been really having a theoretical discussion in this Italian and trying to see whom it favors. I could do something like this and then play queen a4.
Yeah.
Or maybe include h3 even. Again, are you willing to wait here and then I can go knight bd2 and get the queen out.
I'm a bit worried with the bishop on c1. I'd like to get it out.
I will have to get it out, but you mean right away maybe even, yes?
I think
like
so
that,
too, yeah. And knight bd2 is coming, yeah. Even with or without h3, because maybe you want to park your bishop on g3 at some moment.
And something like this.
Yeah. Yeah, looking all right.
This, I think it's harder for white to hold everything together, but on the other hand, where's the breakthrough? You don't have c4, you don't have thing, and then I'm just going to go rook g1, neither h4 or g5.
I think it's very
So I don't
easy
see
to
black's
play as
counterplay.
white. Yeah, just rook g1 and g5.
I could try a piece sack. I go there. Where would you go?
Let's say rook g1. And then you take on d3, yeah? Oh, c2. That is...
Then go for this.
Yes. That's nice. And e4 is hanging. So this is something that white has to watch out for, yeah?
Yes, so maybe I follow up with this. Because if I take this way, maybe I have a little cheapo on the way. With knight e7 check.
Nice trick, yeah.
Peter Leko used to call Chipolito. So queen c6 look like a reasonable attempt to sack something and get somewhere. If this, would I take like this? Or maybe I take like this. Because if we do this, I can include this one.
Knight f4.
And if I do this, and now this one crashes.
Right. Oh, this could be a potential interesting sacrifice.
Just to be clear, this is the current position. So we have had a bit of fun, but this is the current position.
So queen c6 is...
Has Hikaru gotten anything? He's got the 2 bishops, so he's not going to let this go very easily. But because of the symmetry, all the pawns on the king side, the drawing margin is huge for black, of course. Very good if Karthik is able to hold Hikaru a second time with black.
Exactly.
But, well, you still have the point still has to get into the bag. Could do this because if white pins, then black pins, counter pins. And for the moment, there's a kind of balance there.
Does it work though? If I just take on d6 and then double take on d6 because it's made on c8? Bishop E2. But there's Rook
Queen
F8.
F8.
Yeah, Rook F8. Queen F8, sorry. Mm-hmm.
Actually, it's good you pointed that out. I hadn't quite picked up on it, but yes, I have Queen F8.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no
No Bishop H7.
there's no Bishop H7 because
Yes.
the knight is there.
Knight takes, yeah.
Because the knight is guarding that square.
Yep. And we can see in the screen Nakamura is thinking hard, and soon we will see the stats of...
Actually, maybe Wesley hasn't completely... Because white keeps this option of A5. You touch that bishop, going to play A5. I should maybe get the board on the thing.
Yep.
Sorry.
It's okay. Now we're still seeing the Hikaru Nakamura stats, playing 3 times in the World Cup. So significantly less than the other top players. And his best result was in 2015, where he got knocked out in the top 4
In the
against
last 8, yeah.
Yeah, Pavel Alyanov. Moving on. This game again. Emre Can
so,
Wesley. So
I mean, just since I've been banging on about it, we can just say that for the moment,
there are
there's
no rooks.
clear breakthrough.
No.
But there are no rooks, so there's no way to play
Mhm.
A5. But then black's threat is A6, right?
A6, yeah, the knight. Where will you go with the knight, right? Or that's true, A6. So you have to do something, yeah, along
So
that
I go here,
file.
you go here with the idea A6.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I just bite the bullet and do that. Is it getting trapped somehow? Knight B8 is...
Knight B8,
and then-
A6, and then king
and
goes
then the
F8.
knight is out of
so,
squares.
uh-huh.
So how would I get out here? Would I play A5? Will I go knight E5?
Probably knight E5, takes. But still there's A6.
So without the rooks, it's slightly unpleasant for white.
Yeah, I think white had to keep the rooks on
What has he
and
done?
taking something. We will have the moves very soon. Oh, maybe knight A7, queen C7.
That's brilliant. That is really brilliant. Knight A7. Should I make a useful move? B3? And then go forward?
And then queen C7, yeah?
Still might work because if the king was on G7, we would have the traffic pile up on the 7th rank rather than on one of the files. But knight A7 is a very clever trick. I didn't spot that at all. Great.
Yeah, that's nice little tactic there. And that is the way to save it, yeah? Oh.
Yes, that would appear to be the case.
Oh, did you find what Kazimzanov said about Wesley?
No, I haven't really managed. But it's roughly this, that I think actually I've got it. If I was as good as Wesley, I would be so good. It was literally the lines along it went. I wish I got the exact quote. I'll ask Kazim at some point.
Yep. Well, knight A7 is currently a very good move.
And I
Wesley's
think
thinking
Anish
hard
is
now.
doing quite well now because you can't really play knight c3 because of rook b4, and this is maybe slightly... It's still well in control. I don't know if white should bite the bullet and take that bishop off. Or simply wait with knight g3 or something like that. But this is a very cool move, I have to admit.
Oh, hang on. With that game of, was that Anish? Yes. After bishop c3, can I play queen f4? If you take on g7, then rook takes e2?
No, the knight is on e2.
Oh, shoot. Yes, yes. That's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Otherwise, could have been a good tactic.
Okay, let's go up and down a bit. MVL, putting pressure on this pawn. So whether white returns the favor of the rook b8, I don't know.
Oh yeah, I forgot to remind our dear viewers that we have 2 games of 25 minutes plus 10 seconds. So if the score is still even, 1-1, and they will move on to the second rapid tie break, that is 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And if the score is still even again, and they will move on to the blitz tiebreak of 5 minutes plus 3 seconds, another 2 games there. And if the score is still even again, they will play the last section of the blitz tiebreak, that is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds until there is a winner. So it's going to be quite a long match.
That's how these things go, game after game after game, and
Yep.
then that's how it happens. He has gone rook b8. Yeah. Also, Grishchuk has done this knight f5 sacrifice. E5,
That's
rook
typical
e7,
in
rook e8, rook e1.
Caro-Kann.
It's very typical in Caro-Kann.
Mm-hmm.
Except black would normally be targeting a pawn on h5, which is...
Right.
And here the pawn is even on h4,
Mhm.
so one potential difference. Le Quang Liam's position looks awesome, right? Black's pieces are basically just hanging on for dear life, but at the same time, black's position will not collapse easily. So.
Right. But having a total control over the C file, it's obviously an advantage.
Oh, I think we're getting another draw. He went... I mean, I'm thinking that rook g8 back might be a draw. But I could just as well take on
F7.
f7 and capture on c7. Let's see how we got here. Oh, simply that way.
The rook on f8 looks cut off, but nothing can attack it.
Yeah.
Do you think FIDE will take a draw here? As in if there is some, like if rook g8, rook g7 and come back with f8.
Could be an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I could also move the rook and get it protected by the bishop, and then allows me to threaten the knight again.
Right.
Let's see Arjun and Nazarov. But this is probably just equal.
Equal, yeah.
Because white's rooks are active enough and there's no real danger here. So that's another tough match. And here Amin Bassam is much better because suddenly the knights are hanging out for dear life.
Right.
But he has lost that extra pawn that he had.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Anton Hiharo is doing very well indeed. Look at this. That bishop is getting ready to settle in on that majestic square. Queen is going to come to g7.
And possible battery on
Yeah.
g3, yes.
Or even rook g5, rook g8. Perfect
Yeah.
ideas. In fact, the question is how is white going to stop e3 and bishop d2? And then put a rook there, for instance. And once again, we see the difference in bishops.
Mm-hmm.
This one's alive. This one's buried in its own pawn
Right.
structure.
This could be well in the theory book later, the difference between bad bishop and good bishop
Yes.
later.
Again, solid enough, but white will play d5 somewhere.
We have one result, a very quick draw by Ivan Chaparinov versus Frederick Swen from Germany.
Safarli did sack the piece, and look, there's a king running up, the king loose on the board. The white king decided to do some goalkeeping duty,
yes.
protect the pawns. So it's ambled up the board to f3, but this, I don't like this pawn particular. It was premature. He just tapped it right away. But,
Queen c6, yeah, we agree on Queen c6 as
I mean, I wanted to
the
prepare it a bit, but look
Yeah.
at this. It's quite cute. He tried h3. After this, he tried b3. Then he decided, okay, I'll just take it. And this is a comfortable extra piece.
extra piece, yeah. You
Yeah.
just play b3 and rook d1, yeah.
Correct. Let's see what David Howell is doing. Interesting that it's ended up with this capture, but nothing major so far.
But the bishop on c4 looks really good. Unless you play d5 and stops it, but then also your e5 will be quite weak then.
But I want to play bishop c8 and d5.
And you have to do it, yeah? Otherwise
No, right now knight g4 is a threat.
knight g4, right.
So you might have to... okay, I might as well show this line. If you do this, then I play knight g4 and it's winning. Because if you take, then I take this with check. I take this. Look at this one. and knight takes e5.
Yes. Oh, that's very cute.
And
yeah.
if king takes e5, d4.
And mate in the center. There could be a cute
Yes.
mate, yes.
So he has to step away with his queen or step away with his king so that knight takes f6 is not a check.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, we have a development on board 7 that is FIDE's game. Master Vasilis against FIDE. They already finished their game. I think we expect it's a draw.
Oh, I'm in running games. That's why it's vanished.
And they went for the repetition that you mentioned. The rook g8, rook f8.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he just took the draw.
Mm-hmm.
Not that he really had anything big. So
Right.
the result is fair enough.
And for FIDE, he's going to play with white pieces on the next game.
I slightly disapprove of what Azarov is doing.
And why is
Why
that?
play g5?
Ah,
Maybe it's nothing special. I mean, maybe I can just play rook 8, c7, offer. I can also exchange one pair of rooks. And maybe he's just trying to get his pawns out there in advance. Because when you have the opposite color races, then you might as well get your pawns up. So maybe not such a big deal, but slightly comfortable for Arjun, maybe. This one, well, it's tough.
so it's looking good for Amin Bassam.
And we are here. He's going to put the bishop on d2, lock in with that pawn,
Mhm.
and then double on the e file, for instance. Queen
Right.
e5 is possible. Just great position for black.
Yeah, so he's going with this idea of yours here, just trying to make use of the e-pawn.
Fedosiev is just a piece up, so he's winning.
And how
That's-
did it happen? There's some sacrifice or something? This.
Let's have a look at the opening. Oh, he took it here.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm.
that's... Oh, and there's a d3 check at the end.
That's
So it looked good till it didn't. And the knight protects it. And
right. Wow. Okay, so
okay,
it's
still there's some counterplay. Oh, he went knight c7 simply, and then that eliminates it.
Yeah.
There's some conversation happening there. I'm not sure why, but anyway. Let's go back to running games.
some.
So we have one draw.
players- Oh, we have 2 draws already.
How are the women doing? Let's see.
Yeah, let's take a look at the women's.
Um,
Oh, and we have
This
one.
looks very much like Temur's position yesterday. Not that good, but I think clear advantage for white.
Yeah. Yeah,
Ah.
Rajabov's, yeah,
Yes.
against Erdos Victor.
Yeah. Oh, Irene has an exchange up, but how do you make it count? I think the obvious plan is somehow bishop e1, queen h4, and then bishop g3.
Right. But now you have to be prepared with queen c7. Yeah, so
Yeah, so
bishop,
bishop
there.
e1,
And queen g1, then bishop h4.
and then I go bishop h4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so big advantage for Irina, maybe winning.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary Arabidze is... Can I go knight e4? No, probably not. You do this.
Bishop e4 and d3. Takes on d3.
Well, I was hoping that this
takes
would
on
kind of
A2,
clinch
yeah?
it for me, but rook b1, and I'm not breaking through.
Mm.
So okay, we're bouncing wildly, but let's see what's happening here. This looks like someone could be in big trouble, right? If Carissa could be in trouble because the 2 knights need to be protected.
Right. And also the d5 pawn seems to be poisonous, cannot be taken.
Yeah, extremely poisonous while
Mhm.
the knights are... Looks very nice for white.
Yes. It's looking good for white pieces. We have one decisive result. Blue Bomb won against Peruvian.
Okay, that's a
Hmm.
big result. And then this one is Asabayeva, who looks to be much better. I mean, black's not got any compensation for the pawns that she has chucked.
Yeah, white is 2 extra pawns with better position as well. And white just needs to castle and that's it. Yeah.
As the joke goes, I have 2 pawns for my advantage. So normally you would give the pawns to get the advantage, but I have 2 pawns compensation for my advantage. Okay. Oh, this one looks huge. Something disaster is happening for. Yeah, it's just white is totally lost.
Mm.
Oh, so that game she just got pushed aside. Remember we were saying that d4 black is achieving d4 very easily?
Mhm.
And that happened. f3. Something's wrong when you do that.
Wow.
I mean, white just got pushed off the board. One more. And the only way to stop knight b3 is trapping the queen.
It's knight a1.
Knight a1, and then the bishop steps back.
And
White is forced to offer the exchange, and black doesn't even bother taking it. Bishop f5. My God, this is lethal. So just crushing decisive win here.
Yeah, total domination by black
Total
pieces.
disaster for
Wow.
Zagnitze, who's
There you go.
normally extremely impressive, but
Yeah.
not this time it seems.
Well, sometimes in the tie breaks as well, nerves stack on the players, yeah? So they may not play according to their strength because, well, nerves.
To be honest, once you're in trouble, as they say, in a bad position, all moves are bad. Once you've gotten up to here, it's very difficult to conjure a miracle. So,
Mhm.
but impressive performance by Coulon Claudia. Has Carissa lost a piece? It appears so. There is just no way to defend queen takes b6.
Right.
So that's a point for Zhao Yu. Just a whole piece.
And Zhao hasn't been playing for a few years, actually.
But Carissa was one of the comeback.
One of the comebacks,
Correct.
yes.
Right. So,
She had to win yesterday and she won.
because Tenyuk has a very nice position, but just unbalanced enough for black. I mean, imagine even a pawn race where you get something going, but last gaps, black captures the g2 pawn. It's still very double-edged.
Mhm.
So exciting, but of course it should be much better for white because it's a
Yeah.
clear pawn up.
It's quite interesting so
Oh,
far.
Irene
yeah?
actually chucked the pawn and then played queen h4, but it seems to be winning anyway because if you go here, then rook g2 resigns.
Right. Mhm.
When I have bishop g3, I'm threatening rook g7, I'm threatening rook f g1. Okay, so Irina Crush dominating that one.
So it
Let's
looks
see
like
what
it's
Ju Wenjun is
better
up to,
for the
whether
rating
she got
favorites.
something. Her game,
Ju Wenjun has finished, probably.
she has finished. It was looking very drawish.
She won.
Oh, she won.
She won.
Right. Okay, so big. I'm sorry, it wasn't looking drawish. I was confusing the game. It just looked like an equal opening. Which is
Equal.
not the
It
same
was
thing.
equal, yes.
Yeah, excuse me. Okay, here Jaime Santos Latasa is crushing Georg Maya. Even the bishop endings are going to be winning,
Mhm.
but it might be mate.
Yeah. There's no reason for you to exchange the
Can I
queens.
go king g3? Do you have any defense to bishop f4 mate? Queen g6.
Queen g6.
Yeah, that's a thing. Alternately, I can do what? This, you go queen, and now how do I deliver mate? Maybe something like this, since you've come far enough. Queen d6, king g1, and now I'm threatening queen f3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Looks huge. But in fact, he went for king g3, queen g6, with the point that if you go queen f4, I have king h5, and
h5.
it's check, luckily.
And then king h2 probably back, yeah? And
But this is an easy win.
I think it's just a matter of taste. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
for me, I would keep the queens on. I think it's easier.
Because white's pass pawns are separated by so many
lines, yeah.
files that
Mhm.
black's king will not be able to hold all the defensive squares easily.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wouldn't call it an upset, but definitely a tough opponent. Very well prepared in the Rubinstein French, but here has managed to. Oh, it was a really good game. He's playing just with the opposite color bishops and then hammering away.
Mhm. Also, another example of bad and good bishop.
Yes.
Yeah, we have quite a few examples of today's tiebreaks.
Laurent Fressinet as well in some trouble because the white king is very secure, tucked in its
Nest.
nest. Yes, the king doubled pawns are sometimes very good when and now bishop e4 is threatened. Bishop takes g6 is threatened. Looks pretty big for white. So Laurent Fressinet in danger in the first game. Rauf Mamedov and Predke have drawn.
Drawn, yes. Out of 30.
Wait, is this a full? Yeah, this is a forced win because CD5, King F7, B4 is resigns. Because I'm
The
going
breakthrough.
to be the breakthrough. And I think you're not in time. Oh, we will get queens, but it'll be 2 pawns up. Maybe there's another way to do it. Can I go?
Just King
yes,
C2
King
first,
C2
yes.
first, and that's clinches it because if you
Right.
play G4.
Takes and King D3. Or King D2, yeah.
Yeah, and I win the pawn race. So
Mm-hmm.
Kostenyuk winning this game, and we're already here. This is the current position.
Oh, this is
so
the current position.
our opponent will just resign, I think.
So the queen, so she forced this Queen D5 exchange, yeah. Otherwise, I think Black wouldn't have voluntarily accepted that.
Yes, and this is winning. So
So far, there's almost no upset in the women's section. Oh, except Coulon, yeah, Zakniza versus Coulon, that game.
yes,
I think so far the rating favorites they are better.
oh, Hikaru putting a lot of pressure. Though objectively, he's not broken through yet, and it's very hard because of Black's resources. But Karthik hacking in there quite well, so full credit to
And
him.
in fact, they shook hands already. Kostenyuk
Has just
won her game.
won her game. So if we do the running games trick, I'll lose her board. Anish Giri, isn't he winning? Yes, he's winning. So he's broken through. This pawn somehow ended up on e3, and then Queen a2 is coming, and
and
it's
that
game
B1
over.
is, yeah.
It's just game over.
And I think we also have some result from, or maybe I was wrong. It looks like
Wesley's Emre is again clear pawn up.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
think Wesley is capable of another miracle.
Yeah, we have another result from the top board. MVL has drawn his game against Dragne Valentin.
Okay.
That end game, I guess. We saw it, yeah, with this. It was actually interesting. There's some sack,
okay.
but there's nothing much going on with the knight on e5 being strong.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, still no upset in the top boards.
Yeah, Anish is already crashing through, and he wins with black, so huge favorite to carry this match. How good or bad is this? If king at but I can hang in there like this and play knight f6, and it just defends the hedge pawn long enough. So that might be the bailout here. That's Grishchuk's game, by the way. Arjun and Azarov looks dead. Both sides seem to have enough play and counter-attacking each other's pawn weaknesses, and yeah, this one is safe for
Should
both.
be a theoretically drawn
So a
endgame.
draw. Amin Bassem is a pawn up, but Albornoz has managed to create a rook behind a pass pawn, which is a big asset normally.
And we have another decisive result. It's Lee Kwang Lim against Ivanisevic Ivan. Lee Kwang Lim won. That dominate
It looked
the
it looked horrible, and
yeah.
Liam is not the man to try this against.
Definitely.
Esipenko completely winning now. I mean, black has taken an inconsequential pawn, but I'm going to go queen d5 and then g6.
Yeah.
So
That will do the
that's
deeds.
toast. David Howell, for the moment, still stuck with this. Can't play and unable to play f5, but White's not really doing. White can play g5, maybe, and try to bring a knight to g4 or something.
So if g5,
Can I go
h5,
f5?
g4.
Can I go f5 or something? Or is this just better for White? I play
Queen
queen g3
g3.
and then some knight g4 and stuff like that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's looking good for White, indeed.
Oh, in fact,
He played it? Oh, no.
he did something else. He
Knight
went
c4.
h5.
h5, yeah.
And then black has played d4 and they've exchanged.
Knight c4.
But this is also reasonable for White because his knights are still fighting for the right squares. Though after queen c7, I don't know, are you going to be able to play b5? Or maybe White should just charge on with g5.
Oh, this is nice. If it works. And if you take on g5?
I was hoping you'd be scared of h6.
Something that we don't realize, both players, they are under 30 seconds right now. So they're in huge time trouble, even though there is 10-second increment for each move, but still, sometimes you don't feel it, yeah? 10 seconds.
Yeah.
And we have on the screen the current position.
This is Volokitin
Volokitin and Vocaturo.
Vocaturo. I mean, it's so exciting I had to jump here, but White's got this huge problem that for the moment he's not able to force that c3 pawn off the board. But it's not easy for black also. The king is very exposed. And even a buried bishop is a bishop.
Right.
Sitting on a1 and one day...
Shooting to the king.
Okay, let's watch these two games because they're both very exciting. David seems to be out of trouble now because his bishop will come to g6, knight will come to f5, so he's doing well here. And Bartel is winning. Yeah. Bartel is winning. Sorry, Donchenko is winning against
Donchenko is winning, yeah.
Mateusz Bartel. And David has played knight f5.
And Liang Awonder has lost against Yilmaz Mustafa. The winner of that match will face Fabiano Caruana.
Okay. This one is that game, right?
I don't think... Oh, yeah, we saw this.
Yeah.
We saw this quickly. Yeah.
Who's this?
It's Liang Awonder versus
Against him,
Yilmaz.
okay, right.
Yeah.
Wow, let's watch the video because
It's so tense.
this is tension, right?
Yes, both players look so tense. And facing us on the white shirt, it is David Howell versus Burkic Ante.
Something has happened because he's lost the exchange on f1, but claiming that he still has.
Yes. already.
Yeah, but this one's already.
It's much better for black
Yeah,
already.
before it happened, I think the queen went to g3.
Mhm.
I think these are the moves that have been made, and next is bishop h5, and everything's breaking through.
Mhm. Mhm.
Okay, David Howell probably winning there.
Mhm.
Some sort of miracle here that bishop c3 suddenly worked, forking
Both the,
the bishop and rook.
Uh-huh.
And now black can probably take the extra pawn, but must be very hard to win this.
And thanks to that fork, you cannot take on b3.
And
yeah?
is rook d6 check winning?
Looks
This is
theoretically winning.
Kolar's against
Ponomarev.
Ponomarev. I mean, this might just be game over.
That's possible.
Yeah. So this was that position where we saw that, and clearly white has exploited those double pawns to the hilt.
And some little edge on b5, you said. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
they've blitzed out some moves. So this is the current position. I mean, even if black queen the f pawn and corrected the queen, white will take on a5, and then we'll do another round
Yeah.
where you capture the h pawn, I will queen, then I'll swap those two, and then my final a pawn might win. It's never going to work, but of course,
You have to try.
he will try, but this one's gone. So I wish we had more time to follow this game. It looks like a very impressive positional performance,
Yeah.
full domination, but I don't think we'll have time for that.
And Grandelius Niels has drawn against Antipov.
Anish seems to have won. I mean, he's finished his game, and I
Yes.
cannot imagine another result.
Yes.
Let's put it that way.
The kings are on the dark square, so
Yeah.
he won the game. And he will take white pieces on the next game.
And Wesley is going to try for another miracle, but
To save again, yeah, for the third time.
yes. Oh, it's the third time, right? It's not
Yeah.
even the second time.
Yeah,
Yes.
because
But he does have this one big weakness on d4.
Mhm.
So that could be his hope. Right now, bishop d3, I think knight c6. Actually, how do you defend this d4 pawn? But you may not need to. You go bishop b5, and if knight d4, then you take and you go a7, and now
And just push the pawn,
yeah, correct.
yes.
So it doesn't not necessary. After knight d4, I don't know if I can play queen c5. Take on f2, but I get to keep my knight, and who knows what's happening.
Mhm.
Knight b3 or knight c6 or something. Grishchuk, I think pressing heavily. Yes, that c pawn is going to cost
The game.
Danish for his rook.
So king d4?
He went to c4. It's on a light square,
Right. Mm-hmm.
and rook g1 has happened. And then he can simply go king b5 and
Hide on c7 or c8, right?
yeah, he's gone king b5. So my job must be to kick your king a little bit, but then rook
And
c5 might win.
Or c5? Does it work?
Or c7 even. yeah?
c7, I mean.
Yes. But then rook c1.
You cannot play
that's,
rook c5,
unfortunate,
yeah.
yeah.
So rook c5 is important now.
I think, yeah, rook c5 seems to do the trick.
Some moves have been played.
But wait, let me give a check.
King.
But hang on, let's get back to the board and see what's happened. Okay, rook c5 has happened, so rook b1 check could happen.
Rook b1 check, I think.
Even c7 has
No,
happened.
he went rook g8 instead of rook b1.
He went rook g8,
and then
and Sasha has gone in and moved
and then
in
king
for the kill.
b6,
And
yes.
now, yes, this is winning because king b7, and if king c8, I have rook a5,
yes.
and king has to come out again. So we are doing So Grishchuk winning is a big result.
Even
Broken a tie.
if there was no pawn on f6, this could have been drawn, yeah. But
Yes, that's an interesting point. Without this pawn, black would have checks, but
Yes.
with it, he has nothing.
It's funny sometimes your extra pawn or piece is actually costing you the game.
Now king b7, and so this is the current position again. King c8, rook a5, king d7, king b7.
Mm-hmm.
And the tragedy for black is that white can capture this pawn and come back and collect.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
it's
white,
going to be pawn after pawn. Yeah.
white has the time to do that. And I think we can expect some a resignation soon on the scheme.
Yes. King e6 has happened, but c8 wins, rook takes h5 wins, everything. Yes, he's helping himself to that pawn.
Yep. And they shook hands.
And they shook hands. Let's see what Hikaru's doing. We haven't seen that in a long time. Still hoping to think, but I think Karthik is very safe.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was about to say that black might have some chances of pressing on g2, but that bishop is not going anywhere.
Right.
So
g3 is on the board. We will have the... Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about the rule nowadays. Like if you drop your piece after you press the clock.
wait. Karthik might be getting into trouble. Hang on. I thought he went e5. There's a rook on e5, so something has gotten lost in trance. I think this has happened. And probably afraid of knight c5, he's gone king e8, and this is the current position. He's come knight c5.
It's the current position, this one. So you can click on the other diagram. Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but that's a pity. He went back to b7, and now he's gone back to e6, but he could have also gone king f8 and stepped away. And then if white commits his knight to d6, then I can always play bishop g6. But I'm overthinking this. Oh my god, Wesley has saved it again. In fact, white should be careful now not to get mated.
Wow. He's done it again.
He's done it again. And apparently he can resign now. Is that the...
There should be some mate, yeah? Like bishop.
Something dropped very fast. Hang on. My god.
Let's find out the
Oh,
mate.
queen c1, a3, b3.
Oh, wow.
And it's game over.
Oh, wow. And then just queen c3, bishop d4 perhaps later.
But he didn't do it.
He's done something else?
Unfortunately,
You just collect all the pawns?
but that might be enough for a draw somehow for white, because he'll
Give some checks.
give some checks here or there or something. f5, liquidate a few pawns.
By the way, this is the current position.
Wesley Houdini.
Wesley Houdini, yeah?
fg6 has happened, but the board can no longer keep up with these guys.
Yeah. They're playing so fast right now.
Here's the current board.
Yep. Oops. The queen has moved to f1.
Yeah, basically he didn't know which square to put it on.
Mm-hmm.
And
Queen f1, queen h2, and bishop c2.
oh, but that has got to be sad. Once if you bury your own.
Yeah.
I mean, if this has actually happened, this is not looking good, because he's buried his own bishop. Now Wesley
Queen
moving
d4,
in for
queen
the
d2.
kill.
Mm-hmm. Threatening queen c3.
Wesley's going to win this. This is
Yeah.
amazing.
He's going to win this. But white player, he's been playing so well. Even
He's
early.
gone queen h1. Queen c3 has happened. Queen b7 check. And he's going to run king c1. I hope I'm getting this right, but
Yeah, I think so too.
yes.
I think that's the sort of moves, yeah. King
But
goes to
now
c1.
queen e1 check, queen e3 check, And queen c3, and then it's mate. So
Yep, he's done it. And bishop e3 instead of queen c3. He did bishop e3.
is the king on
C1.
light square or dark square? Yeah,
And
he's resigned.
yeah.
I think that's tough. Let's see how this turnaround happened. So white clear pawn up.
That's quite a miracle indeed. Wow, e5. Yes, yes, that should be the move.
Oh dear. I see how it went south from here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is winning, right? Yes.
This should be winning.
No,
yes.
no, it isn't. I'll go king g3 and e4. And then you're
there's
not getting
just
the...
fortress, you're not getting in.
Is this Zagnitze's game?
Yes, it was. But black was so much better.
Black was a rook up or something at some point.
No, materially speaking is equal, but just full domination. Like you could.
I mean, after h4, black is winning, but not without.
So
Because
king
if
G3.
I play e4 and I'm waiting king g3, h4,
Mhm.
then you have no way to make progress.
So king g3 has to be played in this
King
position.
g3 is absolutely essential.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I can zug you on the last rank.
Mm-hmm.
But my God, that is an incredible turnaround. Just to tell you, this is the position she once had, and I don't know how it became this, and now it is this. Oh, she played h5, so she's literally converting it into a draw.
Mm-hmm.
She could have drawn with e4 as well, so it's
Right.
not clear what she was trying to do. But anyway. Hikaru looks like he's
Yeah.
putting some pressure. Let's see what's happening.
Let's stay on this
No,
game.
this is completely equal. I can play rook g3, rook f3 if I want. Alas, for Hikaru, this is not bullet. So I don't think this one is going anywhere. Oh, there are only 2 games left, so we should already try to get in some results.
Yes, let's do that.
White is winning this, but she has to go king d6 and rook c6 and then wing it from there. We'll get back to that in a second. And this is the other board. I think if rook takes g3, there's nothing happening.
Mm-hmm.
Rook takes f6, bishop g6, and that's it. So
But I think Hikaru will keep playing on. Okay, this.
how many seconds do they, or minutes do they have? 7 seconds. So you better take on g3 pretty fast. He has not taken on what is his rook is floating somewhere in c3. Not clear to me why.
I saw bishop on
What is happening? Why not rook
bishop
takes c3?
c2, rook
takes
c3.
g3. Just take the pawn and king at 7 is just 1 pawn left. How are you going to win this?
Yeah. Maybe it was worth something happening like after rook g3, rook f6.
He's thinking an awful long time, so this clock must be inaccurate.
No, this clock is not updated,
Yeah.
but I think we can click on the diagram for the current position. Yes.
What is happening? Why is he not taking on g3? If rook f6, bishop g6, am I missing something?
I don't think so. But that pawn on f6 has
Now
been taken.
he's lost the pawn on f6. Okay, so what I think has happened is this. Rook takes f6, king h7. And if you take on h5, he's going to go bishop d1. So Hikaru will repeating a few times. He's going check and back. Again, it's not clear why he went back. He couldn't go to GA8. But you see, under pressure
Under
with the
pressure,
clock trumping,
yes.
you don't even know what you see at the board.
It influences your decision.
Of course.
If we can have the camera
This one is over.
a bit zoomed into the
So-
players just to see the current time situation of Hikaru and Karthik.
And now he's gone bishop g6. He could have gone. He could have got the same position with the pawn on h5, but he took his while finding it.
There should be still a draw, yeah? But
Yes.
Hikaru will keep trying and trying. Oof. This could be decisive. I don't know whether Hikaru can try his way
Well,
out.
rook g4. Okay, that's also fine. King f8, rook f3.
Hang on, let me put it on the board. There you go. Rook g3 back, king e7, and checks.
Why doesn't he just take the bishop and drop it on b1?
And now you, okay, there's one game finish already in the women's section.
Yeah, so we've got one game left as soon as the result is entered. Wesley won.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, there are more games, excuse me.
No,
MVL, yeah, all these are drawn. I should just get running games, and then there's only
this is the only game that's still
left. I don't
playing.
see any way to win this, but the bishop can wait on b1 or c2, and it has enough checking distance. The rook is covering everything. This one is as safe as it gets. But Hikaru is not offering a draw because the longer you play this position, the more under pressure that Karthik feels. And so I think he's also keeping that in mind. Yeah, a lot of players will play these positions till the end, but they're not thinking of this game. They're thinking of the next one, I think.
I see.
And probably that's why they're wasting time in what is otherwise a harmless position.
And in that position, when the bishop was on g6, it would still be a draw too, right? If you just take on the h5.
Yes,
pawn.
but these guys will play knight and
Knight and rook.
knight and rook against the rook for quite some time. Now rook g5 is quite nice. Rook e3 check is fine.
So Karthik should be able to hold this, but they will keep playing and on and on. Rook f8.
Why not rook g8?
Yeah, you gotta play faster.
I mean, rook b5 is nice because the rook is attacking h5 from there.
Rook
Rook
g8,
g8,
yes.
okay.
Offering exchange of the rooks. Of course, Hikaru will not take it.
He's got f5. Now, king at 6.
Or back to g4. Yeah, so many moves here.
I mean, we don't need to analyze this anymore.
We'll just enjoy what's on the screen.
Enjoy is an interesting choice of words, but anyway. So,
Even though both players know this is quite
king at
a drawn
6 now.
position.
King at 6 now. I think rook g6, Hikaru will play for a long time, so you better play king at 6. I could go bishop c2, right? But no, king at 6 is the easiest. Because if knight e5, I have rook g5. Or even some rook d4 check and back, so just play king at 6. Oh God.
He's taken it.
Yeah.
And then going for this endgame. And just stuck the king on h8, bishop on g8.
I lost this to Hikaru once but we were not getting increments. I was down to seconds and we got time delay in St. Louis.
Oh, in St. Louis.
This time delay thing. So he just banged the clock for hours and luckily I'd won the tournament anyway, so it didn't matter. But he actually beat me in this one.
Yeah, We can feel the tense of Karthik, especially. I mean,
Yeah, you can see that he doesn't want to spoil it, but that's why I can't say Rook G6 is a mistake. I mean, this is as drawn as it gets, but now he has to go King F8. No, King H6 as well is probably safe for the moment, but how many games Hikaru has done this in
his life, yeah.
Blitz and Bullet? So
too many.
he knows the odds quite well.
You gotta play fast.
Thinking way too much, but he seems to have built up 38 seconds. So actually, what he's doing is very sensible. If you have 30 seconds, then you should luxuriate in it.
King H8.
Because he's going for the bishop h7 line.
Yes,
and then
and
that
the
is
bishop
the
G8, bishop H7.
Yeah.
Just wait for this diagonal.
Now bishop h7 and bishop g8, and you can keep doing this forever.
And there is no way for the players to know that they've done 50 moves without any capturing or pawn push, you know. The arbiter can only interfere on the move 75.
So bishop c4 check, king f8, bishop d3. And now bishop and bishop d3, c4, and then I put it on g8. And again, I use the stalemate. I think that you can never push the rook back. Just bishop g8.
Or any
move.
Any move on the diagonal.
Because you can always get back to g8 if you want.
Yeah, this should be a draw. I see there is almost no upset so far in both sections. Wesley has won. And then
Could you see the tension in Karthik?
Yes.
It's really a question of how much time you have. You go all the way out. Yeah, somewhere very far away.
Maybe we can have just a video of the players so it can be bigger and then we can see the time situation. Yeah. How many moves do you think they've played already? Plenty.
We're at 106 a while ago, so we must be 125 or something already.
There you go. We have a closer view of the players.
He seems to have 40 seconds, and every move is giving him
10 seconds.
So
yeah.
That's pretty decent.
Yeah, Hikaru has 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Bishop f7, yeah.
And Karthik has 42 seconds. I think Hikaru decides to just keep playing on until arbiter interferes.
Yes.
Yeah, this should be a draw, but we will wait until this game finish. So just a friendly reminder to our dear viewers, today is unfortunately the last day of our world champion Viswanathan Anand to be here with us. So do send us your questions on Twitter, and we will select some of the questions to be answered by Vishy Anand. And don't forget to put the hashtag FIDE World Cup and tag us on FIDE_chess. And there will be some time break. I think it's about 5-minute break after this game. So
I'm sure it'll be quite a bit longer than that. Because
Yeah.
it should be at least 10 or 15.
I think 10 was on the schedule, but I think they will make it a bit faster. So after the finish of this game, there will be at least 5 to 7 minutes break. So all the games in the women's sections have finished, and this is the only game currently going on the open section. So let me see, when was the last position then they had some exchanges? Oh, so move 90s,
95.
95.
And
That's all, yeah?
I don't know what is the current move.
So move 95. So 145.
120 happened a while back. We are a bit behind.
Mm-hmm. So 25 more moves until Karthik can claim for... Actually, 20 more moves now because we are a bit behind. 20 more moves and Karthik can claim for draw. Of course...
No, but this is not the current position, so he's
It is not. About 20 to 15 moves. He can claim for a draw.
Luckily, he has bishop at 7, but I really hope he's not messed up.
Oh!
Yeah, but
This
you
is still
just have
fine.
to go
This
to
is
the
still
right
fine,
square.
yeah.
You just have to go to the right square.
Yes, this is still fine.
Somewhere where the rook can't bounce and
Yes.
thing.
Oh, he's asking the arbiter like how many moves have they played already, and the arbiters are going to confirm how many moves.
Yeah. The good thing is so I don't know what's the specific move. But
It's about 17 moves or 18 moves to be.
If this is the current position, right?
If this is the current position, yeah, 18 more moves, and I think this is it. No, it's not. It's not the current position. About 18 more moves or 17 more moves, Karthik can claim.
So what do I do now? Bishop F5 is a blunder because rook G8, rook G5.
Mm.
But bishop
B1
H7 should be a draw.
Bishop H7.
Bishop C4 check probably.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see the danger in a sense.
And Karthik has less than 30 seconds on the clock, I guess.
He has 29 seconds.
Yes. So he has to... Wow, so...
Oh, but they have stopped the clock.
Oh, they stopped
Why?
the clock.
Because the arbiter is
Yeah,
still
yeah.
finding out the move.
Right. And the arbiter is confirming that it's not 50 moves yet. Oh, and there's some penalty to that, I guess.
I think
they
Hikaru
will
gets
some additional
time,
1
right.
minute. Yeah. So whenever you make the wrong claim, there's some penalty. It's your opponent has some additional time, or sometimes you just get your time decreased. And Hikaru gets 2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 extra minutes on the clock.
And now king G8, he'll go king F6 check again, and king H8, and there we are.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this position should be drawn, but there's no way of knowing you've been playing 50 moves unless you count it. But it's quite distracting to count whether you've played 50 moves or not. What an intense first game for Karthik. And
D3 check.
Bishop E6. Yeah, I think I was worried there is King F6 check with this discovery, but the rook was hanging on G4. Yeah, he has to play fast. He has 32 seconds on the clock. Hikaru still has 4 minutes plus.
So now king F8 and king E8 works
Mm-hmm.
if you want.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he's found this drawish setup and he's going to stick to it. But he could have gone to e8 because that bishop is cutting the white king off on e6. And
Right. Yes.
And then you're not even going to lose in 15 moves or whatever is left. We are now at 130. God knows what we are at. He has to go king h8.
133, 135. So the bishop just keep on that diagonal. Bishop g8 also is okay, right?
In theory, bishop a2, bishop anything
Yeah,
works.
anything works.
But, so now bishop's d3 check,
and then
king h6.
And now bishop
f7.
c4.
Yeah,
again.
now bishop's
or bishop h7.
bishop h7 as well.
Yeah.
I think, in fact, you can play bishop c4 check, king f8, bishop d3 back, and then that's a draw as well.
He can claim in 7 moves.
Okay.
But we don't know whether he's counting.
Well, I don't know if it's possible to count, but maybe the arbiter will simply stop it.
As far as I
And
know,
now
the
bishop d3.
arbiter can interfere only on the 75th move.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But before that, it's up to the players.
But Karthik must have some rough sense
Some
of whether
sense,
he's getting
yes,
to the-
yes.
And anyway, he can... Is the next penalty also 2 minutes for the other opponent? Because as long as it's not a time penalty for you, you can make these claims. And,
Yeah.
and clearly Karthik is not abusing the rules. So.
No, it's not. I think it's a fair claim if he wants to make another claim in the short future. Yeah, you just have to keep on that diagonal in case there is a check on the h file, and then bishop h7 is coming handy. And give a check, and then back to e4.
He could have also run. He could have gone king h7 because then white's king is seriously misplaced. But on the other hand, this is very sensible defense. I know this position's drawn, so why should I change it? Yeah.
Right.
Even if you think the other one's an improvement.
You already spent some time on this position and you know the drill. Yeah, why change? Still has to be on that line. So 3 more moves for Karthik to make another claim.
But do you think he's been able to keep track?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But he will have some sense. Probably he will play another
Well, he will
extra
know
10
that
moves.
he's 3 moves away, 5 moves away, but
Yeah.
should he waste another claim?
55 seconds, so it should be sufficient for him.
But I think what Hikaru has accomplished is that anyway, this experience was so unpleasant that Karthik is a bit weakened for the next game.
Yeah.
So that's why he's playing on in this position. Besides the fact that, miracles can happen and your opponent can blunder.
Right.
But
So Hikaru still have 4 minutes. Wow. Yeah, with the extra 2 minutes, he's trying to trick his opponent out. But this is quite a very simple defensive position for black. Let's see how much longer this will take for Hikaru to play his move. Yeah, so far there is almost no upsets happening both in the open and woman. And they shook hands.
He took
Yes.
the draw. Stalemated.
Stalemate.
So instead of the king, empty bare kings, we now have a stalemate.
Yes.
Maybe the first stalemate of the tournament.
Yes. Whew.
Okay,
Wow.
so
What
now
a
we have a
game.
break before the
For the before
rematch.
the second match, yes.
Second match, so we'll be right back.
Yeah. We'll see you in a bit.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Hello, welcome back to the second game of tiebreak for round 2. And we saw a very interesting match between Hikaru Nakamura versus Kartik Venkatraman on the first round of their first tiebreak match. And now we see on the camera, they already started their first move of the second round. Yeah, it was, how many moves was there?
143 or 144 was the last move.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
So-
and now Kartik is taking white pieces. And yeah, we see in the far end as well, Wesley Slow just needs to take a draw to proceed to the next round. And he won a miraculous game again. His third save as we know it. And meanwhile, I think we can see the start of Wesley So. If we can have it on the screen, please. Almost, yeah, I don't see, oh, there's actually one. Could it be an upset? Kolar's won against Ponomariov in the first round. And
It doesn't immediately suggest to me upset. Of
Yeah,
course,
I think
Ponomari
so
was
too.
very strong, but so was Kolar. So,
Mhm.
but of course, but maybe by rating, it's a rating. Ponomari was the rating favorite.
Mhm.
Something I don't know.
Mhm. Yep.
Even that's not clear to me. I think Kolar's rating is quite high.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there we have the game on the board.
Yes. I mean, this looks nice enough. It's not your typical E3 bishop E2
Mhm.
against the Isolani. It's a bishop on G2.
Mm-hmm.
White can play knight C3. The position looks, my arrows always go off the mark slightly. But anyway. Knight C3, and then, yes, he has done it. And then there's a knight A4 coming.
Mm-hmm.
Comfortable position for Kartik.
Yep, this is still a part of the theory, I say. And on the second board, there is So Wesley against Emre Can. This
Yeah.
set up again.
And Wesley going for D4.
First move B3. So Adiban would have been proud if he were still here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he gets knocked out yesterday.
Okay. What is happening with Giri, Nesterov? Well, again, very solid position. So, very solid opening.
Mhm.
So we'll see how that develops.
Mm-hmm.
Dragnev playing the Petrov. Again, hoping for neutralizing White's play. I don't know if White can do some bishop B5 here. Or
It's some exchange French? Or what is... what?
no,
was
it's
it?
just a Petrov.
Oh, just a Petrov, yeah.
Grishchuk. Allowed knight D5 takes B4.
Mm-hmm.
Again, black's very solid here. That is interesting. We have a very interesting pawn structure on the king side. Hang on, how did that happen? So, it was a London. And I believe that, like Wangiyam Liam maybe has published, has he done a course on London?
Not on London, but...
But bishop f4 knight c3 or what?
I doubt it. All I know,
Jabala?
he has a course on the 4-night Sicilian, but
Right, not the London.
not London.
And we see that he's copying Fabiano's idea.
Mm-hmm. Then at F6.
Indeed, knight f6 and queen b6. Maybe this is a St. Louis recipe. Because they've
So
all
let's- yes.
now I see how it happened. Knight c4 and then bishop g3 check.
Mhm.
The chess is a game of intermezzos.
And takes, yes. I can see this line will be popular
Sure.
in a day or so, especially among the
And it'll be
internet
forgotten
games.
in 5 days.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how it goes, and then it'll be discovered again in a year and so on.
It's been played by Fabiano yesterday and
Yeah, Lek
Lauli
Wang today.
Kamliam, so
It's big.
all big names there.
And with it showing that you don't always have to take
With the
the
knight,
knight in
yeah.
the Sicilian, you can charge out with the queen. Knight c6, just queen e3, I guess, and then if you do b4, of course, knight d5.
Knight d5, yeah.
That should be an interesting game.
Mm-hmm.
Eric, I see going for this forcing bishop h to f4. Is there any tactic that white can throw in?
Yeah.
Bishop a4 check. If b5, I'm thinking aloud, but let's say queen f3, no, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Because bishop takes c1 and nothing's happening there. No, it seems to just work, so no problem.
And
But
they
then there's a
drew.
very
Mhm.
quick way of equalizing, because once you get rid of those bishops, black can just play castles, bishop d7, and
Mhm.
has an excellent position. So Anton Hiharo again trying some unusual setup.
Yeah.
David Navarra,
David Navarro, by the way, lost in the first game.
right.
Yeah. It was quite a equalish game, but yeah, maybe the time trouble took
Could have been
effect on
anything.
him. Mhm.
But again, when Kasparov was in a must-win situation in Seville in
Mhm.
1987, last round,
Mhm.
he went for the setup.
Oh.
So maybe this is a setup which is just difficult to liquidate, and so you get a reasonable game.
And it's a good chance that Navarro knew about this, yeah, and then just tried to channel.
Of course,
its-
Navarra, David knows his
Knows
historical,
classics,
his
yeah.
classics and
Mhm.
everything. In fact, he knows it to some obscene detail. He'll often catch you on some technicalities. I once tried to show off about some classics, and he immediately pointed out some hole in the analysis that somebody had done and
Mhm.
what have you. So David knows his stuff.
Yep.
I have no idea what's going on here, but anyway.
Oh, this is the 4 knights a3, I guess.
A3,
Yeah.
d5, bishop b5, and then knight e4, knight e5. I'm assuming Andrei Sipenko knows what he's doing.
Mhm.
Because, d5, knight takes e4, all played fast. But he's thinking, so
He's
maybe he's
thinking,
trying to
and
remember his
yeah.
stuff.
And there's already 5 minutes different in the clock, so it's either he doesn't know this or he's just picking his lines.
I mean, this sometimes works in these
Mhm.
positions, but I don't know specifically if it works here. I don't know if you're supposed to play a6
Bishop
or what.
h3, things like that. Queen e2.
Well, a6 first. You have to
H6
kick the bishop
first,
out
yes.
from the square.
Mm-hmm, right.
Okay, we'll see what happens there. David Howell, do you know how he finished?
He won.
He won. Okay,
Yeah.
so then he's going for.
So I think only rapid ratings is on the line. So I think the rating favorites are not really pushing it too hard, just
Sure.
to go through the next
So I'm
round.
assuming bishop d7, and then he wants to do what? Bishop c4 maybe? Some trick like that. Equally, he could just be taking, or maybe queen b3, or taking and c4. Something like this is possible.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. He has gone for this one, bishop
He
c4.
has gone for
so.
bishop c4. You see.
We have a draw. Fedosiev and what happened in the first game between them?
I think Fedosiev against Pechak, yeah?
That's
Fedosiev
Fedosiev
won the first round.
So why did Pechak just give up?
I have no clue at all.
Also, this is a funny way of doing it.
Yeah.
No, dc5, you have some trick with knight e4. But
But you could have played on, right? And
essentially, he's given up and decided not to waste any more energy. Do you know what happened with Vocaturo and...
Focatura won.
he won that.
He won then.
Because now he's doing something very strange indeed. What is this line? I don't even understand it. You just worse pawn structure, worse everything, and you volunteered to be in this ending.
Yeah.
Why? Maybe it's not that bad, but it looks horrible. But I must admit that if white can play f3 and rook e1 and so on, I can push that bishop back. Okay. It might be a
And
blue
blue
bomb
bomb.
playing some highly theoretical. Oh, it's this one.
Mhm. And blue bomb won the first.
Yes, so
first
he's in
round.
clover
Mhm.
in that sense. Okay, Korobov got right to business. G4.
G4. That's
And
the way
then
to go.
Knight e5, and now he's thinking, will he go h3? Will he take and go queen g3? But the point is, if you take, normally you have great difficulty pushing out the knight, but here the pawn is ready to go
Mhm.
and kick it out. So
So this could be the way to go.
Yeah.
Like just takes and queen g3.
for Novario, I think this is a great Catalan, right? If I get knight d3,
Mm-hmm.
this must be a very good Catalan.
Yeah. So it's in favor for white, but I think Kollars will try to hold it as much as he can. He won the first round, so he just needs a draw in this one. How many of the 30 matches here will go onto the second one, onto the second tiebreak of the 10 minutes plus 10 seconds?
Interesting question. We had at least, I mean, casually observing something like 9 or 10 wins out of the 30.
I think
Was
it's
that a good
close
guess?
to 15.
15 wins even.
Yeah.
Wow, so it was more. I don't expect too many comebacks in the men. We saw already the ratio of comebacks is quite low.
Mm.
So if you lost the first game, maybe one person pulls it off, one or two.
That's good. Yeah, that could be it.
And then, so you're looking at 17 from the men,
From the
open
men.
section. Yeah.
And in the women's section, out of the 9, we only have 1, 2, 3 draws in the first round.
Yeah,
Of the
but
tiebreak.
probably the possibility of a comeback is higher there. So
It's higher there, yeah. So at least 1 or 2 match in the women could be on the next tiebreak. Mm-hmm.
Maya trying to squeeze water out of a rock here. But it's an extra pawn, and you play
It is
these
an
things,
extra
yeah.
pawn, yes.
I'm guessing Abasa won his first game.
Yes.
And now it looks like White is just playing for the 2 bishops, and I don't know if Fresine will manage to pull this one off. Liang now in a must-win situation, so he's trying
Exactly.
to play some unusual opening and scramble it. He in fact went b6 and bishop b7. So
A clever choice.
yeah.
And the resulting position is also very interesting, yeah? And
It looks like some of these old Tigran Petrosian positions. He used to curl up like this and enjoy sitting down for a long game. Okay. Let's quickly scan through the women before getting back to the men.
Mhm.
Ju Wenjun, having won the first game, is now trying to press here. I don't know what black should do. But Ju Wenjun is white.
Yeah.
It's a Catalan. It's as safe as it gets.
looks okay. And meanwhile, we can also show the stats of Ju Wenjun of her participations in the World Cups. So in the women, we have in the past we have Women's World Championships, which is the equivalent to World Cups these days. So that's why we put here is the knockout stats. And in 2018, she won the final versus Katrina Lahno. And as we know, she's our current women's world champion and has played in this event for 7 times. Then things are looking good for Juwenjun, yeah?
Yeah, I don't like Marianne Gomez's position because I think once you play f3, you have this isolated pawn, but it might not be that bad.
It might not be that bad. And they've drawn their games for 3 times so far.
Yes.
So this is their 4th game, and we can also see soon on the screen the stats of Lahno Katrina. And there you go. Katrina Lahno has played 6 times and lost in the final against Juwenjun in 2018, and where Juwenjun eventually won the event. And in the recent World Cup in 2021, she lost to Tan Zhongyi.
Let's look at this game, that Kostyanyuk that she's playing.
Mm-hmm.
Let me be greedy. If I'm greedy, then you play f6. That's the problem.
There's always some downside to being greedy.
Yes. No, what I was hoping to say was that if you double again, I go like this, how bad is it?
Or you could have played Queen f6 and stopping.
Well, then 2 rooks I thought
yeah.
might think, though you might be right that I could do it like this. And if you capture here, then I turn it like that. But f6 might be annoying. Okay, let's move on. So Katrina has gone bishop d3. Now, if you take, then I think queen d3 and then f3. I want to play f3 badly so that these squares are unavailable to that knight. And then try and sit on the d4 square. Miracle Zagnitze. She's now played b6, but I think b5 is going to be huge, right? Huge advantage again, b5.
Yeah. White player.
And a5 might be good as well.
So far, Claudia Coulon has been playing amazing chess.
Yeah.
Despite failing
not to win that game is going to be a hard one to solo.
There you go on the screen. We see Claudia Coulon and Nana Zagnitze. Moving on.
This is Zhao Yue. Sorry, Zhao Yue against Carissa. Yep.
Carissa.
What has happened?
Yeah, Carissa is in a must-win situation. So
she can do this because if you capture this, I get multiple pawns as well, and that might be worth trying. But maybe Black's idea is just to get composition like this.
That's probably it. Yeah. And after knight h4, you just simply take on.
I might take
d3,
here because I have some queen d5 options and so on.
Yes.
And Irina won the first game.
Irina won the first one.
But again, her opponent is
a6.
pushed that h pawn and really pressing. So we'll see.
I have a feeling this might go for the next tie break. Yeah.
Okay, just strong prediction. And
Bulbaga lost on the first game.
So she needs to win this one.
She needs to win this as white. Yeah.
But she has a dream position. I mean, you get a sharp Sicilian is exactly what you want. Okay, let's go back to the top and see what Hikaru's... Karthik's position is nice. You get these f4 moves and rook fd1 and f4. You get... It's amazing. Your understanding of these double pawns and all increases slowly.
And the bishop on g2 is just waiting. It's not so bad, right? f4 is coming anyway, so...
Yeah. Anish is gone in. He's gone queen c7 and he can attack.
d6.
He can also take a draw already if he wants. Something like this. And just repetition, h5 or d5.
That's true, yeah.
I don't even know if it has to be a draw. I mean, if this, I cannot go here because then you bring every knight out. But you might be able to play this and Queen d6, a clear pawn. I don't even know what's going on here.
I think he's just playing chess.
It's huge advantage.
I don't think he's going for a draw. I think he's just playing chess.
Yeah. No, if he can win the game.
Yeah, if he
And
can
all
win the
these
game, of
guys,
course.
they like to look at their rapid rating. And,
That's
so
true.
it's not that they don't
It's not a
finish the
competition
game
for them.
very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah. We've seen some changes in the live world rankings. Fabiano is currently world number 2.
Hikaru has actually played g5, which is a very interesting way to stop f4. To me, it looks awfully committal. But on the hand,
Why
where
not?
is it? Yeah, why not?
Why not?
So Anish has gone knight h5.
Mm-hmm.
And he's definitely going to press. MVL is... Oh, he's made a major breakthrough. He's won the exchange. Let's see how that happened. Oh, he simply misplayed the position.
We have a draw, like as you expected.
Oh, in fact, he
just went for this.
Yes.
Anish has drawn his game.
Oh, this is nice. Look at this move, g4.
Right.
And he just collected the exchange.
Yeah. That's very cute. Yeah.
And okay, fairly big advantage.
So, Anish has drawn his second game and he's through to the next round, and he's waiting for the winner of Abasov Fresine. Yeah, that's going to be very interesting. But at least he has a shorter day at office.
What is happening with Wesley? Is he going to go rook b1?
Takes bishop f1, yeah.
c4. But then I have to stop c3, so I'll give a check and come back and try to make sure that you don't get the pawn too far ahead.
And if bishop g7, then you can just
go back again.
Go back again, because Wesley won the first round. Yeah. So, yeah, he can afford to make a draw in this one.
Also, does he have a choice? If he doesn't play rook b1, it could get awkward, right? Pretty dominating pieces over there.
Yeah, I think he's left, but rook b1 only.
Oh, Grishchuk's opponent has just gone c5. I mean, my hand is screaming to play this, but I don't know if maybe it's not that easy to push it. I mean, one more move and then the pawns get stopped. So whether I play b4 or a4, it's, further advance is not going to happen. So we'll see. Alternately, at this point, I could even play a5 and ask you which one you want to take. Do you want to take this one, allow a b4, or do you want to take this one and allow dc5? I'm not even sure which one is better.
Yeah. Okay. Next position looks good.
Le Quang Liam in that doubled. The rook on h3 does not impress, but on the other hand, how do you get it out? There is, even if you come back to h1, those bishops are blocking the way out for the rook.
Right.
So is black just better already?
This could be a 2-0 performance for Le Quang Liam.
It's not that easy for black to break through, but it's certainly
convenient for black.
Yeah. Oh, this is with it.
We have another draw, and it's gonna be for the next tiebreak. It's Ivanchuk versus Henrique Villagra. 2 draws.
Okay, so Vasily Ivanchuk through to the blitz.
To the second rapid section.
Second rapid section, yeah sorry.
The 10 minutes plus 10 seconds.
And Arjun is doing well, isn't he? I was thinking f6 could be unpleasant, but maybe f6 I have... no, I don't have knight g4. I have to play knight d3.
f6 knight d3.
Queen f2 and you continue, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So
And the next one, Anton. Yeah, Anton is in must-win situation again. Wow.
let's see what David Navarra's up to. He's given a pawn, but claiming that he can take it back pretty easily. But if black plays
a6, that takes.
Queen b7 check and rook f8, you get a typical
Mm.
position. Esipenko again seems to have done some very impressive preparation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, let's see what happened here. So knight takes a6, queen takes g2, rook f1, a6, knight takes d5, check,
Mm-hmm.
and the king comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Queen e2, whereupon he goes bishop h3. D3, and then he just takes this, and they end up here. Takes on f2 and so on. Wow,
yeah.
very, very interesting opening. And Berkejante trying to complicate the game at all costs.
Yes.
Going to
he
play
has to-
e6 or rook d6.
Yes, imbalanced
and,
position.
try to see what he can.
And he has the chance to do that, yeah, because it's still a very dynamic position.
Running games, so we lose some of the games. And that. This is very interesting. White now we now have to see when white will play g5, right?
Mhm. On the screen, we see David Howell versus Berkejante. David Howell has won his first game, so as white pieces, he just needs to get a draw. But we'll see. So far, Berkej is trying to make some imbalanced position, and it's still dynamic. So probably he will make a comeback. We never know. Yes, and
Do you know what happened, Chaparinov, Savannah in the first round?
yes, we on the first round on the Chaparinov drew against Frederick Svane,
Okay.
so
looking pretty equal as well.
and it was a quick draw. I was actually wondering what happened then, and this looks like pretty equal. Yeah, can you
I
make
mean,
use?
swap all 4 rooks and then that's it.
Can you make use of the pawn on e5? I don't think so.
In fact, black also has counterplay with queen a2 or something, and
Mhm.
your pawn
Mhm.
pawn structure might collapse on that side.
Yes. And there you go on the screen. We see Chaparinov.
Also,
On the
I
left
would say Jaime Santos. This is how would I evaluate it? White still needs to disentangle slightly,
Mm-hmm.
but seems like a decent extra pawn to start. White
Yeah.
wants to play f3, but he can't. If he plays king d2, I could take on d4, and you have to take with the pawn. So
Mhm.
still some disentangling. About to happen. Let's see what happens here. Oh, Fresine is getting pushed off the board.
Oh, this is a curious situation right now. I just saw Chaparinov hurriedly went. I assume he's going to the restroom, and I think he's only having like 15 minutes left on the clock or something like that. So sometimes the nerves takes on you during the game, and you couldn't help it.
Sure. But this one looks great for Abasov. He just took the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d2, b5, trying to fix the knight with c4. And after c4, a small combination.
Yes. This looks great for black. And
the problem with queen d3 is then I can actually take on g5. Okay. And if you go this, then I play rook d8.
mm-hmm.
So because of this attack, you have to play bishop d5. And then I just tap you like that. And you can't defend both d5 and d2.
Wow, that's a
So
cute little move with c4.
combination, yeah.
Yeah, that's really cute.
This looks equalish.
Yeah, this
Well,
position
Wanderer
again.
succeeded in weakening this pawn. But on the other hand, the real danger could be on the g file.
Mm. And with the tripling pieces on the G file and
Something very interesting is happening here. How did white win this pawn? Let's find out.
it's actually the usual course, but
Yeah.
G6. Ooh.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, that's just a blunder. This
Yeah.
G6.
So g6, bishop takes g6.
Yeah.
What did he miss? Oh,
Just
this
the-
is beautiful.
the
This
knight
is
on
really
F6.
beautiful. If you take
Mm-hmm.
queen takes g6 check, knight g7, which he probably thought saved the game, but now
Knight H5. Yeah.
this is never supposed to happen. A knight is not supposed to fork two knights.
Yeah, this is beautiful.
But this capture loses the queen, and that one, of course, is pinned against the king. So that is very cute. So he just blundered a pawn, and then f4 and f5 has happened, and it's a solid pawn up. On top of that, black's knights are now messed up. That pawn on f5 keeping the black knight on g7 pinned down to the... Well, it doesn't have the e6 square, doesn't have anywhere to go.
And white has one pawn for his advantage.
Yeah, correct. We're learning.
Yeah, I'm learning.
So this one looks great for Ju and June. Just collecting more pawns. Well, just a pawn up and a pawn for the advantage.
Pawn for the advantage.
Pawn for the advantage, right. And Mary-Ann Gomez probably significantly worse now because white has completed. So a good chance that white will win the d5 pawn somewhere and black will have to look for compensation.
Mm-hmm.
Kostenyuk didn't work out that well because if you go, for instance, rook b8, trying to protect this thing,
Mm-hmm.
I could do that and keep messing with you.
Yeah.
Thing for the rooks. So she may have to do.
She may have to take
she
it.
may have to take it and be a pawn down.
Yeah.
Or.
And she's done it. She took on
Took on
C6,
C6, right.
yes. And her opponent is still thinking.
And this is. Kulon Claudia is 2 pawns down.
Mm-hmm.
But does she have any compensation? Not really. Once I play e5, this knight has no way back as well.
But what happened? We saw earlier on that this game was better for white, yeah?
It looked huge for white. What happened? Oh, she didn't have to rush everything. She could have gone rook of c1 or quite moves like that. But she went here.
Probably the other rook would have been better, and then you push a5.
Oh, and then she's just chucking a lot of pawns. But of course, her opponent was courageous to play f6. And rook d4 and just... That's difficult. Once you've had that position in game one,
yeah, I think she
to do this
realized
to
that
yourself,
too.
yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very hard to recover from that one, and you literally don't have time to recover. You only have like 5 to 10 minutes
Yes.
before the next game.
So we see that the mental baggage that you carry from the previous round eventually gets to you.
Unfortunately, yes.
This one is looking completely gone. She's up. She won the first game, and here she's a clear pawn up. The two bishops to boot.
Mm-hmm.
A pawn
Yeah.
up for the two bishops.
A pawn up.
So, revisiting our theme, our theme of the evening. Okay, this game we were curious as to whether Irina crashed under a lot of pressure.
Yes. We've seen this team with the h6 pawn or with the
Yes.
h3. And
But
it's-
here, knight is on e5, bishop is on b3, pressing
Mm.
against all those pawns and everything.
Yeah.
In fact, makes you wonder whether knight takes f7 works, but maybe it doesn't.
Maybe no need to rush it.
Sure, but just rook f8, and for the moment I
Mm.
don't have a breakthrough. I can play rook e5 or something, but it's not necessary to get into this. It just goes to show you, I think. What could white play? Rook c1, or maybe knight f7. It's because I don't see a follow-up very easily. If you go rook f8, then I have rook e5. And if you do this, I can actually take this one.
Mm.
And if you take this, I don't know. I think rook d5 is a draw, but this might be just great compensation.
Mm-hmm.
So, huge.
Now it's a question whether Ule will find it or not.
Okay, let's quickly go back to the men and see what's happening. Karthik taking the open G file.
Mm-hmm.
Will play rook G1. Can Hikaru get rid of the queens with queen F4 now? No, he can't. That's a cute tactic because I go rook G1 check.
And king F8.
And then, I was about to say knight D7,
knight D7,
but I
there's
mean
king
knight
E7.
D6. Yeah.
Knight D6.
No, knight D7, knight takes D7, and queen H8, king E7 is there.
Mm-hmm.
But knight E6 wins.
And after, you have to take it, and then rook G8 is coming. Yeah.
And then it's going to be
Oh,
knight
just
next
queen
move,
E6
yeah.
first. Yes. Yeah.
So black can't do that. What can black do?
Mm. So Hikaru is in trouble. Wow.
That's probably too strong, but
Too strong of a statement for now, yeah?
it is unpleasant, is it? Maybe I can swap the rooks. I mean, you could play rook takes e8 and queen takes d5 if you wanted. But you could also, I mean, if I do knight d3, then I solve the question of king, queen f4 forever.
And
He has gone
he's
rook
done,
e8.
yeah, he's done rook E8.
So, very natural move, and let's
Mhm.
see what happens.
King H1.
American is actually putting a lot of pressure on Wesley. But after king h7, Wesley has gotten his f4, and then that gives him some relief. And also threatens f5. So probably this is
and he's
not
played
going to
it.
work out for him, for American.
He's played it on the board. F4 is on the board. We'll have to move very soon, though. Yeah. American has to give it all to make a comeback on this round. Yeah, it was such a...
You see that even getting three winning positions against a top player isn't enough.
Still not
You
enough.
still need to beat them.
Yeah.
So
And he's pushed it to c3, f4 and c3.
but this because Grishchuk, I thought White was going to play d4 and it's game over, but Grishchuk was able to block with queen d4, so which keeps things in play. MVL slowly breaking through, yes.
Yeah.
That's a clear exchange now.
Clear exchange.
Le Quang Liam harassing white just to the queen a3. If you go back to b2, you'll go back to d6 or even take exchange queens. So Le Quang Liam very much in control, and a knight h7 has happened. So we have to investigate that. Vidit has taken. Oh, but it's not the end of the world, right? You can go king h7, bishop takes e5, and maybe bishop f6 or something.
By the way, I have one question for you. It's a very interesting question from our do you fear? Who would you want to play a classical game with, either living or dead?
Morphy.
Morphy.
Yeah.
Paul Morphy. Any specific reason why?
Just he's the furthest back, and you wonder really. I mean, he made chess look so easy, and you wonder. Well, you just kind of want to test yourself against him. I think
Sure.
he's very fascinating.
Paul Morphy it is. Okay, I think so far there is almost no result yet on both sections. We saw Anis through the game and then through to the next round. And
Niels Grandelius is just down the two bishops, so but solid enough, I think. Esipenko's game gets more and more interesting. Look at it, but it seems it is winning because black has so many pawns, and if you take this, and then it's black is still doing very well.
right. The pawn on c2. So
And having won the first game, he's very
having
much
won
in
the first
charge.
game, yes.
Okay, David Howell has actually allowed this e6 rook e6, but this is looking desperate, right?
Rook on e6.
Knight e2, you go bishop c5, I don't know, queen d2. What is going on here? Castles, and the game goes on, right?
Yep.
Why did he acquiesce to this? Let me just point out that this is the current position. So yeah,
I think the strategy works out well for Burkic.
but not that much, because after all, after bishop e3, fe3, if I put a knight on d4 and the other knight on a3, it's still very close to equality, which suits David Howell just fine. And also a kind of equality where you can start exchanging lots of pieces. So it'd be interesting to see if how Ante Birkic can still create a lot of complications. Yeah. Vokaturo against Volokitin is still going on. Bluebaum probably suffering still a little bit. Would you play b takes a5 here?
And then takes on b7, yeah? Or takes on b5 first.
Yeah, might not be enough because because there are two knights ready to jump, so your a7 pawn doesn't actually win. Okay, so it doesn't work.
But that's an interesting notion to point at, because this might be what...
Wait, this isn't getting very interesting. What is e5? If I play knight f5, what are you doing? Oh, just knight
Knight
e6.
f5.
The queen's on b7, so h4. But it looks huge, no?
Look huge, yeah. And the knight on c3 is about...
And they drew the first game?
They drew the first game,
Yeah,
yes.
so...
Itorizaga is looking great in this position, yeah. And we have another game finish. It's Yakubov, now Dirbak versus Gledura Benjamin. And they drew again. So they go to the next tiebreak.
Wait, this is the game where he played bishop takes
this is the
g6.
worst one. Sorry, this is the first one.
Ah,
This is the
right.
first one. I'm mistaken.
Okay.
It should be like the last one, yeah. I was also wondering because I remember that bishop g6 should be winning for white.
Ponomarev is much better because he's a clear pawn up. So that could be a tiebreak as well.
And Fresinet against Abbasov drew. So Fresinet got eliminated.
Okay. Okay, so this is the current position of Gledura against Jakub. Well, it doesn't look that bad for black. It looks like black should be a clear pawn down, but it doesn't look that clear pawn down, shall we say?
Where does this knight go? Or
If I take this, what are you doing?
Check on G7 first, maybe. Thanks.
And just knight e4 and keep a small edge, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see Karthik again because that game was very dramatic. Okay, Karthik has played knight d3, taking away this key square, and still a lot of pressure for Hikaru. So, very impressive performance by Karthik Venkataraman.
Impressive, indeed, yes. And Hikaru has played queen h5. Oh, they repeated some moves. He played it rather quickly, and it attracts Wesley's attention.
No, it was just queen h5, bishop g4, queen h6. Because he went queen h5, and the problem is here you take, and queen d1 is a draw for white. So
And white knew that white is better, so Karthik
he's gone here, and then
He's
queen
gone.
h6 has happened, right?
bishop g4 and back to h6. So, of course, draw is in Hikaru's favor. Yeah. Well, this could be. I know it might be too early to say, but this could be a huge upset. If-
Yes, but so far Hikaru's defending pretty well. So, the advantage isn't necessarily growing. I don't even know if it's. And it feels sad to go off and collect this pawn, but
You should feel that the battlefield is not on that side, yeah. But
I don't know. Sometimes it is the correct move, but
Yeah.
your hand doesn't want to do it,
Yeah.
and you just feel quite reluctant. Emre Khan trying to do miracles, yeah. But now bishop c4, using the fact that f7 is attacked. And then if you take, yeah, there is no way back. So in fact, Wesley is even better here. And Karthik might be
repeating, yeah. Bishop f5 and queen h5 is on the board. Ooh,
But he also may not have seen a way forward. It's not that easy to make progress here without.
right. Yeah, Wesley Saul is looking over.
Yes.
It's fascinating to see the emotions of these players and to see their competitors.
This is interesting. Because you have to move the knight maybe to some square like this.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I take this, what are you going to do? Knight e7 or something, yeah? It's a pawn. It's not
It's
much
a pawn,
of a
yeah,
pawn.
and then the
but,
b pawn is the passer. So as long as the e5 and f4 is protected, yeah,
Mhm.
you shouldn't worry about the king. I think he's thinking it. It's all
He has
on-
6 minutes versus 7, so
yes,
he's just deciding if he should.
it's all in his hands whether he wants to take the draw or so expressive. Yeah, he's in the verge of deciding.
Yes, he must be seeing queen b6, and
Mhm.
that's tempting, but we'll see. So this is the current position. They're repeating for the second time. Karthik can also take the draw with queen takes f6, so it's not like he has to make a
Right.
draw with bishop g4, but so he's just thinking whether he should do it or not.
And Hikaru is, I think he's very confident if the tiebreak goes even faster and faster.
Yeah.
He has lots of experience in shorter time control. Oh, and Reger Marcus has drawn his game, so he gets knocked out by
Did he lose the first
Sukandar
one?
of Javoki, yes.
Oh, okay. Now this still looks like a fairly big advantage, though black has got a structure which is holding for the moment. Black is
Mhm.
defending e6, and
Mhm.
therefore the whole structure holds together.
Mm-hmm.
So Irina crush hanging in there. And here Corey Daisy here. And Carissa, yep, it's hopeless.
Yeah,
that thing has
the
gone, and rook
position
takes
is-
second pawn is going, and
Yeah, unfortunately.
uh,
However, after taking on g3, rook e5, and there's nothing else, yeah? On the board. The knight is very restricted.
Knight dominated by the bishop.
Yes.
So that one's
We have some moves
in
on
Wesley.
the board of Wesley, yeah. So let's quickly take a look.
Karthik still thinking. I mean, he can run his clock further and play queen f6, but if he's going to continue, then maybe he's used up too much time.
He's gone back to bishop g4 and b5.
Okay. Very courageous decision on his part to continue like this.
Yeah, queen h6.
So
bishop
this is
g4,
the current
queen
position,
h6,
and he's
and
played
then-
b5. Okay, the moves will update soon. Wesley.
It's looking good. The king is now out.
It's completely
Yeah.
fine.
MVL, we can see on the screen, is looking at both the boards of Hikaru's and Wesley's.
Yes, if he wins, he is through.
Yeah.
So, very
going
nice
on here?
situation for my MBL. Oh, in fact,
Okay.
MBL is won. I
Yeah,
mean, practically
MBL is
won
won,
because
yeah.
the queens are off the board, and then the rook is going to. The knight is not going to give the rook any trouble.
So he's through to the next round. But they're still playing.
Ivanisevic is a whole rook down. That's how much it cost him to get this bishop out. But he's a whole rook down. That's
Oh wow!
just a bit too much.
So it's either keeping the rook on h3 or losing it
Very much.
completely. So it's looking like MVL will be facing Sindar of Javok here on the next round. I think the only Uzbek that's still standing, because Abdusattorov gets knocked out. Oh, it's depending on the last game actually. But that G6, that game
Wait,
Gleduraya
I mean, Vasem playing against Albornoz, but I thought e5, but then queen e8 checked the perpetual start. So
And I'm in one. I
Navara
guess.
pressing, right? I mean, here some c5 and knight b8, and it's winning. So Hushenbeth did not manage to.
To hold this position, yes.
Yeah.
This could force the match into tiebreak, the second tiebreak. And in the women's section, Zhao Shui has won her game.
Okay,
So it's
that
a-
was expected.
That was expected. 2-0 against Kari Saib. So she's
And
through.
Irina Bulmaga winning.
She's winning.
Yes, total destruction. So
And she's in a must-win situation
must win.
again.
So
yeah.
then that, well,
It's a
then she has
comeback.
won. Yeah.
Yeah. Then it should be a very good comeback by Irina Bulmaga. Yeah, there's only one game that finished in the women's section so far. Amin Bassam has drawn against Albornoz.
Wait a minute. Iturizaga is going for glory or no? Why did he sacked a knight? But it's not clear why. Did he see a forced win? I mean, here he's just much better.
Mm-hmm.
But he has taken, so black has to take. White takes, and I go king h8. And I don't see the mate.
The follow-up.
Yeah, I don't see the follow-up.
Okay, if rook g1, maybe he's
Even
thinking.
bishop takes h6 seems to work for me.
That's possible.
Then I can put something on g5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's in no situation to force these matters because, yeah, he was clearly better. And it is happening after king h8, so we are waiting white to move in this position, or maybe he
Well, look
overlooked
at
something.
Eduardo's body language.
Yeah, I think he
Like he
overlooked
missed something or
Yeah, he totally missed it. He totally missed something in his calculation or overlooked something we don't know. And he has about one.
He's gone queen f3.
Queen f3. Whoa.
Now, if I go knight g8, what happens? I'm threatening bishop takes h6 and slow uncoiling.
He definitely missed something.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can tell from his body language because his position was just so comfortable.
Dominating, and there was no need
yes,
for this.
there's
right?
no need for this.
Okay, that's dramatic. In fact, David Howell dominating the position, so he's managed to. David Howell most likely is through. Simply
Most
with this
likely,
thing.
yeah.
With such a position and only needing a draw, it's looking hopeless for.
And we have another result on the first board of the women's section. Ju Wenjun has drawn her game.
Wait, there's been some action with Hikaru. Let's see. Ju Wenjun drew and that puts her through, right?
Yeah,
and
puts
so
her
she's
through.
in.
So she's in.
What is happening with Hikaru has gone knight e8. What can white do now? Queen takes b7, obviously. If I go queen takes b7, what is your line? Do you have some square? Queen h5 maybe? Queen h5, I have queen takes d5.
Ooh, there's some actions there.
He's gone queen f6. But, oh, this is unpleasant. Because I don't have queen d5 because of rook d4. And so that was a blunder.
Ah, he must be regretting it now. The position
Yes.
is not looking so good for white, but okay.
I mean, he's clearly miscalculated something. And if bishop g4, then rook takes g4. And
Queen f3.
even queen h3 seems to be possible.
And you have to go rook g2, and then you can take on d3.
No, I can't. I mean, let's see, maybe some queen d7 hangs in there. But my God,
Oh,
poor.
we have a result there.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
MVL
expected.
won.
MVL won against Valentin Dragnev.
And Wesley out of danger, so he's through as well. If Hikaru wins, he's through. So suddenly, a lot of ties are going, getting resolved. MVL wins. Grishchuk, worse.
District's worse.
But it might be enough. He might have just enough composition for a draw. He has enough activity and so on. Vidit is.
Wesley's done.
Wesley is done, okay. Erigaisi, also about equal. Maybe very slightly better for white, but mostly I think this is just equal. So Azarov better, sorry.
Azarev's better.
Maybe just ever so slightly, but I don't believe it. David winning quite cleanly. He's just brought his king up and he'll now play king c4 or king e4 and just really nail this.
Yeah.
So now David, if he wins, there's a comeback there.
Lee Kwang Lim has won as well.
So suddenly we'll get a clearance of the top boards, right?
Yes.
Iturizaga is now a rook. No, it's his move and he can take on c7.
Oh, we have another tie break. In the open section, it's Yilmaz Mustafa versus Leo Wonder.
Look at this one.
Sorry.
If you go knight takes c7, I go rook c8. And if you play h6, then queen takes c7 actually wins because of the pin.
Oh.
But what is happening here? I can't do anything else. If I play knight takes c7, maybe knight c6 was strong as well. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Iturizaga in shock.
Yeah, it's just
That's tough
heartbreaking.
because he suddenly realized that he has spoiled something. What, by the way, happened? Queen
Yeah.
Queen f3. He went f5, not knight g8. Okay. Maybe that's more dynamic.
He made unnecessary sacrifice that cost him not only the game but also the
His
whole match.
costume has come back.
Yeah.
Same thing happened with Karthik. He suddenly thought he's better,
Yeah.
and then Hikaru just outcalculated him there.
I
This
guess
has happened. Rook c8. No. This is our moves. He's gone queen c7. So I'll try to update the position there. And black is just a piece up. So
Yes. Oh, he looks so sad, regretting the whole thing, I guess. Because they drew in the first round, so he could have easily managed to win this round
yeah,
and no
there
need
was
for
no
another
need for
tiebreak.
this brilliance.
Yeah.
Okay. Dimitri Kolas.
This could
This
become
should be
back.
lost.
Mm.
This should be a loss.
Mm.
Because you can't play g5.
Mhm.
Because if white plays b7, suddenly you're stuck with this. Your king can't come anywhere.
Yeah. And we
Which
see
means the white king can come around for a walk.
on the camera, it's Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, he's finished.
It's finished.
Has he drawn? He must have drawn because it makes no sense for him to agree a draw. Resign. He couldn't have lost that early. Here we are. In fact,
He lost.
He lost. He did lose it, right?
He lost.
So he just got outplayed somewhere.
And it's a tiebreak. It's another tiebreak
Wow,
for them.
that is huge.
Mhm.
Oh, so suddenly this rook d1 happened, and then there's no defense to rook d8. Look at this.
He was playing fine, but what did he miss? Queen
This was a
C3?
blunder. He could just go queen d7, bishop e6, g6, and sit. And I thought that would be very hard for him to lose, but he just blundered in. David a pawn up, and yes, winning. So he's saved it. Let's see if Karthik, how it's doing. Yeah, he's just busted.
Mhm.
That's a tragedy because
It's tragedy indeed.
he hesitated
Yeah.
a long time and then think.
Mm.
And when you have 6 minutes, you use up half of them and then you continue.
Mhm.
It shows a certain hesitation, but of course, for Karthik facing Hikaru at the stage, clearly the pressure got to him.
Yes, yes. He could have taken the draw and go on to the next tiebreak, but he was very courageous with his choice, knowing that he has a slightly better position, but now probably nerves take on him, and now we
Wait,
see.
he's gone b6. So let's see. He's just. What should black do after b6? Oh, because the bishop is controlling things, I might just be able to do some rook c2 or rook c3 even.
Mhm.
Because you can't have queen f1 mate. So maybe rook c3 even.
So this position on the screen right now should be just clearly better for
Yeah.
Hikaru. Yeah, the queen on a1 has to always take the checkmating idea on f1.
The same position would be outstanding with the king on g2 because suddenly you have bishop f5, you have defensive moves. I don't mean outstanding in a better way, but white is out of danger. But on h1 is just, he's gone rook c3.
Yes.
And
once-
Hikaru knows he's over.
And once the f2 pawn falls, then there's almost no hope for Karthik to go through the next round.
There is no next round, right?
I mean, the next time break, if.
That.
so. He's done some move.
He's gone queen g1. And Hikaru just sidesteps it. I think the point was if rook takes d3, then f4, and suddenly your queen has to decide where it's going. It may not matter. Queen e4, bishop f3 check, queen g6 seems to hold, and whatever. Okay, so Hikaru threw in a very tough match for him.
Yes. Very tough for him. But probably that's what he's needed to get warmed
I
up.
think Karthik has just lost the knight, so it's going to be game over.
Yeah, I think they'll shake their hands soon. And indeed, they're shaking hands. And it's quite heartbreaking for Karthik. And we have another case with Iturizaga as well, where things could have gone different way.
in a very promising position, he sacrificed material and then suddenly there was no coming back.
Mm-hmm.
No, wait. Is this actually busted? It can't be that easy.
No, it's not that easy anymore now. It could be a comeback from, all those unnecessary sacrifice. It's looking...
Yeah, well, actually, Iturizaga is right back in the game, Eduardo.
Mm-hmm. We have another tiebreak in the women's section. Kulon Claudia has won the game despite losing that, looking like a losing position for her.
That match, they drew the game, they should have won effortlessly, and then they... And wow, Marianne Gomez actually is the one pressing, though in fact it is a draw now. But
Okay.
Marianne Gomez actually is
The one who is pushing
the one
for
who
win.
tried, and
Yeah,
maybe somewhere she missed a chance, I don't know. But I think with this... okay, some great stuff has happened there. I don't know what exactly, but...
So another rating favorite won her game, Asobayeva knocking out Gong Chanyun from Singapore.
Oh, that's a shame, because had Marianne gone rook h7, I suspect she would just be winning. I mean, rook behind the pass pawn.
Rook H7.
So Marianne actually missed a chance to go through.
Wow.
And okay, so that's a match we'll have to follow, because, my God. Kostenyuk, well, this is going to be a draw.
It's going to be draw, so she's going to be through to the next round, yeah?
She won the first round.
She won
right?
the first round.
So then she's through.
Mm-hmm. Irina Crush has won, so it's 2-0.
2-0, okay. Then she survived that one.
Mm-hmm. And Bulmaga Irina won, so it's a tie break.
Wait, we have something exciting here. This is Rauf Mamedov against Predke.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to put the position up on the board. So now it seems that if you play, let's say, b3, ab3, I was thinking a3 and knight e8, a2, and g7 and draw.
What about knight b5, knight c3?
Well, that's a draw if I come like this, right? And then you'll never win. You'll never win this.
And right there, that's true.
But in fact, the computer says it doesn't matter. You can just play a3. So that's also. But just a move ago, I thought he was doing quite well. Or maybe black is just too active here.
Oh, he overdraw or I cannot.
What happened in their first game, Predke and Rauf?
They drew.
Okay, so then this is.
So it's another tie break, yeah.
And Etienne Bakro is probably winning, right?
It drew, so it's tie break there.
It's continuing. And Iturizaga has saved it. This is... no, he hasn't saved it. What is the point? Oh my God. So I take king here and just this move. Seems to...
Wow.
that is unbelievable.
And if you
I
play
didn't even
king
realize
h2?
this kind of fortress. Well, the computer just says this,
Mm-hmm.
this,
Then
and
that
this.
goes.
And you go knight g4 check. And that's it.
Without the pawns, this could
Yeah.
have easily been drawn. Yes?
Without the... yes, without the pawns I have my checks. Correct. We've been through
Right,
this
yeah, we've been
point
through
earlier.
this.
Okay.
And then with the extra 3 pawns, is actually losing for white.
Wait, what has he done? He's gone knight... what has he done?
Yeah,
Let's
both
see if we get
players-
nothing. The knight doesn't seem to be on hit. Is it on hit 6?
I cannot really see. I
Or
think it's
g5? Where is it?
Could be on g5.
I think it's on g5.
Oh, Marianne Gomez has finished and
Must be
black
a draw.
won. Looking like
No.
the kings. I'm just looking at
Yeah,
the
no, I understand. But how is that possible?
it's an upset.
I understand the upset, but it was a drawn position.
I
How
know,
did
I
it
know.
happen? Yeah. No, I won't bug you. One sec. Let's just see that one. And how did that happen?
Oh, King B7. There's one moment when King B7 was played. And
Then she had time for
Rook.
Rook G. No, but still.
No. And then just get this pawn first and then come back.
Okay.
The rook
And
is
then come back for the
before.
second
Yes,
round.
yes,
Okay.
Wow.
So all she had to do was not play King B7 and take the A pawn with the
Yeah,
Rook,
yeah.
and she would have been fine.
Just keep the king around the
Yes.
pawn, and then this would have been fine.
Oh, and she just missed Rook G2.
Yeah, just King C5 or King D6 around.
To be fair, she was winning just a few
Yes,
moves earlier,
I
so maybe
agree.
this thing. Huge upset.
A huge upset indeed, yes.
Mary Ann Gomez beats. And Anton has won as well.
Mm-hmm.
Korobov. There are two Antons, so you have to keep track. And Jaime Santos Latasa has drawn, so he's through.
It's true.
As you mentioned earlier, Nijat Tabasov is through. Against he's playing Anish Giri.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And Kostanuk Alexander drew, so she's also
through.
through. So we
And,
have two tie breaks in the women's
What's
section.
happening with Gladura and
They drew
Yakubova?
first game, but what happened now?
Now it looks winning.
It was G6. Oh, so
And there's a pawn on
Gladura is
F7, and
through.
that's- in fact, Gladura has already won, so he's through.
Mm-hmm. So yeah,
Eva Rabkova drew. We already saw that.
So how many games still going on?
Colon Claudia won that.
Yes, so it's a tie break. So we have two tie breaks in the women's. It's Bulmaga Irina versus
Did she lose the
Nagomai.
first game, Colon
She
Claudia?
lost the first game in the very winning position, and now she's actually losing, but she came
And
back.
she won this one. Okay. My God, some chaos happened here. 4 knights jumping around the board.
And the evil bar is just like up and down, up and down. She won this position.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just have to, you can't analyze everything.
Mm-hmm.
So we have quite a few matches that have finished. The top seeds have all won. Hikaru has won, Anish is through, Wesley is through,
Mm-hmm.
Maxime is through, Lekwang Liam is through, Vidit drew, as
so
you
it's tie
say.
break. It's
Erigaisi drew, he's continuing.
Mm-hmm.
Amin Basim and Albornoz drew. Amin won the first game.
Amin won the first one.
So he's through.
Mm-hmm.
Anton Hiharo drew.
And then Anton is knocked out.
Knocked out, okay.
Yeah,
So he
because
lost the first one.
He lost the first one.
Uh,
Navarra
won, so it's a tie break.
is another tie break. Yes.
Niels Grandelius beat Antipov.
So he's through because they drew the first one.
Okay. Esipenko won, so he's through.
Yeah, so it's 2-0 for Ishipenko.
David Howell through, so won, so he's through. Volokitin
Vokaturo.
lost to Vokaturo, so Vokaturo is true.
2-0.
2-0 even. Paravian drew with Blue Baum, so Blue Baum is through. Bartel won, so what happens there?
Donchenko won the first game.
So that is actually one each. Anton wins and goes through. Ivanchuk still playing. And Ronponamari won. So
sorry, Ivanchuk still playing?
still playing the tiebreak. I mean,
still
sorry,
tiebreak.
that's correct. And Cheparinov wins.
Cheparinov wins, yeah. Ponomarev still playing, yeah? Oh, Ponomarev already won.
Yes,
So it's a
that's a
tiebreak,
tiebreak as well. Bakro wins, so he's through. Right? He drew the first one.
Yeah, he drew the first one. And
Gusenov
Gusenov.
and Bear drew probably the first one.
The first one they drew. They
So
drew
second
again.
one is a draw as well.
So there's a tiebreak there.
Okay, so
San-
we have a lot of clearance. Let's see the women.
Jaime and Meyer.
Draw, so Jaime is through.
Yeah. So we have all the games concluded.
And Corey Dacey lost.
Okay, so I did a quick count. We have 10 more tie breaks in the open and 2 in the women's section.
Wow, 12.
So 12 So yes, don't go anywhere. The tiebreak will continue onto the second rapid time control. It's the 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. So we will come back after the break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
Welcome back to the tiebreak day of round 2, and we are going to see the second rapid tiebreak of 10 matches in the open and 1 match in the women. So I made a little mistake there. I thought there are 2 matches.
Yes, we forgot that they reached that drawn pawn ending.
Yes, they reached
and that's
that
all
one,
right.
yeah.
I also completely forgot because that was a hell of a match.
Yes.
She was so winning the first game, so lost in the second.
Yeah.
And they won the wrong game. Let's put it
They
that
won the
way.
wrong game, right?
Yeah. So
So in the women's section, we have the tiebreak between Bulmaga Irina versus Narva Mai, and in the open section, the top board would be Alexander Grishchuk versus Bardia Daneshvar, and
they've already started, yeah.
I think they're going to start their first moves very, very soon, within seconds.
I have some moves here.
Or maybe they already started.
Arjun has
Yes.
started.
So they have started already, and
Navara,
here we go.
Yeah, so.
So in the second rapid tiebreak, they will have 10 minutes plus 10 seconds, and they will have to play 2 games to determine who's going to go through. And if the score is still even, they will continue with the first section of the blitz tiebreak, that is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. And after 2 games of that tiebreak, score is still even, you go to the 3 minutes plus 2 seconds until there is a winner. So we already have...
We are not getting the moves yet from Grishchuk. Maybe they have not started, but let's go for Vidit Gujarati. And he's played f6. This is the system where white has gone bishop e2 rather than bishop b5, which is more habitual. So let's see how that comes up. Arjun Eriga, I see playing a line which he's incredibly familiar with. I think he's already had a couple of easy draws here. So I'm curious, but of course Sergei Asara would know that, so perhaps he has a new idea, and let's see what it is.
And Arjun is
Black.
blitzing his moves.
Yeah.
So he's gaining almost like 2 minutes on the clock from the 10-minute starting time.
12 moves.
12 moves.
Well, knight g4 is the 13th. Okay, let's see some more games. Hoshinbet playing the London system.
Yes.
And here, instead of after queen c7, he just took and went knight e5, and he's hoping for the clamp, which is f4.
F4.
So let's see how that goes. Donchenko against Bartel. They're developing the pieces quite normally. Though I would have preferred my bishop on d6 so that I can play b6, or even if I want to play c5. Interesting, but these move orders are very, very sophisticated. It's hard to... Ivanchuk playing a Trompovsky.
Ooh.
And doubling black pawns.
Second on f6, yes. And
well, Ivanchuk is very good in these quiet positions, so maybe he's happy with what he's gotten. Kolars against Ponomarev. I don't think white has achieved anything. If in fact white's bishop is still stuck on c1, but black seems to have developed very nicely. So maybe something hasn't gone quite according to plan.
Normally we see the bishop on different diagonal,
but still white will play knight c4, or maybe b3, bishop b2, or maybe even, no, b4 is not possible. We'll see what happens there. Gusenov and Biere. So once again the question is, do you want to take on e3? Do you not want to take on e3? And so on, or bishop e6, things like that. Oh, in fact, this is what has happened now. So he's exchanged and moved this thing. I will say one thing, that if you go here, I once, I think I even did it with knight g6, so I'll put it in like this. This position looks harmless, but this knight needs a better square. It belongs on f6, or it should be rerouted fast to f7. Exactly on this square, it's just a bit unpleasant. I once lost a game like this. So keep that in mind.
Could it be better to just play king h8, knight g8, and then knight f6, just to reroute this knight in such a way?
Yes, it could be. You might also want to play knight g6, queen e7, and bishop e6 like that, but we'll just wanted to quickly point that out. Predka against Rauf Mamedov. Black struck out with a d4 blow.
Mhm.
And now after knight d4, I guess knight e5 should be very close to equality. But white starts first, so there's just that little bit of
Some
pressure.
edge there.
Yeah. Yilmaz against Leong. Should be equal. You play bishop f5, rook c8 and put pressure on the knight, but that's all been done.
And the only tie break in the women's section?
The only one in the women
The
left.
only
Wow.
one, yeah.
So then it's Bulmaga who managed to come back
Yes.
strongly
Mhm.
and they're onto that. So
let's get back to Grishchuk's
Grishchuk
game.
is they're playing this e takes f6 love.
Mhm.
Sorry, e takes f6 Caro-Kann, and Grishchuk has castled long and just played king b1.
Mhm.
Sort of interesting. Let's see what happens there. Still both sides making waiting moves. The thing is, you want to release the tension at the right moment in the right way, and the theory here is fairly advanced. So let's see what comes along here. Modern chess, even when you've castled on that side, you play h5 rather than h6.
Yeah, even yeah.
Oh, big idea. What is this? If rook takes f4, he wants to go hg4. He's offering a pawn, so that maybe he'll do this and clamp down on the e5 square.
Mm-hmm.
So a little idea that Sergei Azarov has prepared for today.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Can I do this?
And what's the idea? Takes.
Just wondering. Oh, the computer says bishop e2. Because if g3, rook g3 is a draw.
Wow.
And the computer
allowing
says
rook g2, but there's
nothing you can do. And I'm threatening bishop f3
yes,
next.
bishop
So.
f3 and
Okay.
white
Cool.
is a piece up. Right.
Again, I think this is a prepared idea
Mm.
by Azarov. And you see, what happens is for the rapid games, you're better off preparing multiple little ideas rather than looking for some blockbuster which may not even be there.
Right.
But you prepare a lot of these little ideas, and you hope it'll have the right impact. Nonetheless, Arjun's preparation usually goes quite deep as well. So here, David is hoping to release the pressure by swapping the bishops, which takes a lot of the kingside sting out. Bartel going for knight c6, and then typically rook a d1 will happen. And Vasily just curling in and waiting.
Is it true that when you get older, you start playing? Oh, we know how Vasily's typical play when he was at his peak, when he was younger, that he's known for all this attack in Sicilian, even like g4, h4, f4 stuff. And then now he's kind of like slowing down and then approaching to some more solid positions.
Not at all. First of all, chess theory these days is driving in a certain direction. You don't get these h4s and g4s that easily.
Yeah, that's true.
And both sides tend to neutralize them. Second thing, but Vasily always had this quiet side. He would often play very quiet positions and just maneuver slightly. I've suffered a lot against him. I mean, quite often I would think he was asleep. But he was sitting there dreaming, and suddenly when you make one slight mistake, he wakes up and really starts focusing, and that's when you know you've blown it or made a serious mistake. So he has two sides. He has the side where he can play incredibly quiet positions quite well and very patiently, but he, of course, dabbles in sharp main lines. We remember some of his brilliant ideas there. Okay. I think Beera has gotten a reasonable version surely, but black can just play c5 now, and I don't see any danger there. So, I mean, he's managed to take it with the queen, so that's very helpful for him. This is looking very, very even.
Although I think white has a little edge, maybe.
Where knight b5?
No,
But then I have queen c4 maybe, yeah.
No, I mean just go with the queen somewhere, because
Yeah, knight g4, and then you want to do this, right? Knight f3. And what happens if I go bishop c6?
Queen
Oh, then
c4.
queen c4. Ah, that is the key. Not permitting me bishop f3 by pinning the queen. Okay. Oh, that has happened. So we'll see what happens here.
C5, b
He
takes
has
c5.
gone knight b5.
Hmm?
So queen c4 takes, and he's going to potter around a bit and see if he can get something.
Yeah. I think queen c4 has been played. Seeing from the camera. Queen c4, queen takes, knight takes.
Ivanchuk once beat Kramnik in something like this, though here I have queen g5, which is strong, but assuming even h6, h3 has been included, seems like a very quiet position. It was a Petrov, and Kramnik even had a very good version with rook on d7 already. But Ivanchuk kept going round and round and round and round endlessly. I think Kramnik even felt annoyed or insulted that this was happening, and then suddenly he won that game. So let's go back to this one.
Yep. The only
I think it's pleasant for white, even if I wouldn't necessarily say white's better. I think it's pleasant for white.
even though the knight is standing very well on c5.
Yes, but the other pieces, and basically I like this clamp against the bishop, so it means the bishop has to find an alternative route. We'll see. Hey, there was a check. What's happening here?
And usually you'll come back to e4.
But then you will take on c4.
Oh,
So
if
I think
c4 is
he
hanging.
probably wants
to play
bishop f4 and
then
bishop f5 maybe. That way you exchange everything, and later on d5 might be in the game.
And playing d5 immediately is not a good idea, yeah?
Let's see. Here, you want to play d5 here?
No, after taking on f4, perhaps. Bishop f4, bishop f4, d5.
If I take,
Takes with the pawn.
but it's two bishops, right? I mean, if I poke you with bishop g4,
f3, bishop d7, and bishop f5.
and then let me do that.
Yeah, this
And
this pressure on the c3 knight is
Correct.
unpleasant here.
sure.
Yep.
I might even be able to do something spectacular like this or something.
Wow.
Oh, it seems to be winning. Hang on. Oh, just this is the reason it's winning. Queen b3. So you have to do something else, it seems. Right.
Nice, nice.
That is what he's done. He's taken on f4 and he's taken on f5. He's played bishop f5. So, in fact, he's also taken on e6. I think maybe the move was g6 and then. Okay. So here we see that Irene tried to reroute the knight to this, but now white has gone knight f5 and maybe hoping for some
Sacrifice.
action on the king
yeah.
side. Not just yet, but
Not just yet.
rook e c1, rook a b1, and then see what's possible. Knight b6 not possible yet because of queen takes a5.
Yes.
Free pawn. So nothing much happening here. Oh no! Already it is significantly better for white. I mean, there was no point walking in and going back. He could have just gone rook
Rook
b8
b8,
here.
yeah. Or maybe he was thinking to play rook c5, just avoiding the fork on e7.
But then knight
away.
e7 check and rook at d1 might have bothered him,
Yeah,
right?
that is it. That's it. Right.
Okay, so even Rauf's experiment worked. Whereas, Vidit has got his bishop here, and he can. Is he going to take the knight? Then white can apparently play knight d2 and go for f4. So I don't know what he's going to do. Bishop a5, bishop e7.
Yeah, so keep the two bishops on the board, but not sure where to go.
Exactly? Bishop e7 maybe? But then I might have some queen b3 or something. Or even rook e1, indirectly protecting this pawn so that the bishop is free to move.
That's possible.
Mm.
Yeah, queen b3, you always have it in your pocket.
So with it here, let's see what's happening at Arjun.
Arjun has seen the game with Azarov, yeah, with that quite deep preparation in the French.
But Arjun might be neutralizing it nicely. He has just gone e5. He didn't take it. He went e5. And so knight d5, queen d5,
Interesting
head g4,
idea.
bishop g4. Why not e4? I go bishop c2 and then I step aside, king h8. How bad is this? Okay,
And
the computer
bishop-
seems to like rather remarkably knight.
Bishop
H2.
b3. Oh, knight h2. Okay.
I've never seen such moves. Knight takes d4 and some rook e1. And that's a clever trick. Okay. So instead he took on g4, queen c2. You can't capture here because of bishop c4.
Mm-hmm.
So king h8, bishop e4, and knight takes d4.
Mm-hmm.
And that might just solve this one.
So take on d5 here.
Yeah. If you take on d5, I take here, and then
Then
what
rook
do you do?
c1.
Maybe knight b4.
Knight b4, bishop b7, bishop e4.
Knight a2. But it's true, the computer says it's also very happy with this.
Yeah.
And knight e2 and so on. So David looks either he's cleverly absorbing all the blows and going to do something, retaliate fast, or white is pushing him away. No, I have knight c6 here, and then the fight back starts. So white may
Knight
have
c6,
overpushed.
Knight c6,
I don't know if
knight
white is just going to
b7.
play
Like
I
knight.
take on d4. Which one? Which knight?
Oh,
also? The next
which knight?
question.
That's a good question there.
Do you
Knight.
go
If you want to win something, it should be knight e, right? Because if knight
C, then I
c,
take
then
on e5.
just on
yeah.
e5, yeah.
So you go here. Now maybe I just go rook d8. Because if
Oh.
you take this, I take this, and I'm taking this one.
Yeah, and the king is so weak on e1. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's potentially be dangerous for white. Yes.
Okay, so that in fact happened, but this is again going to be a draw.
Mhm.
So let's see some other games that we are missing. He actually went for my first idea, which is queen b3 instead of rook e1, and he's taken on b7. I think this is not going to trouble white very much
Mhm.
over here.
What's happening in this one?
Well,
Queen takes-
I think Ponomario must be better because this bishop has been shunted out of the game by head 6 g5. It's not
Mhm.
able to come back into the game, whereas both black's bishops are able to participate. So Ponomario had a chance if he wanted to go here, but seems to have decided that rook a6 was quite strong. Have they drawn?
Let's take a look.
Well, they are, yes, it's a draw. The kings
It's a
are
draw.
in e4 and e5.
Okay, we have one result in.
Donchenko doing very well. He managed to get e4 in, and what is black doing?
All the pressure is on d5 pawn.
Yeah, well, it's a pawn up. It's not.
Oh, it is.
It's not some abstract thing. It's just
Yeah.
over. So, can I go e5 here? You play bishop f5, but then I take and take here and attack that one.
Wow, that's some.
Can I? What is black supposed to
Interesting.
do after e5? You know, it's just resigns.
Yeah,
Just
looks
total
much better
pushback,
for white.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Enriquez has made an aggressive move. And what would be the point? I guess, well, I'm threatening.
Knight e3, knight f4.
If I go here, can you go knight? You can't go knight b4. You can play knight f6. Wow, apparently. Oh, sorry, I thought I'm recapturing with a rook, but I'm not. So
It's a check, yeah.
yeah, and then this will be a draw probably.
Check on e6.
Yeah, maybe draw is too strong, but I do this. But I can repeat even if I want. So you come with this rook. Then I don't know, rook a3 is possible. Even this might be playable, right? And rook a8, a3,
Rook
and
a8,
then
yeah.
bring the king to the center somewhere.
So the fact that white is up a pawn cannot really exploit it?
I don't see how.
King e2, king d3,
So I
king
bring my
c4.
king up, king d3. Now I bring it up here and maybe try to come here.
f3. Okay, I don't like to make that
Well,
move, but
let me play king e5 maybe.
aiming.
And if f3,
But I have
either go king
c4.
h5.
King d5, c4, and but you always keep an eye on d4 square. But c4, yeah.
Oh no, this is mate.
Oh,
Rook e2. Yeah, but, very much like Shankland.
yeah,
Very similar to
yeah.
Shankland. Oh, okay,
Getting
so
mated
not
in the
king
center.
d5. So
Yes,
I
not
just
king d5.
I just potter around. You go here, and what do I do? G5, h4. Maybe just h4 and keep some chances. But this doesn't look.
Yeah, just king b3 takes the pawn.
Even rook, gh4 might be, So this, you have to be more careful. Maybe liquidating rooks down to this is not helpful. What is he thinking of after queen f3? Ivanchuk is about to play. What is he going to play?
And each player has 4 minutes and 2 minutes left on the clock. So it's getting tense for both of them.
He has gone bishop c4. Which is a nice move to make.
There's one decisive game already. I wonder lost to Yilmaz Mustafa on the first 10-minute tiebreak. Other games are still going on.
Bishop c4 is a nice move as well. Controls a lot of the light squares and doesn't really allow black to go anywhere. Wait, something dramatic has happened here. Bear is losing. Oh, he just walked into rook d6 and the queen is again overloaded. Defending f7 and the d6 square. And now it's busted, or?
I think so.
Queen e8. What is my forced win exactly?
You just play knight f5 or something. The queen is under pin.
But I'm threatening knight takes a7.
Oh, that's right.
Of course, I could place something like this and keep the clamp going. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's looking good for Gusenov.
Yeah. Has that happened? Oh, it has in fact happened. Okay.
It has happened, yeah. Rook c7 is on the board. Yeah. The black player looks very restless.
He realizes that he's allowed rook takes d6. It's tough. You sometimes.
And he's taken on c2.
And if I go knight f5.
I think knight f5 is a move. And he did it. Yeah. Rook takes
Even
c2, knight f5.
d6 to d7 might have been just very strong. Because if you take queen d7, I take and I have queen e8 at the end.
Right. Yeah, that's also very strong.
Yeah. But anyway, so rook c2 happened. And knight f5, sorry. Okay, might as well update it here. And it's still probably very good for white. But rook d7 might have just won. Yeah.
Yeah. Then we can see a handshake soon. Because what else can you do here for black, right?
Yes. But right now,
And he's gone b3.
that's crazy, right? Okay, b3. Does rook takes f6 win?
Rook f6. And gf and knight h6.
Gf and then rook takes f7 wins.
Also that one, yeah.
Yeah. And the next question is knight takes h6, g takes h6, queen g6 check wins then. So knight h6 is the easiest.
Mm.
G h6. So if I just if you play b3, I just take this and take this. No, it's not. This one maybe is not the right way. And you have some knight e7. Oh, blind.
Yeah.
But I'm sure rook takes f6 wins. Yes.
Better be
Because if you go b2, then I
take on h6, perhaps.
yes. Now is the best time to take, and then
But with the rook now to g6, because you have, or maybe not.
right. Yes.
That's
that
what.
is-
Yeah, and then queen h6
yeah.
is a.
So.
Yeah.
In fact, the only danger in this position is a problem of plenty. Just everything seems to win. So
Yeah, just be careful not to repeat like what Iturizaga did against Korobov. It was just so much winning, and
yeah,
then
that's a tough one.
one bad sacrifice and cost the whole match. I guess
Bierre's body language itself suggests that something is off. Henriquez is hanging in there nicely, but slightly better for white still. If I just step here, I don't know. And if you play
C4.
oh, c4 is coming.
C4.
Okay.
Mhm.
So then I have to waste a move,
Queen d2, I think. Is
and then
yeah.
maybe something like this, and try to claim that your pawns are weak, but it might not be very much. Queen e1. or something.
Queen d.
Why is
No,
okay?
there's
Now
some
this is
moves
looking
there.
serious, but of course he has 3 minutes, so he
Yes.
can indulge himself all he wants until he finds the mate.
Mamedov has won the game.
He won. Oh, that is
That's a huge result, yeah.
Yeah.
From that position.
oh, I've got running games. That's why it's disappeared. Okay. And Azarov, it's a draw anyway, but it looked like it was close for a while.
And they've finished their game. FIDE has finished. I think it's a. What was the position? Is it a
The
draw?
kings are on e4 and e5.
Yeah, I think it's a draw.
Yeah, it was a draw.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening to Grishchuk? Nothing dramatic, but a small advantage, right?
I think he likes this position
Hmm.
because it's very dynamic. You have something with the pawn on d6, and the king on h8 is not perfectly safe.
Yes. And they're probably
Wow. Basically, if you take on b4, it's a draw for, yeah?
yes, but can you try with this? Say I do this,
Mm-hmm.
and you attempt to.
And
Can I
then
go a5?
a5.
You go here. Now you're threatening g4.
Mm-hmm. Is it a, if I play,
Maybe I
if
can I go rook
a6,
b4? That's a draw because I stop g4 and I threaten a6 rook a4, which is going to. What's that?
no, if I just play a6, I don't think you're threatening because I have rook b8 then.
No, then I have check.
Oh, you check first and then rook a2.
I don't know where you go, h3 or
h3, let's do it.
and
H3.
rook a2. The computer points out that there's rook
Yeah,
king
and
g4
Chichi
here.
working f3.
But you have to see that,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
otherwise, I think the rook b4 is quite nice because you stop g4,
Yeah.
and then you play a6 rook a4, and
Mm-hmm.
black should take the draw here.
And there's some move on the board.
No. What is going on here?
And Yeah.
Oh, once again, we are in the same draw, which is that it's going to be rook d2. I think you have to see king h3, g4, making a draw. Because the a4 square is missing.
Right.
So,
Yeah, both players. Actually, Arjun has a little extra time. So there's some moves, some checks on the first rank. And the pawns are on h4 and g4.
why is he going back to the first rank? And what was this one's plan? If oh, is it still holding? I mean, it seems risky to me.
The pawns are already
Oh,
on h4.
b4. And then I can't play g4 because you'll play rook b5, a5. So you have to move your king again. And maybe I've gained quite some time like this. No, this is lost. So I would have to play rook c6. Why it's making it harder for himself than he needs to? Oh, his pawn has gone to a7.
Yeah.
Oh, then it's a draw because he's going to play rook b4, attack the g4 pawn, and then it's a draw. So they're just repeating. No, wait a minute. Is this...
This is the current position right now. The rook is in fact on a1 now. And rook b4 just happened. So king g2. King g2, rook a1, rook b4. That's what happened.
Okay. So this is the current position. And h3 check, I just play king g3 and that's also fine. Yeah. So it is a draw.
Hey.
And Grishchuk is winning. So big result on the cards there because then Grishchuk once again takes the lead.
Yeah, this d pawn is so dangerous. Some moves happened.
Oh, Grishchuk has rearranged it nicely. So what is he's done? Something like this, check. Now he just plays b3 and the knight is
And then
coming to b2
b2.
and that's over.
Creating an artificial shelter to his king.
Yeah. Looks real enough to me. So, yeah, no, this is over. This is a draw. Arjun drew. I mean, I think that king went to e5. It's not a resignation. It's
Okay.
they looked at each other, smiled, and then one guy put the king on e5, and the other guy is supposed to put the king on
of
e4,
course.
not play rook a4 and win the game.
Yeah.
In fact, it's a big trend in modern databases.
Oh.
At the last move is often a blunder, but what you have to realize is they're putting the king on e4 to claim the draw.
Center. Yeah.
Because sometimes in a completely random move, the king, instead of going to g7 to cover the h8 square, it'll go to e5, allowing h8 queen. So then you have to understand what has happened. So.
Yes. So yeah, good tip there for those who are working on their chess database. Sometimes, yes.
David Navarra is one,
David Navarra
and
has
with
won.
black, so big thing for him. Donchenko pressing quite hard against Battle. Though black has counterplay here. The rooks are quite strong. And Ivanchuk has won.
Ivanchuk has won.
Yep, that's over.
Ooh.
Something, well, let's see what happened.
They're still playing, right? But okay, the position is winning for him.
Yeah, this is one of these positions where you must sit still. And he could easily have gone queen d4 here. Because if you take, you can't stop my knight coming to c5, and what a lovely square that is. So he jumped the gun somehow. Then went back. So knight d2 apparently was a draw. He went here. Queen a5, and suddenly white is much better.
Wow. That's a huge result because
Yeah, and it's just
it
game
looks like
over.
nice. And the pawn on a6 is unstoppable.
Correct. So Ivanchuk wins.
And Donchenko is still playing against Bartel.
Ponomarev drew, Biera lost,
Yeah.
Predka lost,
So the only game is Donchenko.
Wonderliang lost.
And in the women's section, I think it's almost over. White is just terribly better.
And Queen G5 has happened, and yeah, you can be a piece down or resign. So
But she has to play it. I think she's played Bishop F7 or something.
I
Because
thought
you
it's Bishop G6 actually, but then Bishop F8, and I think now this will be over.
yeah, this should be over for Irrebel Maga. Narvamai could be, yeah, she should be ahead. Something is going on. And then,
Yeah.
shake hands, and Narvamai is currently leading the match. Wow, we have a few decisive results.
Quite a few.
And this is
And Grishchuk is
happening.
wrapping up again. He's going to bring the other rook, and then 2 rooks are going to swallow that pawn.
And
Has he won already?
no,
Not
they're
yet.
still playing. So maybe we can just have the camera on their game, please. Just to enjoy the game.
Yes.
This is the last game for the first 10-minute tie break. Yeah, this could be very instructive how to convert this position, especially to most of our viewers.
I think the only one that's interesting here is Donchenko.
Oh, are they still playing Donchenko?
Yes.
And
And
Bartol.
oh, he has blundered. He just allowed Queen A5 forking the.
Oh no.
Because it's just a dead draw.
Yeah.
No, he blundered B6. He took on B6. Oh, he had to go rook DB to double like Grishchuk style, like this. If he had gone, then it's game over. I mean, it'll just be a draw. But he's walked into this one, and now the two pieces are forked, and that's resigned. So
It's so unfortunate.
yeah,
Yeah, Bartol
For
fought
Bartol.
really hard.
Grishchuk, yes. Now the king has to go back to G7, can't come up the board, and then
And you can collect the pawn. And actually, on the camera, we can already see that the pawn on F2 has disappeared.
but the pawn on H something would have, yeah. He is now going to double on the H file, collect that last pawn, and there's no check even. So yeah,
Yeah,
there we go.
they shook hands. And
So Grishchuk wins. Vidit and Arjun still drawing. David won, Donchenko won, Ivanchuk won, Gusenov won,
Gusenov won.
Mamedov won, and Yilmaz won,
yes.
and Narva won. Narvamai.
Narvamai, yes, that's right. Yeah.
So
Oh, many
quite a lot of decisive results. We might
Yeah.
have only a handful left at the end of this.
Yeah. And they don't really have much time before the next one. I think we will be starting to play in actually 10 minutes.
10 minutes, right? Yeah.
So I think we can have our next break. So
And we'll join you for the second of
second
the
game
rapid.
of the 10-minute time
10-minute
break.
rapid ones,
Okay,
yeah.
don't go anywhere. We will be back soon.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
So I'm joined by Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura after a really strenuous afternoon. Hikaru, you just defeated Kartik in the tiebreak. A tough tiebreak. Even in the second game, it looked as we wasn't sure what was happening. Tell us about the whole match and specifically about the tiebreak.
Yeah, so I mean, I think this match, at least the classical portion, came down to the first game when I wasn't able to win that game. I mean, I was pressing the whole game, but I couldn't win. I mean, that sort of that cast the die, as we like to say, where basically it was pretty clear that both games would be drawn. Today, I mean, again, it was very similar to the first classical game. I was pressing, and I think at one point I was winning if I played this rook c3 move, and then I I saw it, but then I played something else. It's such a long day that I don't remember. And then, Karthik just defended it ridiculously well. It's just, to me, it was kind of unbelievable because he was basically playing like a 2700 in the way that he defended that. And then the second game, I was kind of tilted a little bit that I had messed up the opportunity with this rook c3 move from game one. And so I didn't play a great opening. I actually confused a move order very early. And I don't know how bad it was. Actually, I think I might have been losing if he'd played h3 instead of bishop takes e5. Again, I'll have to look later. But once he misplayed and he traded on e5, then played h3, and I traded on f3, I thought I should be completely fine there, but then it became unpleasant very quickly. And I played this whole g5 idea, which objectively I think is terrible, but then I played h5, h4, made it messy, and my opponent, once he got low on time, he made a critical blunder. So it was a very, very tough match.
Tell me, were you expecting Karthik to put up such a fierce resistance? Had you played with him before, or were you expecting something a bit more smoother in this first round?
You never know, of course. If he was 15 or 16, I would have said I wouldn't be surprised by the way he played, but he is 23. It's not like he's 18 or something. So, but that being said, it's very clear he's underrated. I think that his decision making, especially in this first game today when he had limited time, a couple of spots he found the absolute best moves. It shows his intuition is very good, and at least as far as positional play goes, he's very strong. So I think he'll easily cross 2600 very soon. As far as expecting it, yeah, I was not expecting it, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. And I think for most of us, like even Wesley's another example. He was losing yesterday, got a miracle draw, probably losing this first game today too. Gets a win in that. I think for the top players, if you can just keep the games going, keep the matches going, eventually the quality will show. And I was it worked out for me today.
Where do you get the energy to go back to your room now and record a recap of the games, of the matches? It must be super tiring, but then you come back the next day fresh as a lettuce. How do you do that?
Well, I think it's just years and years of getting used to something other than playing chess every day. At least playing chess like this. I think at the end of the day, there are a lot of fans who enjoy the recap, my commentary. Certainly nobody else in the world can do what I do. And yeah, I think it's just the motivation, sort of just the inspiration I think fans draw from hearing my thoughts on the games, and that keeps me going more than anything else. Whether it's the recaps, whether it's live streaming, the inspiration, it comes from the fans, and so I think they enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm joined by female world champion Zhu Wenjun from China, who's just finished her tiebreak against Repkova. Zhu Wenjun, first of all, thank you very much for coming, and appreciate you taking the time to wait. Please tell us about this match with Repkova. 2 draws in classical games, and you had to go to the tiebreak today.
Well, I think she played well, and in the first game, I feel maybe it's a little risky if I just to keep playing. Then I think maybe I will just finish with a draw, and in the next game, I was already ready for the tie breaks, and it was some pressure, but I think black is fine. And then 2 draws, and in tie breaks in the first game, she had some chances, but when after 93, then position was already better for black, and I win the first game with black. Then the tiebreaks becomes, I will have good chance to win. Yeah.
So, were you expecting this fierce resistance by Repkova for these first 2 games, or were you expecting the first round to be more smoother for you?
Well, actually, I think at first I thought it will be solid and smooth, but anyway, she played solid, but also the position is quite solid for both sides, and then I think it's a solid start.
I was wondering if the fact that you just very recently finished your defense of the World Championship, if that could have played a part in maybe you're slightly more tired or not so focused because of all of the activities you have to do after the World Championship. Has that played a toll in your performance in the first 2 games?
Well, actually, I get a week to get good rest, so I don't feel tired or something. And also, I feel the World Cup is a very interesting and very exciting. And also the knockout system is very interesting for me. And also, I feel I just with love and passion just to play chess. Yeah.
Chu and Jun, thank you very much for coming, and I hope that we can talk in a few days, maybe in a future round.
Okay, I hope. Okay, thank you.
Welcome back to the second game of the second rapid tiebreak, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. And we've seen many decisive games on the first 10-minute tiebreak, and we're going on to the second one. What is your prediction, Fishy?
Look, a lot of people are leading. I don't know if all of them are going to come back, so we're going to lose quite a few boards now. But from my perspective, the Indians are still even. So there's that to keep watching. Oh, I think we are about to start now.
Yeah, they've been drawing FIDE and
Arjun have been drawing against Azarov and Master Vasily.
Yes, yes. So, but the loser...
And they're off, yeah.
They're off, yeah. The loser of this match will, even though it's kind of sad to go home, but still they will have something in their pocket. They will have $6,000 US, even though they lose. But if they win, they can have like 10,000 for the next round. So talking about prize money, if I may ask, what is your highest prize earnings in chess?
Um,
And which tournament?
it was the World Championships.
Of
simply.
course, but
The World
championship,
Championship. Both my match against Topalov and my match against Gelfand. So winning, obviously, is very good. And yes, so those were the two highest paid matches. But besides, I think the ones after that are already the knockout events.
The knockout
So the one I
events.
played in '97 and the one I played in 2000. The prize fund is much higher then. So those knockout events were amongst the highest prize funds I made. Except these two World Championship matches, those were the highest.
Those two were the highest. I see. Nice. Okay.
Okay.
We have
This is
list off.
Krishchuk and
Daneshvar.
Daneshvar. I don't know. I guess he's going to go B takes C3 rather than Queen takes C3. Mastro Vasilis has prepared some line with Bishop G4. Kind of speculative. Queen B3
Queen
looks like it
B3
loses the
is-
house, but
yeah.
these sharp lines somehow don't work. You have if Queen takes B7, you play Rook B8, B2, and assuming he knows his stuff, it's nothing to be concerned about. And again, we get the
Some Trumpovs. Oh,
Trumpy.
Trumpov.
No, not the Trumpovsky. The
actually, it's Trumpovsky.
Neo
because
London
I'm
or
at
something.
F4.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, you're right. This
It's
is
Bishop
this is from
G5,
the
Bishop
Trumpovsky.
F4, yeah.
But somehow it reminds me of the F3 Karakan, except it's not a F3 Karakan. It's A6 rather than C6 and so on. If he goes back Bishop E3, C5, F4, then I think the problem is, so if you do this,
There's C5 coming here.
I mean, first of all, this I think might be a bad version. No, it might be
Better
fine.
version.
But I can actually take, and that is the problem for you, that if I take,
and then at C6.
and
yeah.
you don't want to lose the bishop, so you'll have to make
You have to
another
go-
move, and
yeah,
then
then-
probably black is doing very well. Let's see what in fact, he's gone the other direction. He's gone Bishop G5, which makes a lot of sense actually. Because if you play Bishop E7, he gets rid of the dark bishops and plays F4 and Knight F3. So, I mean, my feeling is that's a comfortable position to have for Arjun. David Navarra playing a kind of Rosolimo, one of these sharp ones. And Bartel has gone for the kingside thrust. He needs to sharpen the position, obviously, after the
Yes.
defeat.
Yeah, it was quite a heartbreaking defeat because
Yeah.
it could have easily been a fortress, but he blundered.
And Ivanchuk also allowing bishop takes f6. So this could be a match with two sets of double f pawns.
Except that he just played knight bd7. So, there's some move knight f3 and knight
Has
bd7.
something happened here? No, because I can still play queen e8, let's say, and then if you take, I have queen b5.
Queen b5, yeah, attacking both b6 and e2.
No, the computer says you can just play bishop a6 as well. Okay. So for the moment,
It's good compensation for black.
yeah.
Yep.
And there are just a couple of games left to see.
There are some trades already.
So
Yes,
white's got
off
the
the
two
board.
bishops, but black's got a central pawn. In this case, I would take the two bishops because I also have now my pawns are free to advance. So I'm not sure what line this was.
This is the bishop c4.
Oh, this kind of line. Okay. Okay, and Rauf Mamedov. I mean, Predkov is going to try and do some stuff.
He has
here.
to, yeah?
Yes.
He's in a must-win situation again. And we see in the camera, it's Ponomarev versus Kollars.
Yep. And whenever you see something like this happen, you know that the black player needs a win at all costs. Because,
He's desperate to win this one.
he is
yeah.
desperate, and I guess white's advantage is huge already, but you need to sharpen the
Yes.
game at any cost. So you can't worry about playing
And it's
accurate
not
chess.
an easy task. Playing for a win with black pieces. Liang, I wonder, is holding on to his dear life.
Oh, I fell into this trap as well recently against Lupulescu
In some online blitz
in
or
Zagreb.
in Zagreb, in
And
Croatia.
so he basically did that, and
Mhm.
d5, and he's going to get back the piece.
Ah, that's correct. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
But you performed quite well in Zagreb, if I'm not mistaken.
I did well in I started well in the rapid, then I kind of had a mini collapse in the end of the rapid, and then the blitz was a disaster. So,
The youngsters.
but people,
taking
I
it.
think, follow the beginning and think I did well. But yeah, that wasn't my greatest hour. Kind of interesting choice if you're going to play for a win, but maybe these positions you would think they just completely
It's completely equal, no?
equal.
But
But people try them. You go bishop d3, you go some rook e1, h4, king f4. Who knows? I mean, I don't think objectively it's anything, but might be just very simple. Okay, with it gone for f4. So clearly sharpening it up. He's going to play f5. Black can do this and give up the h7 pawn, but I suspect that doesn't work. Should be a
after
nice
king
thing.
h8, yeah.
So
sure.
maybe you want to do h6 first.
h6 first.
And then if bishop takes f6, knight f6, and the bishop escapes. Or you can sack this and see what happens.
Ooh.
So I do this, you take, and then some knight f3 with some compensation. Maybe some knight g5 and bishop h7
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
That looks good for white.
So Azarov playing very strangely. He's going f6, bishop h6, bishop e7, castles, c5.
If
So
only,
maybe this is the breakthrough,
maybe.
because it looks huge for white.
Yeah, if only there's something on the h5, yeah? Either the queen or bishop would be. Or, in fact, I think that could be a good idea as well, playing bishop e2, let's say, f4, aiming bishop h5.
Sure. Or g4, h4, g5 suggests itself. So
That's,
this is
that's
just
comfortable position
it's
for
pretty horrible. But okay, he's gone for
Arjun.
c5 and he's going to try to do something fast here. But this looks very suspicious, at least to me. That's not to say it'll be trivial, but it feels wrong.
This one.
Yes. Yes, white can do this. Just very comfortable, right?
Yeah, that's true. The king on e8 will need some time to castle.
Yes.
And I
that's
don't
not
think white
looking good.
will give the time for black to do that. And
So
this
instead of doubling
position.
his pawns, he doubled his own.
D-
But this does not look impressive from white's perspective. Here, okay, significant advantage for white, because if he plays b3, that knight is looking very silly.
Yeah.
I once lost to Gelfand like this in the World Championship, actually, the seventh game. My knight ran into this b3 wall, and that wasn't very helpful. Oh, it was black's move. As usual, I'm somewhere else. But, then it's fine for black. Sorry. Excuse me. It was black's move. He went bishop f1. I see. He could have gone b3, I think. Now I don't know what happens. If I go here, you can play maybe
Bishop
bishop
d7,
d7 and try
rook
to get
b8.
rook b8. Yeah. Still, I would think that this was very exact. You
Yeah.
just play b3 and nail that. Okay. What's happening here? It's not exactly the pawn they would have pushed, but maybe white is better after this. And then some bishop b5 or something, or b4. Okay. So Beere really stepping on the gas here.
And I think they're already out of their preparations.
Yes.
But-
And what has happened here?
Whoa. White is clearly better, but no, I think...
Oh, look at this. Knight g5, threatening knight e6. He goes here, I go queen a4 check. So if you go queen d7, I'll take on g3 and play g4. So he then comes up with this move. So queen
And
b5
after
checks
queen
c6,
b5,
and now, I don't know, either d takes c6 or queen b7. Let's see what happens.
I think the takes c6 is just natural. You want to play c7 now. If queen c7,
Yes.
queen b7, and then this.
I don't see the follow-up, and over there I see the follow-up.
Yeah, exactly. The king will be safe
Yes.
on g1 or maybe on g3 even. And some moves have been played, and I think we have some exchange on the f2 and queen f6 check. Yes. So this position and then queen f6 check.
I mean, I don't know, king g1, king g2 already. How do you stop c7? How do you stop queen b7?
The king is pretty much safe to go anywhere. Yeah?
Oh, I
Back
see. He wants to
E1.
do this, and then he will go here. And if
c7
bishop
check.
if c7, if queen b7, then castles works.
Mm. Yeah,
So that you
castle.
don't want to do.
But if
And I think this
C7?
works wherever you go. But here, I don't know, c7, if you go knight d7, what's the breakthrough? Maybe bishop d3 and rook f1. The queen just has no squares.
Yeah, that's possible.
Does bishop d3 work?
Or I like rook h2, rook f2. But
Rook
okay.
h2 castles, and then you don't have rook f2,
castles,
right?
that's
So that's the
right.
problem. So I want to keep
That
it
is the
defended.
problem. Mhm.
Yeah, this one's huge. Has he? Where is he? He's not yet decided where to put his king. G1, E1. There are some options.
No, his king is
He's
on
gone to
E1.
E1, okay.
E1.
And knight e7 happened, and I think he's gone knight d5.
He's taking something. Yeah, knight d5 and knight takes. And now white is thinking how to take it back.
Hmm. I mean, cd5 cementing that knight on b8
Yeah.
looks like
CD5
a
would-
decent option. But then you
Mhm.
castle bishop e3,
Bishop
and you have
E3.
h6, and that's a annoying thing to have to face.
And after knight e6, there is queen e.
F3.
Queen f3. And just a friendly reminder for those who are seeing this position, white's king has moved already. So
White cannot castle. That's
white
right.
cannot castle. Yes.
Yes. What about queen takes d5? Oh, then knight a6 maybe, yes? Ah, knight a6.
Knight
yes.
a6, knight c7.
Because
Yeah.
I thought I've got two birds with one stone. I could play c5 here. That is also huge.
Mm-hmm.
That is huge actually. If you go knight c7, I just go queen takes d6. How? Oh, rook d8 wins for black. Wow.
Oh.
So there are resources in the position.
So queen takes f6, rook d1
Wait,
first.
how does it win
or
for black? Oh, because you start with
with
rook d1 check.
yeah. And you cannot do anything.
No, yeah,
with the
it wins
bishop.
is not accurate, of course, but it's still pinned, and I could do bishop g2, and then it takes rook takes c1. That's the point.
Mhm.
Okay. What is he going to take it with? He's thinking. Or he might throw in c7 check.
That's possible. And he's taken with c
The c
pawn.
pawn.
Mm.
And just a friendly reminder, you can castle
You
with
can
black.
castle.
Just not with white.
Yes, just not with white. And he's done it. Black castles. Bishop e3, I think, should be on the board. But then h6 coming in.
Well, so let's see. There are a couple of ideas I was curious about. Can I do this? You go queen f3, and can I go king d2? Oh, knight takes c6 is brutal. He's gone bishop. It's not. I wouldn't necessarily assume I would see this because if queen h1, then queen b7 was strong, I thought. But knight takes c6 is lovely.
Yeah, bishop e3 is on the board. So now I think we're going to see queen f3 very soon.
No, he has to play h6. I
H6
could, of
plus
course,
and then queen
I could play bishop g2 and rook f1 if I wanted,
Mm-hmm.
or let's say bishop e2 and rook f1 because I'm still got this huge pawn over there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take this rook f1 and then cannot castle long, but I can
Mhm.
go king d2 after queen d8 back. So this might be quite a big edge.
That's huge. Wow.
So cd5 has happened.
Yep,
And I think
and
castle has
castles,
happened.
and
So
bishop
This
e3.
much has happened. Bishop e3 as well?
Bishop e3 happened. So we're waiting for h6.
Yeah. We'll come right back to that board. Let's
Mhm.
just see what's happening elsewhere. Grishchuk has taken that solid approach, so we'll see if white can really perform a miracle here.
Mm-hmm.
With it, against Master Vasilis probably is better.
Yeah.
And what is going on here?
The knight has gone back to b1.
One was expecting something more more
Yeah,
dramatic
more
than knight
dramatic.
b1, right?
But what
So
else?
it's a bit of
can
an
you do?
anticlimax.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, knight c2 or something.
But probably he's feeling comfortable with the position. But okay, what's next? Knight c6 is a strong.
Okay, so we've
Come
got
back.
some gripping struggles here.
Mm. What about in the women's section? Let's quickly take a look.
Bartel has got the position he wanted, I think. I mean, sharp and full of play. Whether it's actually any good is something else.
Yeah.
Vasily has allowed g4, g5. But these double d pawns do not scare anyone. Kolars.
Yeah, what's happening?
Looks like
is
black is doing fine now, no? He doesn't have
Yeah,
there
the
was no
knight-
knockout blow.
the knight will be on d6 and yeah, looks solid to me.
Biere is still pressing over here.
Yeah, Biere
Predka, I think nothing much is happening. I can just take with the knight and should be okay.
and Predka, they are in a must-win situation.
Oh, he went bishop h6, not head 6.
Oh, that's good stuff too.
And then he's gone rook g1. What is the evaluation here? If bishop g5, rook takes g5, and just I can take the bishop if I want.
All right.
He's taken, and then, yeah, he's taken with the rook. Queen
And
f3
then
has happened.
Mhm.
And simply queen e2 should be very strong.
Yeah.
Even, I don't know why I keep saying even. Bishop g2 is winning. Isn't it? There's just no checks. Oh, sorry, e3 was hanging.
E3 is hanging.
Yeah. No, I was trying to play queen d3 and then I forgot. This is winning.
Or I think even king d2.
Oh, king d2 as well is nice.
Yeah, if you take on e4,
But
then
how
I can
bad is
win.
queen d3? Also very nice.
Also nice.
Though the
yeah.
next move is king d2, so you might as well get king d2 over with in the beginning. Anyway, queen f3 has happened, from what I can see on the board. And he has played king d2.
Yeah, king d2. That's right.
So king d2 is resigns.
Yeah, the knight on b8 cannot go anywhere.
Well, there is knight d7.
Just simply
Oh, but
take
I
away.
simply start with the first move and
Yeah, bishop g2 and it should be game over.
yeah.
So apparently this is not what I wonder actually prepared at home.
No, apparently not.
Nah, this far from it. Talking about preparation, what is your opinion about chess future through huge AI development these days? How will chess look like in the coming years?
Preparation is obviously it's grown enormously, and the way people are coping is to look for more and more unusual systems and do that. But the other way of coping is simply experimenting with formats, Fisher random, faster time controls. These are all the mechanisms to keep theory in check somehow. But classical tournaments still end up having a lot of excitement. I think the key is just to find mixed fields so that there's more of a difference in strengths rather than all people who have similar approaches playing. And that's how it'll go, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Is it true though? I've heard about some saying that the elite players, because they keep playing against each other of similar strength, and then whenever they play into, let's say they play one of the opens, I can't remember when you played in the open, like when was
I
the
used
last
to play
time?
all these Isle of Man opens. So I played Isle of Man in 2017 and 18. Then I played 2019 in the Grand Swiss there.
Yeah.
So those were the 3 opens that I played, but I haven't played one since.
Yeah. So I mean, you can count it with one hand. So it's how rare you play in the open. So sometimes,
Well, at one point it was 0, so
It was
I
0.
think this was
That's
even
right.
quite nice.
yeah. So at some point when you're playing against much lower rated players in the open, when you are not actually in that elite group anymore, it kind of like downgrade your play as well.
Not necessarily. Sometimes you just persist. You just even positions which you know to be equal. I think you keep playing. You keep pushing.
You play.
And it's not only a strategy for low-rated players. Even against others, you keep playing positions, and it turns out there's still a lot of life left. So I think earlier we used to finish too early. Maybe because we didn't see the possibilities. Now, especially, I think Leela was the first one which started to give a lot of hope in this direction.
Yeah.
And these neural networks, they show that it's possible to play these positions quite a lot. So there's still some life in these so-called equal positions.
Equal positions.
Okay,
Nice.
this is very exciting. C3, white is a pawn up, but what is, well, maybe white doesn't have any obvious path to development. And if d5 is hanging, then you kind of have to decide what you're going to do there. That knight
Yeah.
on b1 is still out of the game, but
Yeah, I like this position actually.
it's quite decent compensation, I think. He has gone king f7.
That's very courageous. And after queen d5, bishop e6, or
Yes.
king g6, this could be also.
Yeah, but now the computer says f4 and you can resign with black.
Oh, what did he miss then?
I don't know what he missed, but he, I think, was too much into the position. What could he have missed? He could have missed this.
And then bishop d3. Takes. Oh, that's a cute
Isn't that lovely?
checkmate. Wow.
And
He-
just to finish the line, if king takes.
And f4 is on the board. Arjun has played it.
Yeah, and it's game over.
And knight g4. Oh, we will see. We'll stay on this game. We will see. Oh, no.
Yes, queen d5 check. Exactly
Queen d5
this
checks.
has
Yeah,
happened.
yeah. And I think Azarov realized that queen f5 is the threat.
The worst thing is there is no other move. He has to play king g6, so he's just
Wow.
busted in that way. He's
King
made the
G6,
move anyway,
King g6
and
and
Arjun
queen
is going to
f5.
play queen f5, I think.
There you go. He took on f5 and they shook hands. Wow.
Yes.
What a cool prediction by you, Fishy.
No, I just saw the trick and see a cheapo immediately played. But so anyway, the computer seems to think that rook d8, and it's in fact white who has to be accurate. So
Arjun
dramatic
is through.
turnaround. So Arjun
Yeah.
is through.
Arjun is through.
With its position, of course, Master Vasilis has succeeded in getting his knight to e4. So now it's no longer clear there. The second knight will come to e4, and then it's hard for white to break through. So the question is, he's gone bishop d3, and now he should just grab the chance to play knight f e4. I think.
I think all other games are still playing except Arjun's game.
Oh, and Navarra is winning again, so
Navarra
he's
is
through
winning.
probably. Even if he just has to make a draw. And this one, I think Bartel has created enough chaos that
Wow.
yes, now it is winning, though he's a
It
piece
is winning.
down. Oh, he's an exchange up. Sorry, then
It's a change-up.
something happened here. Let's have a look and see what happened. He went knight queen h5. I mean, this is the kind of position you want in a fast game. Oh, another one. Look. These are just flooding in now.
All these type of tactics, like getting
And
mated
so
in the
if
center.
fg6, then f7 check,
And knight.
bishop takes, and
Takes
then next
first,
move knight takes e5 discovered check, or knight takes d4 discovered check, or even knight g5 discovered check, just everything.
Everything.
So rook g6 is really unfortunate. For what it's worth, after queen c7, it's white who has to, despite this attractive thing, if black escapes to the queen side, then it's white who has something to prove.
Just a friendly
But now,
reminder, black still is
Black won the first game, so this is just going on to the tie break. But
No, what I mean is black still has the right to castle. Sometimes.
good point.
Sometimes we missed it.
But by now you think, what's the point? So,
Yes. Now it's exchange up.
and in fact, he's finished it quite nicely. Instead of queen f7 only, he just went queen h7.
Oh,
From what I
nice.
see.
Yeah.
And it's just,
F7 is also
Splat.
falling,
So-
and I think it's wise to just
Yeah.
resign and then get ready for the next round. In fact, I think that queen takes h7 is already
yes, and knight
played.
takes h7.
takes. Yep.
Okay. And David is about to win this one. So it's just,
Yep.
so this is just busted. And you see that it's not. But black has g4 as well, pushing the pawn back. So I think black is going to be fine here. So if that happens, Grishchuk is through. Just to show everyone this position again, queen takes f5 check, and if king takes f5, bishop d3 is actually made.
I was kind of hoping that Arjun's opponent allowed him to checkmate him.
He did.
He did? No,
He
I
did
think
play
he
king f5 bishop.
No.
Oh, did he resign?
Resign after queen
okay,
f5.
okay. What are we missing? Ivanchuk is killing Enriquez. So no, maybe killing is too strong a word. It's
This a bit dangerous there for the
no.
black
I just
king.
thought I'll play queen c2 move and bring the rook in, but bishop takes g7, queen f6, and there's still some chaos going there. Wow. Then
Better be careful.
I'm underestimating this one. Let's see.
You just keep a hold on this diagonal because in case you have to take on f6, queen can take f6 later. So, and Ivanchuk is having less than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, but some strange moves have happened here. He's gone queen a3. He went queen a3 with the threat of rook c1. And
You just want
king
to-
g2 was correct, but he's come back trying to stop rook c1. But this is not the way to go. So now he's hoping only for h4, h5 and seeing if that'll break through.
But now the queen is free and queen.
Yeah.
queen
No,
some-
Vasily's taking control, yeah. Bishop g5, he went b5. And then what was the move? King g2, and he's gone queen a4. Using the fact that he played b5 to get that in. Can he go rook b4 here? So queen e3 has happened.
Rook
And
c2.
rook c2 has happened. I don't particularly understand this move. Can I go h4 or something? Oh, he's threatening rook takes c2 check. Sorry, no, he isn't. That bishop can come back to d2.
And Yilmaz Mustafa has drawn.
He
his
drew that.
game. I think he just wants
But
to.
okay,
he's through to the next round.
this is not a draw.
Oh, this is not draw.
He
but-
went rook h8
but
check.
why
This is not a queen f8 g7. He may have offered a draw after rook h8 just to be really cute. But I I don't think.
He shouldn't
this
be
is
draw,
the-
yeah. Yeah. So Yilmaz Mustafa is through.
And Vasily got in his rook takes f2 as well. What is the current position? Some sort of rook takes f2 has happened. Yes, I think it went like this. He went here, this happened, bishop f6. And I was talking about having bishop d2 as a resource. Now rook f2 works because you don't have bishop d2. So queen f2, rook c2 wins, and king f2, queen c2 wins. So
Right.
Vasily is through as well to the
Nice.
next
Nice
round.
tactic, yeah.
Yeah.
It takes it and queen c2 or
Queen
queen
a2 even.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything wins, yes.
Yeah, he has his time. He's gone for queen a2 and then king f3 and queen takes b1. And it should be pretty clear now. Rook g1 is on the board. I think I'll just help you with this. King f3. Sorry.
I mean, I can
Rook
even tickle you
g1.
with some d4 or something if I want. But he's gone queen c2.
Queen c2. Yeah, it should be over.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's tough for his opponent who put up a big fight, but this is game over.
And yeah, David Navar has won. So he's
Bartel
through.
has won. David is so they get for a tie break.
Mm-hmm.
Ponamaria probably is not going to win this. Biera is he's got the pawns that you need to win this, but I don't know whether he'll actually manage. I think the Biera has a good chance. He can just go king b3 a4 and then brings the rook to c7. Should be winning.
Mm.
So get the king out of the way. I can start with king c4, make you give a check, and then hide on a4, and then bring the rook over
Rook
to
to
c7 or
yeah.
something.
Mm-hmm.
But the computer says a6 wins as well, so it doesn't even want to bother with such subtleties.
Ah, the breakthrough works, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, he has played a6, and maybe that is just faster.
So this is
Wait,
Gusenov and Biera.
wait,
Jonas
what is
in the
happening? Where is
camera?
the rook? It's on. Oh, the king is already on a4, so we've missed quite a few moves. That's why.
Okay, the moves will be updated soon.
The king is already on a4, or something is on a4. Oh, the pawn is on a4. No, what is going on? I can't follow the game.
There, you can just click it. It's updated.
Ah, now we have, and now you cannot stop rook c8, I think.
Yeah.
Yes. So it's game over.
So it's a comeback then.
Another comeback.
Another comeback,
So, and Rauf Mamedov is, he won the first game, right?
yeah. Mm-hmm. And in the women's section, I think things are still going on. Some equal position is on the board.
Yeah. I think maybe rook c1, rook d1 would be a good way to do it here.
Yeah.
So
Also,
if-
black just needs to make a draw.
Yeah, black
Mm.
needs a draw, and this is going to clinch it. Sorry, that is not going to clinch it.
That's not gonna clinch it
But
for
that
sure.
will.
Yes.
So, and then I'm threatening rook c1, but also rook c2 winning by
Mhm.
the pin. So,
Yeah, this position is black is just much better.
yes.
Some moves are on the board, but I'm not sure which ones.
Yes.
So it means 2-0 for Narva Mai.
Yeah.
One game, this one is still playing on, but I think we expect another win from
And
her.
Grishchuk is busted. What happened
he?
there? Yeah, he's just completely
Wow.
busted. So that one is going to
Another comeback.
Another comeback. Yes.
Oh wow, this is interesting.
It's so easy to lose the plot.
So we expect at least there are 3 tie breaks for the blitz section.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bartel.
Oh, Grishchuk has come up with a clever trick. Look at this. He's
Mhm.
going king d4. And his logic is if you do this, he's going to go check. Now if king e1,
And rook
rook
h7.
h7 works.
Wow.
So, but you escape with this. You go king c1 here, and I
And
see no
king
way for you
d1.
to exploit this.
Yes.
You can give this check. I get out, and you actually can't finish the job.
And can you try to attack b2, for example, trying to get...
What about a4 with the threat of rook f1? Then what is it I'm doing?
What about something like rook d1, rook d2? Does it work?
No, hang on. I'm just trying to understand this one. Rook d1, d2.
And Gusenov,
Just rook f5 and coming here. And if you wanted to say rook d1, right?
yeah. Oh, you
I
also
think
rook
that-
f5.
No, but then I have rook b5, rook f5, and I'm
Rook-
trying to capture and defend like that
Or rook d5 check.
as well.
Yeah.
So if I'd gone to e1, then this
Yeah,
is the
because other lines like rook c1, you can go rook c7 or rook
e1, rook e7. So every single thing.
there's
is
no
covered,
other, there's no other square for the rook.
So
And-
Mastro Vasilis has a draw on if he wants, and probably nothing more. I
Mhm.
think he has to take the draw.
Yeah, and then they
I think
finish.
they have
Yeah, so it's another tie break.
another tie break.
Yes, so feed it again, Master Vasilis.
So we're gonna have Vidit. Vidit, Grishchuk,
Gusenov and Donchenko.
Gusenov and Donchenko. So
Mhm.
4 people. Everybody else is through.
What happened to Pratke and Mamedov?
Still playing.
Yeah, they're all still playing. And then Ponomarev, Kolarz as well. Looking good for Ponomarev.
Something happened in Grishchuk. Let's see. I mean, Grishchuk still hasn't resigned, so there must be something still going on. There's just 1 pawn too many.
Mm. And on the screen, it is Pratke versus Mamedov.
Let's see that one. But Grishchuk is still playing as well.
Yeah.
So,
He's still trying to hold this position.
yeah.
1 pawn too many, yeah? And we might have another tiebreak there. Ponomarev versus Kolarz. They drew their first game,
And drew this one as well, right?
and it's looking like equalish. Yeah, just give a check, come back and check, probably. Yeah. Well, so out of 10, we might have at least 5. And the king is on e5 again.
Yes. Well, it's on e4 and actually it belongs there. Now it's gone to d5.
And we are seeing Danesh Far versus Chrischuk.
But now a7 wins. Because I just play rook takes g2. Oh, can he? What is king e8? I'll just play rook takes g2, right? And it's game over.
Yeah,
And king
Takes it on
e6 and
a6.
it's handshake.
right. Think let's put it on this position. Okay, we need to update.
Ah, he's even doing it like that. Okay.
Think Chrischuk is ready to resign soon. And move on to the next tie break. We have 5 minutes and 3 seconds. His wife is already eliminated, unfortunately.
Mhm.
So he's the last hope in their household.
Yes.
Yeah. The game between
Pratke and
Pratke and
Ralph?
Mamedov.
Whose move is it now?
Oh, black to move.
Rook b5 doesn't work? Maybe just kills it. Is black playing for a win? What was their first game result?
They drew.
Oh, so then it's not like
Oh, no,
he's
no, sorry.
clinching.
Mamedov
No, the one. Yeah,
Mamedov
then
won.
he can
That's-
clinch it with rook b5.
Yeah.
And then it's just over.
What's happening?
It's 2 pawns up and it's going to be over.
Oh, yeah. There's another pawn. Oh, did he?
He resigned.
He resigned. Yeah, I think he got flagged anyway. That's why
Yes.
he resigned. Okay, there you go. You have Daneshvar and Grischuk move on to the next tie break.
Vidit Master Vasilis and then Donchenko Bartel. Was that it? And Kolaris Ponomarev, 4 people.
5. Bjere Gusenov.
Oh, Berevikuseno, right, sure. So that's 5.
And let's take a look at the Predke Mabedov. That's the last game, I guess, still playing. Oh, in the women's section, Narfamai. Oh, they're also still playing, are they? But this looks like
Well, Narva is no longer. Is she making a draw?
we can click on the diagram and show it.
Oh, it's a draw. It's a queen ending move.
But Black was looking very solid before and close to win.
Yes,
okay.
but
this,
you
this
gets
will
the job done, and that's it.
This will suffice. I think, what did she move? Rook c7 or b7 or something? Okay.
I think she went rook c1, rook e1, and then they've exchanged those things.
Okay, 2 versus 1 should easily be.
Yeah, especially when the king is stuck on a3.
Right.
And maybe
And
rook e6 is working, yeah.
yeah, and Predke versus Mabedov already finished and they drew. So this game between Irina Bulmaga and Narfamai is the last one standing. And Mabedov is through to the next round.
Yeah. Okay.
So we will wait in a bit. This one, tie break.
So 5 games left right now.
Mm-hmm.
And there'll be a 10-minute break, I guess.
It could be less than 10 minutes actually.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, we will have 5 tie breaks in the open. We're still waiting for this result, but it's looking like Narvamai will hold this position. Okay, doesn't matter. In the 5 tie breaks in the open, it will be Bartel versus Tonchenko, Bierer versus Gusenov, Dadeshvar versus Grishchuk, Fidit versus Master Vasilis, and Ponomarev versus Kolars. So,
Actually, she missed a very nice chance.
did she?
Nothing catastrophic, but this was the position, and she somehow went rook e4 check. But if you just go king e6,
And then put the king on f5.
and if rook
Mhm.
c6 check, you just play king f5, rook f6 check, king g4, and you actually remove the pawns from the board,
Mm.
and that kind of convinces your opponent to stop.
Yeah.
So
Let's show the live position. What's happening?
oh, she's done the same thing now in a different way. King comes to g4.
Yep. Maybe we can have the camera on that game. Try to zoom into the players and to see the current position. Yeah, he's done. She's done it. So after king g4, yeah, it just goes. You just go rook e4 takes on f4 or rook f1, yeah, and then
Or even rook e8 and rook e1. White can't make progress because white can never cross the
right.
Rubicon. But yes, rook e4, rook f4, and then just
Mhm.
hunt the last pawn down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it seems like a mini upset there. Well, slightly rated, not a real big upset, I think. Yeah.
Yep, and they drew. It means Narvamai is through to the next round. So congratulations! Wow. Yeah, it's quite 5 out of 10 in the open.
Yep.
Is going for the tiebreak, and as we are getting ready for the blitz tiebreaks, it's going to be more interesting now with way faster time control. 5 minutes plus 3 seconds, and yep, just don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we will come back after this break.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri. Sirab.
Her damlasında hayat var.
And then how do we get
Welcome back, everyone. And we are now. Sorry. you keep making lots of jokes in during the break. It keeps getting into me now. Anyway, we are back for the blitz section of the tiebreak of round 2, and we have 5 matches. Exciting day indeed. It's Bartel versus Donchenko, Biere versus Gusenov.
Wow, look at that.
It's already on the
Grishchuk
board.
attacked him with e4 and he's just played rook g1 saying, help myself. But the thing is, if I play gf3, ef3, gf3 check, king f8 and the king sits on e7, where's the attack? It's a
Wow.
purely positional attack then.
It is.
Wow, already
Already some
exciting, already some action.
some dynamite there on the board between Daneshvar versus Grishchuk. And the blitz section we are seeing right now is 5 minutes plus 3 seconds.
Okay, I'll get the board up here.
Yes, let's do it.
And this has happened. Rook g1. And what is happening here? gf3, it says king h8. Surprisingly, it doesn't want to go to f8. Wow, I would have just assumed king f8. Oh, and then just the positional plan of a3 and b4 is, he's happy because he can just play bishop b2 here. Okay, so it seems that this is well known, and or you have to play king h8. And
Here, just bishop d3, f5, and then this b3,
Three.
bishop b2. It looks very dangerous.
well, bishop d3, f5, b3, I might have queen f6, right?
Ah, that's right.
So you might have to start with b3 with the aim of bishop
Yeah.
d3 and bishop b2 or something.
Mm-hmm.
But then rook g8, I don't know. It's clearly he's not seen this for the first time, and neither has his opponent, because look at this. They have gone a3, bishop f8, and he's just gone d4, as if he's seen this all before.
Yes.
And that's a good sign. It's going to be exciting. Good preparation from Daneshwar. And
Totally.
here we are.
Yeah.
And Vidit has gone to b6 and is now, let's say, kind of better, because after bishop e3 you don't have this move. Of course, black can go queen b8 and try to be slightly passive about it, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Bartel going for the attack with h5, so good fun thing as well. Compared to these games, yawn. And and this one is kind of reasonable as well. So,
Yep.
I mean, this one can sharpen at any moment,
Mm-hmm.
but right now all the action on the other
It's the
boards.
Grishchuk's game, yeah? Yes.
Grishchuk's game is interesting. He's gone knight f6. Still no big deal. If you go
Mhm.
bishop d4, I can always play queen b8 and be
Right.
So. And oh, this is huge. He's
Look
gone
at
bishop
that.
g7.
Bishop g7, trying to shelter the king.
Apparently, the computer says that this plan is just huge for white.
Wow.
And it's not impossible that he might have even checked 1 or 2 moves further. So if he plays this fast, we'll know. But on the other hand, let's see what he does. The alternative would
Yes.
be some knight d2. No, he's gone
Yeah,
knight h4.
knight h4. Knight h4 is on the board. Yeah, I'm sure he has seen this before. Could be one
And the
of
idea
his
is
preps.
g4, knight f5.
Yes. It's very strong attack along the g file. And the queen
Oh,
is
that
already
is
there.
kind of careless of Grishchuk to enter this line without...
Any preparation or...
and given that bishop takes c3 didn't seem to work badly for him at all.
Right. Mhm.
So, though he lost that game in the end, but he
Mhm.
needn't have. So,
Yeah. Knight e7,
Mhm.
trying to bring all the pieces to around the king.
And apparently cd5 is good, or even g4 I expect will be quite decent. So
Yeah, it's
both are
quite
very
decent.
nice. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So knight h4, knight e7,
And they actually don't really have much time to think, but okay, we know Grishchuk is a very capable blitz player.
right.
So
But sometimes the best
G4.
moves you have to think and use up your 5 minutes. I often make this mistake of trying to play too fast, and you know your nerves, your head is not there, and you just
Mhm.
play fast.
Mhm.
But it's well worth investing the time and doing this properly, because even I would rather take 40 seconds with a good position
Mhm.
than 4 minutes with a lousy one. So you got to. What's the point of having 4 minutes if you don't use it? So you got to use it.
Right.
And I think the smartest blitz players are the ones who have only 10-15 seconds left at the end.
Okay, very well put, Fishy. I think it's a very
From
good tip.
painful experience.
Unfortunately.
So, unfortunately, yeah. Okay, so now if knight f5, what's Krishna going to do? Is he going to play knight g6 or something?
There's bishop e6 already on the board.
Yeah. So, I mean, after knight f5 here,
Mm-hmm.
will he play knight g6 or maybe queen d7?
Or maybe possible it's king h8, rook g8 because e6 now is defended. I mean, f7 is now defended by bishop e6.
Ah, that is true. He's gone knight f5, so we'll see. And now he's just taken
he
on
took
c4.
on c4.
With this position is better now because
The pawn on b5, yeah?
yes, and
Kind
then
of
if I
weak.
play c3 now, you have to have a piece defending it all the time,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe that is slightly better. This is no longer the winning attack it once seemed because I can play g5, but maybe white's better. Ponomarev. Nothing much happening.
Nothing much happening yet.
Pierre is going at it full tilt. Actually, sorry, Gusenov is going at it full tilt. I misunderstood the things.
Things are looking fine for black there.
Yeah, let's come back here. I mean,
Yeah.
the game will be over in 5 minutes. All the games should be over in 5 minutes, so we better follow it as much as we can.
Yeah. And we have an extra, they have an extra arbiter actually attending their
Yes.
matches because it's just getting
What?
faster and faster. What's happening? Queen d5?
Wait, that doesn't make. Did this really happen? No, it can't. It couldn't have. Why would you play Queen d5 here?
There's rook on g3.
Oh,
So-
something like that has happened. Sorry, then excuse me. Maybe rook knight f5 dc4 rook g3 has happened. I mean, it seems to me I can still go knight g6, knight f8 and sit there very
Mhm.
doggedly. But he's gone queen d5, whereupon knight g7, king g7, g5. Okay, and now king h8. Right. And he's just in time to escape. And now the evaluation is tilting in black's favor. So it
That's
seems that black has
fighting
absorbed the
back,
blow,
yeah.
and then
Mhm.
now this is not so great for white after all.
It's very easy to also evaluate this type of position with such a short time control.
Yes, it's complicated because by now we are not even pretending to calculate everything for ourselves because there are too many boats to follow. We've got an engine running at the bottom, but we are trying to think for ourselves. And once in a while we glance down. So we'll try to keep a balance so that we're not talking some fairy tale, but at the same time you are getting a sense of what's happening at the board. So we'll try and keep a balance there.
So the times they're not updated because white couldn't be losing on time here. So what's happening? Knight g8.
You went queen,
Queen h6,
h6, knight
knight
g8,
g8, and
queen
queen
h4. So f5 would not be
Yeah, queen
advisable.
h4 back. And knight e7 is back.
Oh, so he's taking
Like-
a draw if need be. I mean, he's willing to take a draw.
Well, the queen was on h5 before, so you cannot take on f6. But now you can.
I can still go queen h6 is what I mean.
Yeah. If you want, but now, if white wants also, but okay. After taking on f6, what do you
What
do?
about g6? But then you just take knight g6 and f g6 even. Knight g6, queen f6, and rook g5. So you want to do this: queen g5 check, king g8, and black's absorbed the blows. So let's see if he goes back to h6 and whether Grishuk also repeats after that and so on. Yes, he's gone back to h6, knight g8. So a draw for here. Because certainly queen h6 will repeat for the third time, so white can claim.
And he's gone back to knight e7, and now with queen h6, and it is you can claim for the
Yeah. Good, sensible thing. I mean, you may like your position, but you still have to be sensible about it. Queen h6 and yeah.
They shook hands, and we have our first result there.
Yeah. So a draw. And back to Master Vasilis. So one of the ideas for white that I'm seeing here is bishop f3. at some point. If I play bishop f3 and you capture, then you have to defend this d7 pawn. And that's going to be slightly painful. In fact, white's advantage here is huge because you cannot stop bishop f3, it seems. So Vidit about to make a breakthrough. Bartel is barteling his way through this one.
Right.
Ponomarev is better, I think, against Kolarz. Yes, he is better. And oh my God, what has happened here?
What is going on?
Oh, he's lost the queen. Admittedly, he's got 2 pieces for it, but this does not look good. Let's see what happened here. So,
that was interesting.
but you see, all of them have prepared this line together. Knight f6, bishop b4 check. So the Azeris seem to have this as a pet system for the rapid. Though it must be said that knight g5, knight e6, knight e6, fe6 is also Shevchenko recently at some point. So see, for the tiebreak, they keep a slightly dubious opening, but with very difficult choices to make. Yeah, anyway. Rook takes d6. Oh, that is spectacular. And then rook g6. So this is the current position. So this will probably end badly. And Ponomarev is doing very well indeed here. So the current position is quite far advanced. Yes, that is the current. This is the current position. The second board is the current position.
Yes.
And just nice dark squares plus a potential A passed pawn. So very difficult for Kolarz. I would say just seriously better for black.
Seriously better for black, yeah? Yeah, those 2 pawns on the queen side is just killing. But they have to play fast. So
c5 has happened. Well, that changes things a little bit.
d5.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. Yeah, because now he's lost that pawn. So queen d4. Is it going to be e3 or bishop c6? Bishop c6 is killing.
Maybe we
right?
can just show it here so that
sorry,
they know what we're talking about.
No, we'll show it here so that we know what we're talking about. Basically, he tried to use this attack on the knight, but Ponomarev responded to this, and now it's they're blitzing away.
They're blitzing away, yeah.
I think this has happened, this has happened, this has happened, this has gone here, or something. I don't know.
All 4 games are still playing, except
yes,
the one
exactly.
with
This has happened here. He took e3 takes, queen takes, king h2, and that's. Ponomarev played this very calm move, and now white has gone rook f1. Rook c8 and queen b6 has happened.
And we have one.
Sorry, our board is not keeping up, so we're going to do this like this. And then queen d4 has happened. And now knight c4. Look at this. Great move.
Wow. This
Bishop
is very exciting.
e6, knight d6, rook takes. And now rook takes f6, was it?
Or maybe we can just put the camera on this game and then we can just look at the screen.
Yes.
Because the moves are so fast.
But now Kolarz is losing. It just resigns. It's over.
We can focus the camera on this one.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It's game over.
Yeah, black's position looks really good. Knight's coming to f4.
Now
But they're still fighting on. Bishop takes.
knight takes h3 and knight f2 takes g4. Oh, yeah, this is going to be enough.
Yeah, the 3 pawns on the king side. It will determine.
And Vidit has
result.
won.
FIDE has won.
Yeah, Vidit has won. And Bartel beat Donchenko.
Yes, Bartel
That's
won.
there. Ponamari was beating Kolars. Kusena will almost certainly beat Biere.
They're still playing. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Black won.
Black one. So
Yeah.
Ponamari was leading. Vidit is leading. Bartel is leading.
Mm-hmm.
And Gusenov won. So he's
Gusenov
leading.
won. Okay.
So 4 people are leading. Only Grishchuk
Grishchuk
remains
drew.
tied.
Mm-hmm. Wow, 4 decisive result on the first Blitz tiebreak.
Yes.
It's amazing, like how they lash out their preparation, and probably they have been saving it, but they haven't got a chance to show it in the classical or in the rapid matches.
But it's important to have something a little bit venomous for the rapid and blitz, because if you just try to adapt your ideas, they may not work very well. An idea which needs a lot of effort to convert, you can't use that. So you keep these little ideas like what the Azaris are doing. They've all got this bishop c4 system, d4, e4,
Right,
bishop c4
yeah.
system floating around. It's there in the background and you never know when to toss it in. I suffered against Mamedov in the Club Cup last year because I forgot to check my notes properly before the game. That was classical though, but nonetheless,
classical,
I know
yeah.
it's an idea that crops up time to time, and you better. I think Vidit's approach was very nice. He went check, and he had his own
Yeah.
original solution. So
Yeah, he was just better straight out of the opening, so
Right.
it was a very good opening choice by FIDE actually. And yeah, during the break we've been talking about what chess has given you, right? What do you think? If I may ask, like, what is the biggest thing that chess has given you in your life?
it's an impossible question to answer, and to pick out something and say it's like your favorite game. You have so many.
Yeah, there's your. That's right.
I would say it's the chess has been the way that I've experienced the world, that I've gotten through life. So it's first and foremost, I'd say, a combination of my passion and my career.
Right.
It's something I love doing, but it's also my career, which means you have to have two ways of looking at it. And I've been able to, like I said, experience the world, travel everywhere. Most of the situations that I've learnt a lot from, I've faced on the chessboard. Of course, personal situations as well, but it's probably the thing that I think of the most.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
I think the same goes for me. To be able experiencing the world, to travel and then see so many cultures, all the countries all over the world. Yeah, it's so fascinating.
I mean, whenever you observe people watch us talk about chess and we start talking moves and they look at us, non-chess players, they're sitting there and looking at us and wondering what language this is. And then you realize you have to be a chess player to be able to understand another chess player nattering on in notation.
Right.
But you can play queen. It's like, oh. And everyone outside just looks at this in fascination. But I'm sure if I watched physicists or mathematicians talk, it'll also...
Yeah, we will get amazed.
We'll get that
yeah.
same view, like how do they keep this in their heads, and so on. Everyone in the world talks shop, right?
Right.
But yeah, you have to be a chess player to understand that.
And I'm so, actually, yeah, during the break, I'm so amazed as well that one of your favorite foods is Indonesian food.
Very much. As I told you, one of my great joys of going to Holland is to be able to try Indonesian food, because Indonesian restaurants are not as common as I would like.
Yes, not as
In,
common as
the rest
other
of the
Asian
world.
restaurants, yeah.
There was, when I was in Madrid, we managed to find one, so we'd go there once in a while. And there are other places. But for instance, in India, it's also not very easy to find. And that's a pity, because I think it's one of the most interesting cuisines. Okay.
Okay, we have the actions
How did they
back.
start?
Yeah,
And we are talking about food. So you know how we're feeling.
yeah, it's already dinner time now.
Correct.
Okay, let's move.
He's gone H4.
Bear with us. We're going to have the
Okay.
board.
But you can see the camera, it's quite clear, and he's gone H4 in the Catalan, and hopefully or presumably this will be followed by some G4. Or just you continue bishop f4, knight b2, having included these moves.
Right.
And then white has some options later. You can go knight c3 here, and after d takes e4, play e4, e5.
Mm-hmm.
So multiple options for white.
Mm-hmm.
And in this time control, oh,
He's gone for castle,
yes,
sir.
castles. I'm sorry for getting you all excited, but this is where we
Don't
are.
start yawning yet.
No, I'm not yawning. It's just I've been telling the audience of all the
Oh,
things that are
excitements,
going to
yeah.
happen, and suddenly we get this. But okay. Knight bd2, okay, sensible stuff. Just h4, h6 included, which always means something is slightly different.
Ooh, knight h5.
Knight h5, clearly exploiting the fact that h4 has happened.
Mm-hmm.
And Grishchuk is going e3 and saying, take the thing, I'll take
Yeah.
my double pawns, and we'll see
Yeah.
where it goes.
And maybe we can have the camera back to the players to make it clear what's happening on the board there. Yeah, I'm sure there should be lots of excitement going on. This could be
But where
the
are
end
the
of
other
the
games? Right, the other games as well. So, Master Vasilis and Vidit are repeating their earlier game,
Mhm.
but some deviations have happened, so I assume both of them had a chance to go back and check it quickly,
Mhm.
maybe on their phone, maybe on the thing. This seems this is the current position, and looks to me about equal. So
Mhm.
maybe Vidit did manage to prepare something in the break.
Yep.
This is a very interesting position because there are ideas with g4, knight g5,
Yeah.
rook g1, very thing because of this bishop pointing this way.
Mhm.
But it's not that simple. Black also has resources like
Knight
knight d4
d4,
somewhere if the
yes.
pin works, or bishop f6 and knight d4.
That's nice trick. Mhm.
So I like white. Let's put it that way. So it's probably good for Donchenko that he managed to get this position, given his needs. He needs a win desperately. And Ponomarev is obviously doing very, very well. This is a very comfortable position. I don't know if Black going to play knight d6 or something. And I'm not sure what happened here. Oh, it was a3, bishop e7, and then this delayed line that Beer has gone for.
Mhm. And Pierre is in a must-win situation.
Beer is
so-
on must-win. Kolarz is in a must-win.
Yep.
Donchenko is
Donchenko,
must-win, and Master Vasilis
Master
is
Vasilis,
must-win.
yes.
And Grishchuk, bishop f1, bishop b5,
Mhm.
sort of the contours of some hope are
Yeah.
emerging.
So what is still much in control of this position? Yeah, friendly reminder, the players here have 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. So not so much time. Queen b3 has been
Yeah.
played. Yeah, it's the question how to get out with all these pieces, yeah, for black, because it's kind of restricted, kind of crowded
Okay,
there.
let's have a look at this. This is still kind of interesting. With this gone queen d6, he's clearly threatening bishop
Mm.
c5. So if he is able to play the bishop here, then that knight is suddenly feeling lonely. So a move like this, he might be able to take this and just play bishop c5.
And rook f8 is
And
coming.
rook f8 is coming and so on. So we'll see. Queen d6. White has gone h3. Let's bounce around a little bit. Okay, that bishop that is gone, but still, once you play d5, f5, your position is slightly loose. It can go wrong, or you can play f4 and win in Gloria style. But it could go either way.
Yeah, it's double edged.
f4, e4 could happen. Ponomarev is winning.
Ooh.
Some blunder just happened.
So d5 is just a free pawn.
Oh, he went d5 instead of. After this, knight f4 is just resigns.
Yeah. Knight f4 just double attack on e6 and
Takes
d5.
And queen c3 and
And they
Kolarz has
finish,
resigned,
yeah.
and that
So
game is
Kolarz-
over.
So Ponomarev is through to the next round.
Ponomarev was through. Pity for Kolarz. He took the lead today.
That's right.
He's been punching, but
Unfortunately.
Ponomarev hung in there till the end, you know,
Yeah.
and
Just come back to
the person
strong.
who makes the last but one mistake
That's
goes on.
right.
So, okay, so if we do the running games, then we'll lose that one, and then Gusenov must know what he's doing, but Anyway, the speed is very hard. Anyway, you'll play g4, knight h4, and you might be better, but it's very hard to execute well at the speed. So
He's gone b4.
yeah, and now rook f8 or bishop c5 looks good to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think Vidit is also looking very comfortable,
Yeah, very comfortable indeed. Yeah.
leading in the first game, winning the second one. Grishchuk. This is a serious advantage, isn't it? If I take,
And
play
a5.
knight e5,
Oh, knight
and then
e5 first.
a5.
Yeah.
And this is the second game. So
Second
if,
game.
if Grishchuk wins, it's over.
It's over.
So this looks massive.
I have a feeling that we might not go to
And he
the
might also play
next
queen
one.
a3. Because if bishop d6, the queen sits there and
Yeah.
another thing.
Yeah.
So one of these. Every time I predict something, he just goes somewhere else. He's just gone bishop f4.
Oh no.
Okay, maybe the lines I showed weren't as good as they are. Let's defer to them on that and just put the bishop on f4.
And after knight h5, maybe you can just safely play a5 here. You don't care about this.
No, that's the beauty. Knight h5 I'm going to take. And
Ah.
knight e5. And now if you go here and suddenly you're not controlling the d7 square, so
And
bam,
bishop
and
b5.
it's over, game over. Knight d7.
Wow. Wow.
So that knight h5 would be careless.
Black has to be really careful then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, the advantage is massive. The computer agrees that white is almost just huge advantage.
Yep.
I mean, you don't even need a computer. Just look at the position and it's just awesome. So
And black went knight e4.
black went knight e4 indeed.
This is amazing. Then you can just if you take, then there might be bishop d5, but it can always be met with bishop c4 anyway. So if you take,
That might be good enough. But my thing is, can I go?
he took
He took.
and yeah,
And he went knight
knight
d2.
d2.
Okay. Black's pieces just can't develop.
Yeah.
The knight is unable to come out because the bishop. If the bishop comes here, he'll immediately punch with bishop c4, as we mentioned. And what can I say? Grishchuk probably showing his class like this. And
Yes. That's probably correct. Yeah. What about other games? FIDE is better currently.
yes, he's played bishop c5. I saw that on the board. Oh, white. He went b4, and that's why the bishop is returned to b4. I was wondering what happened, whether the moves were nothing. This is just a clear pawn now. So, and he only needs a draw. So this is as easy as it gets.
And on the Grishchuk game
Yes,
is
indeed,
bishop
d5.
d5.
But what are you going to do for bishop c4?
Yeah. Bishop c4 is on the board. Queen d7.
Well, now bishop takes d5.
Bishop takes d5 and then
e5, rook c7.
Rook c7.
If queen e6, rook c1, and then I keep
Yeah, just keep
the clamp.
control on the c file and the 7 rank as well. Man, yeah.
So this has happened.
And also Grishchuk has some time advantage. No, he
Queen
did something
d7,
else.
queen d5. But I don't understand the move. If I go bishop c6, he wants to transfer to h5. And already land some blows there. So Grishchuk actually has played queen b5.
That's very tricky.
And if this, just go here. And
And you have queen g4. Okay, it could be anything, yeah? Oh, this is nice. Yeah, bishop c6. And let's see where he'll move his
he could
queen.
come back to b3 if he wanted. It's
Possibly.
Not much black can do besides.
Yeah, possibly.
But
because
queen h5 looks nice.
If
doesn't
queen
it?
h5, the pawn on a4 is not hanging, is it? Or knight e4, just knight
Knight
e4.
e4, yes.
Yeah. So the bishop has to keep an eye on that e4 pawn. Queen h5. He was a bit hesitant though.
Yes.
And this game looks,
Microscopic hopes, but I can't really see white getting through this.
yeah. And FIDE already won the first game, so
Yeah, Beera is pressing heavily, so Gusenova is not by any means safe. Queen h5 has happened. I don't know what black has responded yet.
we will have the moves very soon. So let's come back to Grishchuk and Daneshvar.
By the way,
Mm.
just look at this. You take here, let me take it, and let me play d5. What do you
That's
think?
also
I
amazing.
mean,
Yeah, this is another case when pieces activity matters
yeah.
over material.
Has he actually played this, or it's my move? He has actually taken
He's
it.
taking it. Yeah, he's taking on a4, probably thinking that knight will
Let's see
take
how
on-
bad this is. I like this d5. A computer gives me an extra pawn simply if I do this.
He played something else. Oh, he took on e4. He took on e4.
Also very good. Bishop c6, knight c6, and then he's gone rook d1, and he's going to play d5. And by the way, he could tap that pawn on h6 at some point. So
Yeah, but d5 is looking very dangerous.
I know this feeling very well. It's been a tough match. It's been a very long day. But then suddenly you get a good position and you realize after this it's over. And so both sides have this feeling of a decision coming. What is going on here? So you went queen c8. I think Grishchuk could have played rook ac1, just keeping the pressure. But he went d5, whereupon he has taken on c3. Oh, the computer says d takes c6 is winning, which is kind of interesting. But d takes e6, also winning. So it was a very good position. Okay, this has happened. And now he has to go back queen e2. And he's gone bishop f7. But now already bishop d3 might be very strong simply. I mean, I could throw bishop h6 in somewhere and... bishop b5 is nice because he stops the piece developing. And he's chucked the piece, bishop e5, knight c6. Bishop d6, rook d8, queen f3, knight a5, and the bishop comes back to, and it's, queen c5, did it fork the two bishops? It shouldn't happen, but did it? Oh, rook d7, that's kind of clever. But I think queen c5 might have been a good try in blitz anyway. He went queen e6. And what is Grishchuk doing? Something like this has happened. Queen e7, e4, rook ac8, queen f4, knight c4. I think Grishchuk has spoiled a substantial part of his advantage. Now it's no longer so clear. I mean, black at least has hope. Okay, maybe, yeah, actually, why am I entering these moves? We can go to the position here. So now rook e8 happened, f3 happened, a6 happened. Oh.
And there they are. Yes, we can just take a look at the screen. What's happening really?
Well, the screen is not updated in a while.
No, I mean the camera
yeah.
of the players. We can just see their actions there. Because also we can see the time situation is very low. Maybe we can have the camera just zoom into the players without any board.
Grishchuk now happy to offer the exchange of queens because gives him the space he needs. h5, okay, squeezing.
Queen g4, just trying to gain more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they only have 3 seconds.
Oh,
as
he's
increment.
blundered.
Is he?
Queen at f3.
Oof. This might be disaster for him.
Yeah, in fact, now black is winning.
Oh wow.
Or black is better.
Black
This
is
is
better.
the current position, and suddenly,
Black is better.
well, Daneshvar is happy to take the and bail out. That is really strange.
That is it. Yeah, that is
But
strange.
you see that maybe Grishuk hasn't been that active this year and so on. There's
Over
a
the
certain
board tournament.
there's a
Yeah,
certain
yeah.
rustiness about him.
He's active on online games though.
Yes,
but,
of course.
but
But I
not
don't know,
over the
something
board.
is wrong with him. I mean, it's just a lot
Sure.
of careless slip-ups and so on. So he's also... I mean, none of us is immune from this stuff, but
Mhm.
still it's sad to watch.
So Fidit is true, Gusenov is true, Ponomarev is true, and now Donchenko versus Bartel. But let's take a look at this exciting game of Grishchuk versus Daneshvar.
Well, so what Daneshwar is doing is he's going to take the king to b7 and then play rook c4 and undermine with b4.
Mhm.
And Grishchuk is just
Donchenko
repeating.
won.
But now rook c4 and black is almost winning. No, he went bishop c4. Why did he do bishop c4?
But anyway, we have one tie break for sure.
Yeah.
That is between Bartel versus Donchenko. To the next 3+2.
What is going on here? b4? He's going to go e6.
Yeah, we
Okay, now b4 and it's resigns. bc3.
BC3. Oh no.
Oh, bishop b3, not resigns yet.
Takes on G4.
Takes on g5.
Oh.
Actually, it's not. And e6 also. e6, e6. And
Ah.
so he saved it. Somehow he saved it.
Takes on.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is fine. e6.
E6 takes on E6 takes on G5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
What is
bishop
it?
takes.
Oh, if rook g4 takes thing, he'll play king rook c6.
Rook C6 takes on C3. Yes. I think they'll play it forever until this position, rook and bishop versus rook. Yeah, they'll keep playing it. I think it's gonna be almost like Hikaru and Kartik Venkatraman.
Yeah. But the other games, what happened? I lost it in this one.
I think Fidit has drawn this one and he is through.
So Vidit is through, so that game is over.
Gusenov also won and he is through.
Kusena won, okay.
Yeah, just Donchenko versus Bartel. Donchenko won and he lost in the first game, so this is the tiebreak.
Oh, they are playing one more, and
They're playing good.
so 2 games left.
Yeah, 2 games left. And this one, yeah, we expect this to be drawn. But you never know.
Yeah.
It's harder to defend this than to play it out with the rook and bishop. So, but I'm sure Bishop knows his deed. So
Well,
it should
everybody
be
knows
not a
this
draw.
thing. The question is, can you do it in 5 seconds? So,
Bishop. I was thinking Bishop D5, King D4, but okay.
But then you go king d1, you
Mhm.
went.
And now this is the arbiter task to keep an eye about the 50 move rule. Actually, let me see when was the last time they made some exchange. So probably not this one, yeah? Should be more. Takes. And this one. So move 85. So 135.
Yeah.
And we are on move 100. So 35 more moves. So Grishuk just has to defend this for another 30 moves probably.
Just another 30 moves. To be fair, I don't think Daneshwar is exactly making progress, but
Hang on, where's the rook?
A1.
Oh, it would be weird to have the rook disappear. Okay. Any progress? No, I don't think
Rook
so.
c5.
Nope. Yeah, rook c5 is there.
I mean, just so king c3 defends it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hey, where was the rook from? I was also confused.
How many seconds does he have? 3.
Yeah, they pretty much playing on their increment, 3 seconds for every move. And one of them has to make a claim in about 20 moves.
But this is the worst one because after king d4,
Mm-hmm.
you have to go king a4 and.
And
but
then you are now on
it's
the.
very hard. It's like a map which has been
Yeah,
rotated.
yeah. You just have to
and then
rotate
it
the board.
confuses
Yes.
you a little bit.
Yes. All I know, you shouldn't be on the 3rd rank, so it means what?
But now he's getting back to the familiar.
The 2nd
thing.
rank defense.
So this is one big difference between humans and computers. Computers, for them, it's the same whether you rotate the board
Yes.
3 or 4 times.
But for us, it's
humans,
good, no? For us, it's a good
this
angle.
is good again now. You get back to e1 and then I don't know, you feel at home.
Yeah.
Check him, Sasha.
Okay, but Grishuk is in good situation, like 23 seconds, I guess. Each player has
and
like
he's
lots.
managed a massive bunch of moves.
Yeah, but at the cost of more moves. I mean, for black player, because now.
That's what I mean. No, Grishuk needs this thing to happen fast.
And there.
And rook d2. I think we've had it on
Yeah,
b4, on
you
d2.
make it again, the second,
Maybe
yes.
on f4 as well.
Let's see how many moves.
I don't think Daneshwar has made any progress.
Okay, a couple of more moves and should be just drawn.
Yeah, we must be at move 100 and.
Yeah, it should be already 50 move. One of them just have to complain, and yep. Yeah, they will keep going on and on. So it will be 2 tie breaks, yeah. Mm-hmm. Bartel and Dunchenko, Daneshvar and Grishuk.
They must be at move what? I think it's over 50 moves now.
It's over. It's past 135. So
The arbiter stops at 75.
75,
right?
yes.
Which would mean 35 is 160, and we already at 143.
Yeah. 160. Yeah, I think soon the arbiter will interfere. 154. So a couple more moves.
What do you think Grishuk's reaction will be when he finds
No,
out
keep playing on.
he's on move 75? So
Yeah, the moves are not updated for us. There you go.
yeah,
Okay, if
the arbiter should stop at 75.
yeah, it's already more than 160. Yeah, and
Yeah.
the arbiter has stepped in. Yes, it's 75 moves, and
He thinks it's 50, it's 75.
yeah. Unfortunately for them, the next one will be playing very soon.
Yeah, but you see, this is just tragedy. That's such a game that Grishuk spoils.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was such
First
a.
of all, rook ac1, just so simple. I think the position will play itself.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, but well, it means it's just more actions for all of us. Yeah, because we have 2 tie breaks on 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. That is Bartel versus Dunchenko and Grishuk versus Daneshvar. Wow.
We didn't even have a chance to follow this game properly.
Yeah.
But Dunchenko seems like a positional masterpiece.
Yep. Let's take a look at this one.
Attacking the weak pawn here, back. and then simply pawn endings.
Mm-hmm.
So black had to go back to stop a4, but now king e2 and king e3 is there, and then simply white will collect the h pawn, come back again.
Right.
And so
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a good study, endgame study for all of us. And yeah, the next game will be commencing in about 4 minutes. I just got the update from the chief arbiter. So, it's heating up, really. Barton and Donchenko, they've been punching each other on their games. Meanwhile, Grishuk and Daneshwar shared 2 draws so far in the tie breaks. So, what will be your prediction on the 3+2? It's even more short now.
I don't know what to say. 3+2. Grishuk has more experience, but as I said, he seems quite shaky in this tournament, making quite heavy weather of things. So it just seems, a tiny bit vulnerable to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm overstating it. But again, not to dismiss his opponent who's playing.
Of course, he's been doing very well. Yes,
and so on. And it's easy to sit here and say they look vulnerable, but they know what they're going through. So, having disclaimed that, I will say that on paper, Grishuk is there, but this match doesn't seem so clear to me.
Right. And which one do you think is easier, to go on to such a tie break or choosing which sandwich to eat?
Oh, the sandwich was very difficult.
The sandwich was very difficult.
But by the time you get to the stage, you're just floating in air.
Right.
But if you haven't ordered a sandwich, you still have to you still have to make a decision, or you don't get food. So tougher.
Tough one. But yeah, there's nothing easy in this world, right? And these players really have to work hard in order to get through to the next round. And tomorrow we will also have very interesting matches, and we will have the 2 Norwegians playing each other, Arjan Tari versus Magnus Carlsen. We also have the 2 youngsters, Tabatabay versus Vincent Keimer. And wow, I'm just looking at the list, and it's looking great. And
just get some tea.
The local Singaporean hero Tin Ching Yao will be facing Rasmus Svane.
Right.
That's going to be very interesting to watch as well.
He's obviously the giant killer.
This giant killer, yeah. Yeah, I saw one tweet by Kasparov actually, that when he was giving a simul in Singapore, back when Tin Ching Yao was 9 years old. So it was 14 years ago, something, I can't remember.
Okay, so there's a history there.
Yeah, he was the only one that Kasparov said this is the real player, despite being a 9-year-old kid. And yeah, it was a very good catch by Kasparov that was the real talent.
Sure.
Yeah. And I'm sure the players are preparing for their tiebreak matches. There's some toss of colors too. And yeah, in every round, just if the game ended with a draw again, they will just play another round until there is a winner, and they will reverse the colors too. Oh, and tomorrow we will have a match between a veteran, Peter Svidler, versus a youngster, Jordan Van Forest.
Yes, but they have played each other.
Many times.
Jordan isn't that young, but
isn't he 21?
No, it is true. He's young. I mean that he's quite experienced in terms of how many big tournaments he's played already and so on.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's still very young, of course.
And we see Grishuk looking impatient to start.
By this stage, you just want to get it over with, don't you?
Yeah.
So
obviously, yes. And they shook hands, and immediately the game started. So we will see it soon on the board. Catalan again. Now we're choosing a little bit different line.
No, if castle's h4, I think.
This is something, yeah. If the h4 is coming again.
There we go, h4.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have one arbiter standing in, blocking the view, but we'll still manage to see the rest of the board.
Where is the other game, by the way? They don't play at the same time?
They are. They are playing at the same time, actually.
Somewhere else, yeah.
Somewhere else.
In a galaxy far away.
So castle. 3+2. It's getting even more exciting.
Yes. Oh, yeah, you play knight h5 one move faster, right?
Yes. And now bishop c1 back. And knight f6. Wow, it's like an indirect draw for if you want to play bishop f4 again. But no. Christian says no, I'll play knight bd2. b6 is on the board. And e4.
Oh, he got his e4.
He's gone for this line.
Black can play bishop b7, e5, knight e8 or something, but
Bishop
a6,
a6,
okay.
yes. Similar
but again,
idea.
I can play
Mhm.
e5, knight e8, even
Mhm.
play c5, c5, something strong here.
Right,
Okay,
b3.
but he's just going b3.
Mhm. Just solid approach. Probably bishop b2 or nope, rook d1. Trying to strengthen the center.
Well, one of the ideas now is that
Yep.
he wants to play e5, knight e8, knight f1, and then knight e3, g4, and maybe some sacks there.
I see. c5 immediately took on d5.
And now bishop b2,
Bishop
and
b2.
the tension usually favors white, because if you play dc4, even d5 is possible.
Mhm.
These kinds of tricks become available. The only thing is, I would rather have the rook on e1 or d1, I don't know. Okay, let's see if we have the current position. He's taken on d4. That is possibly a concession. Though again, it's a concession with the pawns on h7 and h2, but I don't know on h4 and h6, because now it's easier for black to play knight g4 and counterattack.
Queen f5.
Queen f5, big move, big move.
Big move indeed.
So I don't know, rook e8. I'd play that immediately.
Yeah, you have to play this sort of move, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, what else there?
It's a rook e8. Looks sensible. If cd5, some rook e5, and you
Mhm.
hope. It's slightly hope-based, but... I could go cd5, rook e5, queen h3, and queen h1.
That's nice, yeah.
Yeah.
g6 is on the board.
What?
Isn't it weakening the king?
Yes.
Like queen f4 or something?
Yes.
Yeah, and king g7 and probably bishop c1 back at
What
some
is
point.
g6 actually? Because he's just losing a pawn now. He either loses cd5 or he loses h6.
He might have overlooked something. Ooh,
Almost
what is
certainly.
it?
But now knight c4 and you have the rooks open, everything's open.
Yeah.
That's a strange attack
Strange
of
decision,
nerves. Very
yeah.
strange attack of nerves.
Yeah.
I mean, Grishchuk is considering whether to go queen h6 and the hell with it, but I think I would just pause with knight takes c4. Why even?
Knight takes c4 looks
Because
good.
knight c6 is
Mhm.
threatened, and knight e3, knight f5 check might be
Mhm.
threatened, and what have you. So knight takes c4 is just big. Knight takes c4. I don't see a plan.
No, he's gone for queen takes h6.
But now c3, bishop c3. If knight g4, then queen f4, because you can't play these discovered
Mhm.
queen g7 checks yet.
Right?
But if there was a pawn on h7, I could have played knight f5.
Right. Oh,
So, why did he do this though?
so if you take on d4 now,
No,
you
but I
just
don't like
take
queen
on
h6
c4.
at all. What if I play knight e5?
No. Knight e5.
Then you can play knight f5. Yeah, knight e5, knight f5, bishop f2 check, no big deal, king h1.
Just king
or something.
h1, yeah.
no,
You
that
don't have to
doesn't
take
work.
the
But
sacrifice.
you got to do something. Maybe knight g4,
Rook e8. He played rook
rook
e8.
e8. And now knight takes e4. But
And bishop
at the
f8.
risk of repeating myself for the millionth time, why did he take on h6? Just knight c4 was good. Knight c4 was just very strong, yeah. Okay. What is happening? So,
No, he's gone.
so queen h6,
queen
rook
h6.
e8, knight takes c4, bishop f8, and I don't know where the queen went, but this is the current position.
Yeah.
Queen has gone to g5, whereupon rook c5 has happened. And then the queen is sliding back to f4. Oh, bishop takes
takes
c4
c4.
and rook takes c4 probably for black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook takes c4.
I don't know what will he do, rook c1 maybe. Yes. And what has black played? Knight h5. Queen takes f7 check.
Oh wow, there is that one, and bishop d5 there.
Bishop d5.
Rook e6, and then just take.
Yeah, then I am
Yeah, there's that.
eating the house. But
There is queen f7, and Krzysztof he's reaching for it. He's reaching for it, or maybe he's having a second thought.
well, he can invest all his time if this works.
That's true too.
The computer still says it's plus a lot, but
He has
in fact,
time.
it's more prosaic.
Mhm.
You have to win like this.
You have to be precise.
I mean, it's not the massive slam dunk it looks like. You have to do something like this and win. So he's gone queen
He's gone
d2.
queen d2. Yeah, queen f7 would have been nice, but
But this is good enough. There's
Good
no
enough.
need for him to do
Mhm.
anything special.
bishop a1. It's really nothing special.
Against what?
Knight
Knight
e5.
e5, and then he has just slipped back a little bit. Bishop g7.
But it's giving his opponent some time to regroup.
Yes, but now rook takes c4 and queen c2. And now the other bishop is going to have a word. So queen c2, where does it? I mean, if you go queen c8 or something, and knight c6 might already just be very strong.
Right. Knight e5
He's
back.
gone back to huh?
Wait, knight e5?
Knight f5, knight c6.
There should be some discovery with the
Knight b5.
knight e6. Who's on the board?
This is the house. I mean, there's just everything there.
Yeah, black lose the house.
Queen e7.
Queen
and
a7
then
just takes on.
gratefully
Yeah,
collecting. But
that's a
still,
very
it's
good.
knight g7, and we see how resilient Daneshwar is. So.
But bishop a1 is a very strong bishop. A pair of bishop now.
He's gone queen b2,
Yes.
so that f4, and then he's provoked f6.
And
Now he's
back
gone queen
B3
b3 check. King h7 has happened.
Okay, and a4
I
move.
have, what the hell is a4? I mean, what is a4?
Just playing around. Okay, I think the moves are coming in.
But
too
now it's
fast
over
right
because bishop e5 and queen f7. Queen goes all the way in.
now. Mhm.
I think what queen d1 check.
Yeah, king h2, queen takes a4.
But now bishop d5, queen e8.
No, king h6.
He went what?
King h6. But you could. Yeah, I'm curious. Like queen g8, does it work? Oh, queen e7 was played.
Queen,
Queen
d4.
d4. Bishop back to. Oh no! What is going on? He gave up the f2. The nerves is taking in. He gave up the f2 pawn.
What did he do exactly? Oh, queen f8 is winning on the spot apparently.
Yeah. There could have been.
But he went
just-
here. And once again, in fact, if anyone is better, it's black,
It's
right?
black, yeah, because there's almost no attack anymore. We can
This is crazy.
try to zoom it into the player's camera and just try to enjoy again the live action of this game. Oh, that pawn on a.
Queen e2 check
Queen
and
e2
Grishuk
check
is
and take
blundered.
on h5.
What is h5? No, Grishuk is actually going to lose this.
Possibly.
No, he's just...
The extra pawns on the queen side. I think it's determining it. Oh, queen c5, exchange of the queens.
I'm speechless.
This is almost game over for Grishuk. Knight f5, just playing it slow, making sure everything is okay. And a3 is on the board. And now
And
it's
now
time.
knight d6 threatens c4, and so
Yes.
it's full. And now knight b.
Knight-
Yeah, knight d5, knight
And knight
c3.
c3 and a2. Oh, shaking hands. Wow, what a heartbreaking finish for Alexander Grishuk. And Katrina Lahno also gets knocked out in this round. So, yeah, this is quite a sad result for both of them.
Yes, but Grishuk, I mean, these are +6, +7 positions.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
he's lost every one of them.
Yeah.
It's for me, he's unrecognizable. And
It
but
is-
look, his opponent is blitzing.
Yeah,
And you know, at
exactly.
the right moment, he found the right idea. Queen d1 check takes queen a4.
Yes.
By the way, removes the last pawn, so you can't lose an ending, but you also control the e4 square.
Mhm. And whenever the
It's
h5
a
is,
kind
yeah.
of resourcefulness, but it's well within Grishuk's power to nail this.
Yeah.
So something was seriously wrong here.
Yeah, well, kudos to his opponent, Daneshwar, for showing a very good fighting spirit and very good games as well.
Yeah.
So what happened in the other tie break? We
But
also
it's,
have another decisive game, yeah? Ah,
Yeah.
Donchenko won. So both Donchenko and Daneshvar through to the next round.
I forgot, was the previous game a draw or what?
No, there is only just one game.
From now on it's one
Just
game.
one
sorry,
game,
right.
yeah.
Okay.
From now on, it's just one game. So that's it. The tiebreak of
That's
the
it.
day. It was
Dramatic. No, it's not that
Dramatic,
I am. It's just that to watch a great player spoil that kind of position, yeah, bugs me a little bit. Anyway,
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
heartbreaking.
get involved in this. So very tough for Kushchuk. I mean, just so many outstanding positions.
winning
and,
positions for him. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Unfortunately for him, yeah, things have gone different way. So
he will not sleep easily tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've seen a few upsets too in this round, both in the open and then in the women. So, but tomorrow we will promise you very interesting matches and battles. So stay tuned, and thank you so much, Fishy, for joining with me once again. Unfortunately, you cannot continue to the
Tomorrow,
next round.
yes, I'll think, but
You're not through to the next round.
but yeah, it was a pleasure. Irene.
It was an honor for me to be the commentator with you here. So thank you so much for all the insights. It's very delightful to have you here. Thank you so much once again. And thank you to all of you who is watching us for almost 6 hours. Actually, it's more than 6 hours. So stay tuned. Tomorrow we will be back at the same time for the first game of round 3 at the FIDE World Cup and FIDE Women's World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan 2023. So see you tomorrow.
Azərbaycanın təbiətindən, Naxçıvanın torpağından süzülərək gələn təbii suyun sirri, Sirab.